Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601: The Secrets of Liu Haojin. At this moment, relying on his good spiritual sense, he could probably detect a trace of Liu Haojin's breath. However, this breath was extremely weak. According to Ling Pengyun's guess, this person should have mastered a profound method of holding back his breath, and relied on his cultivation level of the Golden Core Perfection realm to perform it, which led to the current situation. I have heard that Senior Liu has a strong cultivation level and is likely to achieve the nascent soul realm. Today, I see that it is true. I will congratulate Senior on his future entry into the nascent soul realm. Ling Pengyun said a few polite words. Liu Haojin's cultivation level is as high as the Golden Core Perfection realm, and he is also the third elder of the Xianxing sect. He can indeed be called a senior by Ling Pengyun. Liu Haojin has heard a lot of such words over the years, and now he has no feelings about such words. However, he has always been humble to others, so he just responded with a word. "Little friend Ling, you are too polite. How can a cultivator like me peek into the nascent soul realm?" Ling Pengyun smiled and stopped talking. Then, he asked a question in his mind. "I wonder what important matter has Senior Liu come to my Ling family's new clan mountain on behalf of the Xianxing sect this time?" Liu Haojin said with a smile. "Did the nobles destroy the Wanqiao sect some time ago? Now the nobles have occupied the Wanqiao sect's original third-level spiritual veins in its territory. The 30,000 spiritual stones that this sect should have handed over to our sect every year will fall on the nobles." Ling Pengyun heard the doubts in his heart and immediately dissipated. He had also heard that to become a real giant in force, he had to pay a salary to the Xianxing sect. In the past, although the Ling family had giantin, they did not occupy the third-level spiritual veins and could only be regarded as a pseudo-giantin family, so the Xianxing sect did not come to ask for a salary. However, they had to pay a full 30,000 spiritual stones every year, which was a lot. In the past few years, when the Ling family had not yet occupied the territory of the 10,000 Beast sect, the remaining spiritual stones each year were only about 50,000 spiritual stones. Now, he has to spend about 70% less spiritual stones every year, which makes him feel very distressed. If this amount of spiritual stones were put on the market, it would be enough to buy 10 third-level inferior Jiuyin pills, which would be enough for him to practice for 3 years. He felt painful in his heart and asked, "Senior Liu, 30,000 spiritual stones per year is really too much, can you reduce it a little?" Liu Haojin frowned. If he were an ordinary person, he would be angry at this time. However, considering that Ling Pengyun has a strong talent for cultivation and there is a powerful Yuanying force behind him, he is more friendly to Ling Pengyun. "Friend Ling, the territory of the 10,000 Beast sect is tens of thousands of miles long, and there are nearly 2,000 spiritual veins. As long as the Ling family you belong to manage this territory well, it is not difficult to earn 60,000 to 70,000 spiritual stones every year. After deducting your family's annual expenses, the spiritual stones that can be reserved every year are at least 30,000 spiritual stones. Besides, the territory of the 10,000 Beast sect is protected by our sect. If it weren't for the true lord of our sect and the true lords of other northern wilderness cultivation realms to sign a contract with the Yuanying Demon King in the boundless and vast marsh, this territory would not be so peaceful." After hearing these words, Ling Pengyun also knew the importance of it. He sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. "Okay, I will pay this offering to the Ling family. Please take care of me in the future." Seeing Ling Pengyun's resignation, Liu Haojin was also quite satisfied, and then he also persuaded him with kind words. "The nobles pay their salaries to our sect, and we will take care of it. Little friend Ling, your Yan kingdom's several giant forces made enemies with the Yuanying demon clan more than 10 years ago, and the next demon beast rebellion is approaching. Although our sect's true master will help you entangle the Yuanying demon king of the Red Gold Bear clan in the next demon beast rebellion, because of the third-level Yuan Lington that your Yan kingdom's several major forces have offered as tribute. But the Red Gold Bear clan is also strong. This clan has existed in this northern wilderness cultivation world for at least tens of thousands of years. According to our sect's true master, there are currently more than 50 giant and demon kings in this clan, and there are dozens of giant and demon clans under their command. There are also many giant and demon kings in these giant and demon clans. Also, there is a secret that you may not know. The mother of the red gold bear, the Yin-Yang offspring that was killed by your Yan kingdom's several giant forces, hated your Yan kingdom's several giant forces to the bone. That female bear has reached the golden core perfection stage and is also a third-rank top-grade talisman maker. She is quite favored by the red gold bear king. According to intelligence from our sect, the red gold bear king has promised that the female bear will be assigned 10 golden core level red gold bears and 5 golden core monster soldiers during the next monster rebellion. And the female bear herself, through some benefits, persuaded 2 golden core monsters to help capture your Yan state during the monster rebellion. Under such circumstances, the female bear currently has no less than 20 golden core subordinates. On the other hand, your Yan state has only a dozen golden core cultivators. Under such a situation, it is better not to have internal strife. Once you lose too much golden core combat power due to internal strife, it will not be good for your Yan state's future war situation. After speaking, Liu Heojin perhaps felt that he, an outsider, was meddling too much, so he explained in a friendly manner. Of course, this is just our casual chat, not the sect's intention. If you destroy any giant forces in the future, our sect will not intervene. Ling Pengyun's eyes trembled when he heard this. Such accurate information is extremely important to him. He immediately thanked Liu Heojin. Thank you, Senior Liu, for telling me this secret. Liu Heojin waved his hand and said jokingly. It's just a small matter. Even in our sect, not many people know about this. I hope you don't spread this matter to avoid unrest. Maybe there will be giant forces afraid of fighting and flee to Yan state. My Xianxing sect still needs your Yan state to help contain the troops of the Red Gold Bear clan. If the giant forces of your Yan state escape and affect our sect's plan for the next monster rebellion, our sect can hold your clan accountable. The Yin-Yang demon clan, the Red Gold Bear clan, and the Yin-Yang sect, the Xianxing sect, are old rivals. The territories of the two families are adjacent. In the past, during the Monster Beast Rebellion, Yan State, as a force under the Xianxing sect, took the initiative to attack the monster tribe in the boundless vast marshland. In addition to wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to occupy more territory and gain more benefits, it was also because it was under the Xianxing sect's will to contain more gold and elixir monsters. In this way, when the Xianxing sect fights the Red Gold Bear clan, it will be easier. The Xianxing sect has only 30 or 40 golden elixir cultivators, which is not as many as the golden elixir monster kings of the Red Gold Bear clan. After all, the Red Gold Bear clan has been entrenched in the northern wilderness Zeuxin world for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 602, The Disappearance of the Golden Core Spiritual Objects from the 10,000 Beast Sect. However, the Xianxing sect only rose to prominence 10,000 years ago when the other several cultivation realms were opening up the northern wilderness cultivation realm, occupied by monsters. In terms of foundation alone, this sect is not as good as the Red Gold Bear clan. For a long time, the Xianxing sect has been able to resist the extraordinary Red Gold Bear clan, relying on the formation. It is precisely with this formation that this sect has established a foothold in the northern wilderness cultivation realm. Ling Pengyun heard what Liu Heojin said and looked at Liu Heojin in surprise. He could understand that the Xianxing sect was restraining the Red Gold Bear clan's military strength. But he originally thought that Liu Heojin told him so much about the Red Gold Bear clan's deployment in the past, intending to use him to spread the Red Gold Bear clan's military strength to retaliate against the Yan state. But the second half of Liu Heojin's threatening words made him a little confused. He didn't understand such things. Since it was a secret, why did Liu Heojin tell him? Could it be that this person wants to make a good relationship? After thinking about it carefully, Ling Pengyun could only attribute it to the rumors outside that his family has a backer. With this thought, he became more kind to Liu Heojin, and a solemn look appeared on his face, and he said to him, "Please rest assured, Senior, I will never spread this matter." After saying that, he made a heavenly oath with his cultivation that he would not spread this matter to anyone. Liu Heojin was very satisfied with Ling Pengyun's move, and he also flew away from this place in the void. Ling Pengyun looked at Liu Heojin's back, and his eyes flickered with strange light. According to what Senior Liu said, in the remaining 20 years or so, the mother bear who has reached the perfection of the Golden Core may be able to win over some Golden Core demon kings. The next demon beast rebellion may be more dangerous than I thought. The family's current strength is still too weak, and we still need to train a few more golden cores. However, with the family's finances, we can only train one more golden core at most. The family now has a lot of talents. Within 10 or 20 years, at least 2 members of the family will have the opportunity to impact the golden core. My wife, Grandpa Yun-Hung, and I need high-level spiritual objects to practice and improve our cultivation. It seems that we have to start a war as soon as possible and continue to earn spirit stones through war. Having said that, that old ghost Ling is really hateful. If it weren't for the fact that this old ghost had deliberately burned the bodies of True Man Liang, True Man Tu Yang, and True Man Wan Xiao, who we killed in the previous battle to destroy the 10,000 Beast sect, into ashes. Otherwise, even if I am not good at refining a demon corpse with the physique of a cultivator, at least my family can add one more golden core demon corpse. Of course, Ling Pengyun also understood the reason why Master Bailing did this. Now, Zhuanyang sect lost 2 golden cores, and only 3 golden cores were left in this sect. This sect can basically be said to have fallen from the first echelon of Yan state. However, the Ling family, because of the way of the demon corpse, took this position and ranked in the first echelon with the Bailing sect. Under such circumstances, how could Master Bailing watch the number of demon corpses of the Ling family increase? Another half a year passed. In the Lingxiao Mountains, the 3rd-level middle-grade spiritual mountain Lingxiao Mountain, in a cave, a quiet room. Ancestor, according to the message sent by our clan's secret hall personnel in the neighboring Chen Kingdom, the leader of the Bailing sect, Bailing Zhenren, went to the Xianfu Pavilion of Chen Kingdom to meet with the Jinden realm leader of the Wanqiao sect, less than half a month after the Wanqiao sect was conquered by our clan and the Bailing sect, a year ago. Soon after, a group of people from the Xianfu sect seemed to be searching for someone in various markets. Those people are very tight-lipped. Even if our clan's secret department tempts them with great benefits, it is difficult to make them speak up. In addition, the secret department of the Chen Kingdom does not know that the Wanqiao sect has been destroyed, so it is difficult to associate this incident with the destruction of the Wanqiao sect, so they have not inquired about it. And this news has only been passed back to the clan now, and it is precisely because the people in the Chen Kingdom's secret department did not know the importance of this news, so they adopted the method of communication by cultivators instead of using high-level communication talismans. A cultivator who was wrapped in thick black clothes, with a black veil on his face, and only a pair of eyes showing, and it was difficult to tell whether he was a man or a woman, spoke in the voice of a middle-aged man to the Golden Core Patriarch Ling Pengyun in front of him. Ling Pengyun's face lit up slightly when he heard this. Could it be that this matter is related to the Golden Core spirit item that has not been found in the 10,000 Beast sect? A year ago, after he and Bailing Zhenren worked together to kill the 10,000 Beasts Zhenren, they searched his storage bag, the storage bags of other cultivators in the 10,000 Beast sect, and the 10,000 Beast sect's warehouse, but still did not find the 2 Golden Core spirit items that the 10,000 Beast sect had collected in recent years. You know, the Ling family's secret department has been paying special attention to this matter in recent years. The secret department has bribed many of the 10,000 Beast sect's core elders. Through those elders, they have never learned that someone in the 10,000 Beast sect has tried to break through the Golden Core in recent years. Moreover, a cultivator's breakthrough in the Golden Core cannot be concealed. Just before the breakthrough of the Golden Core, the condensation and solidification of spiritual power is relieved, and the spiritual energy that the cultivators draw is extremely huge. And no one has broken through the Golden Core, so the Golden Core spiritual objects naturally cannot be used. In the past, Ling Pengyun only thought that the 2 Golden Core spiritual objects of the 10,000 Beast sect were destroyed by the 10,000 Beasts True Man, so he did not care about it. After all, the 10,000 Beasts True Man was a ruthless person who was willing to destroy the Jinitan's Henshilington that could produce Golden Core spiritual objects, as well as the core inheritance of the 10,000 Beast sect. This person was in a situation where he was sure to die, and he could indeed destroy the Golden Core spiritual objects. This old ghost Bailing must know something about the 2 missing golden elixir spiritual objects of the 10,000 Beast sect. Otherwise, if they were ordinary objects, then Master Bailing would not have mobilized so many troops to go to the Xianfu Pavilion of the Chen Kingdom to help search for the unknown cultivator. But, I don't know how the old ghost Bailing sought the help of Master Xianfu of the Xianfu Pavilion. Ling Pengyun asked the clan member from the Dark Hall in black. Old Ghost by Ling, do you have any old relationship with Master Xianfu of the Xianfu Pavilion of the Chen Kingdom? The Dark Hall clan member in black shook his head. Master Bai Ling and Master Xianfu of the Xianfu Pavilion of the Chen Kingdom have no old relationship. Instead, the Lingfu patriarch of the Bailing sect has an old relationship with Master Xianfu of the Xianfu sect. It is even said that when the two were in the key training stage, they became sworn brothers. I just don't know if this is true. Ling Pengyun muttered to himself. Senior Lingfu is also involved. It seems that the unknown person that Bailing Old Ghost is looking for in Xianfu Pavilion must be extraordinary. This incident happened not long after the destruction of the Wanqiao sect. The probability that the unknown person is from the Wanqiao sect is also high. The fact that he has a golden elixir spiritual object on him is probably true. Then, he instructed the Dark Hall staff in front of him. Send people to check whether Bailing sect has potential personnel to search for someone in Aryan state. Then let the Chen family secret department send some people to other great immortal cultivation countries to investigate this matter. Chapter 603, Ice-Faced Man. Then, he gave instructions to the Dark Hall staff in front of him. Send people to check whether there are any potential personnel in Bailingman, search for someone in the territory of Mayan state, and then let the Chen family secret department send some people to other great immortal cultivation countries to investigate this matter. And the fact that the family is out of touch with the Chen secret department is indeed a problem. Recently, the family has also collected a lot of third-level precious iron. If we put it together, we should be able to gather the spiritual materials needed to refine a third-level lower-grade communication treasure realm. In half a year, you come to the mountain to get the treasure mirror and send it to the Chen secret department. In this way, the problem of being out of touch can be resolved. The Dark Hall staff nodded lightly, then took his leave and left. About half a month later. One day, when Ling Pengyun was tempering a piece of third-level precious iron with a third-level lower-grade blazing fire treasure furnace, a communication talisman suddenly flew to his quiet room. Since it didn't take much spiritual power to refine precious iron, he also had some spare energy. He reached out and took the communication talisman, and carefully looked at the words written on it. Ancestor, our clan's Dark Hall has indeed seen many Bailingman people disguised as ordinary monks in various markets, wandering around in the markets. Judging from their actions, they are no different from the Xianfu Pavilion in Chen State looking for people. Ling Pengyun smiled slightly when he saw this. Interesting. Then, he burned the communication talisman in his hand and sent a message to the black-clothed monk waiting outside the cave gate. This is good news. I will reward you with 1,000 family contribution points. When the black-clothed monk heard this, the only eye exposed to the outside world suddenly lit up. His face hidden under the veil was even more ecstatic. Junior, thank you, ancestor. He greeted Ling Pengyun in the cave, bowed his hands, and then walked happily towards the General Affairs Hall in the mountain. At the same time, he also vowed to find out more useful information for the ancestor, so that he could get more rewards and help his cultivation to go further, so as to reach a higher realm and increase his lifespan. Another year passed. In the boundless marsh, a black feathered rock with a 9th level of foundation building on its body soared in the sky, constantly poking its head and turning its eyes with a profound pupil technique to look at the ground below, searching for suitable food to eat. With the blessing of the pupil technique, its eyesight is very good, and even the best hidden monsters can be found by it. It's just a pity that after searching for a long time, it only found some key training monsters. It didn't find any foundation building monsters. In order to find better food, this rock had no choice but to fly farther. But when it passed a deep canyon, it found that there was something strange on the cliff covered with vines in the canyon. Although it did not notice anything unusual in that place, it was gifted with extraordinary talents. The advanced pupil technique it had learned from its bloodline could not only enhance its vision, but also alert the enemy. Earlier, when it looked at the cliff, it sensed that the pupil technique conveyed the meaning of danger in that place. But there was clearly nothing there. Out of curiosity, the black feathered rock, which had nothing to do, slowly fell towards the cliff of the canyon. But as it got closer and closer to that place, it unexpectedly discovered through the advanced pupil technique that there was a trace of cloud and mist containing spiritual energy surrounding the strange part of the cliff. The closer it was to that place, the more clouds and mist it could see. On the contrary, the farther away it was, the harder it was to see clearly. This strange thing aroused the interest of the black-feathered rock. Immediately, it cast a series of spells to attack the strange part of the cliff of the canyon. Just as the attacks were about to fall, the cliffs of the canyon with strange features suddenly appeared a bit of illusion, as if the rock cliffs here were fake. Then, a voice came out. This is just a black-haired bird at the 9th level of foundation building. It's really strange that it can find this place. The next moment, a golden-feathered rock with a perfect foundation building aura rushed out from the cliff and blocked the attack of the black-feathered rock with one strike. And with the speed of lightning, it turned into a golden arc of light and slid across the sky, and with one claw, it twisted the head of the curious 9th-level black-feathered rock. The golden-feathered rock also then held a body of the black-feathered rock in its mouth and re-entered the cliff with an illusory appearance. And this cliff, which seems to be nothing special in the outside world, is a different world. There is a cave here, and at the entrance of the cave, there are 36 formation flags of the 3rd level inferior quality. These formation flags flashed with spiritual light, and clouds and mists were constantly emanating from them, accumulating at the entrance of the cave. And those clouds and mists seemed to have the ability to change, turning into a rock wall. Previously, the wisps of clouds and mists seen by the black-feathered rock who mastered the profound pupil technique were the illusory clouds and mists transformed by the formation. It was only because the black-feathered rock had a low cultivation level that it was difficult to use the pupil technique to directly see through this place. Thinking back, this cave was extremely dark and stretched for a long time. The golden-feathered rock holding the black-feathered rock walked for hundreds of feet before reaching the deepest part of the cave. The deepest part was very large, at least hundreds of square meters, and the spiritual energy here was also extremely rich. However, this place seemed to have human traces. There were 10 acres of 2nd-level spiritual fields here, and there was even a 2nd-level spiritual pond in the center of these spiritual fields, and a cave was built in the corner. The golden-winged rock, holding the black-winged rock's body, slowly walked to a nest built on the ground with branches, and began to eat the black-winged rock's body with great interest. Just when the rock was about to finish eating the black-winged rock's body, the door of the cave abruptly opened, and a middle-aged cultivator with a cold face, a fierce and lustful aura, and a perfect foundation-building aura walked out. The golden-winged rock in the nest saw that the master who had been in seclusion for nearly 4 years finally came out, and its eyes also flashed with a strange light, and it spoke in human language. Master, have you mastered the method of tempering the meridians? The middle-aged cultivator with an ice face replied in a low voice. Yes. Seeing this, the golden-winged rock's eyes lit up. Then master, can't you try to break through the golden elixir? The middle-aged cultivator with an ice face shook his head. This place is in the realm of monsters. Breaking through the golden elixir will make too much noise. This is not a good place for a breakthrough. Besides, there is only one 2nd-grade upper-grade spiritual vein here, which is far from enough to break through the spiritual energy I need when I break through the golden elixir. Only a 3rd-grade spiritual vein can meet my needs when I break through the golden elixir. It's time for us to leave here and try to see if we can go to the prosperous Hongzhaoziuxin world through the teleportation array. If not, we can only cross the endless desert. After saying that, he rode on the golden-feathered rock, took away the 3rd-grade formation covering the cave, and left this place. Chapter 604, The Traces of Liu Nian, the disciple of Wanxiao's Henrun. At the same time, deep in the Bailing Gate, in a quiet room in a cave, a middle-aged monk who was a little fat and looked very rich, like a rich master, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Next to this person, there was a compass that exuded the aura of a 3rd-level low-grade magic weapon and a drop of golden blood suspended above it. In an instant, the compass and the drop of golden blood suspended above it suddenly flashed with spiritual light. The magnetic needle on the compass also began to spin wildly the next moment. After spinning for about 3 or 4 breaths, the speed of the magnetic needle slowly slowed down. The position of the magnetic needle arrow was also set in the west direction, and a trace of spiritual light also flashed at the position of the magnetic needle arrow, as if guiding others to go southeast. The rich master who closed his eyes next to him had been alarmed. When he saw the appearance of the blood-borrowing compass next to him at this time, his eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. A touch of greed also appeared on his face. Finally, we have found the only offspring of the Golden Core realm golden-winged weapon of the Wanxiao sect. The Golden Core offspring is indeed not dead yet. Thinking this way, The golden core offspring must have been hiding in the third-level breath-retaining formation for the past 2 years, which has blocked the search of our sex search compass. Now, the golden core offspring should have left the third-level breath-retaining formation and gone out to the outside world. I hope that this time, with the help of the golden core demon prince's offspring, we can find the trace of Liu Nian, the disciple of Wan Xiao Daoyao who is carrying 2 golden core spiritual objects. If we can find Liu Nian and get the 2 golden core spiritual objects from him, the sect's foundation building perfect, ice. Thinking of this, the rich master stopped thinking. Then, he took the third-level inferior grade borrowing blood to find relatives' compass, turned into a phantom, left this cave, and turned into a figure that others could not find. He quietly sneaked out of Bailingman and followed the guidance of the compass in his hand and quickly headed west. Horizontal ellipsis. The Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation World. A deserted place in the territory of the Yuan Kingdom, which is tens of millions of miles away from the territory of the Yan Kingdom. A golden feathered rock carrying an icy-faced middle-aged man was rushing to the west. But not long after, he felt something unusual behind him. Turning his head, he saw a small black dot appear behind him. As he cast the key viewing technique on his eyes, he could see the shape of the black dot clearly. It was a middle-aged cultivator with a fat body, a strong aura of wealth, a kind face, and seemed very easy to talk to. When the icy-faced middle-aged man saw this person, his brows suddenly frowned, and a trace of hatred appeared on his face. Damn it, how did the old ghost Bailing catch up? He cursed inwardly, and directly ordered the golden feathered rock that had completed its foundation to activate the escape technique and escape as soon as possible. The golden feathered rock was extraordinary. When it activated the escape technique, it burst out with a speed comparable to that of a giant-level monster. But the middle-aged monk who was chasing behind him was faster, and the distance between them was also rapidly shortening. In just a few hundred breaths, the middle-aged monk had caught up with the golden feathered rock within tens of thousands of feet. Friend Liu, I haven't seen you for a long time. You seem to be more high-spirited. If Taoist Wan Xiao could see you like this, he would be very pleased. It's a pity that Taoist Wan Xiao died young. But I'm a kind person. I will send you to the underworld to see your short-lived master. The middle-aged monk had a sly smile on his face and sneered at the cold-faced middle-aged man riding the golden feathered rock in front of him. When the cold-faced middle-aged man on the golden feathered rock heard this, the hatred on his face became even stronger. Old ghost Bailing, you will not die well. The rich master who was chasing behind him couldn't help laughing when he heard this curse. Ha ha ha. It's hard to say whether I will die or not, but you will definitely die today. As soon as he said this, the rich man burst out with a faster speed, and in a blink of an eye, he rushed to the ice-faced man within 10,000 feet. Then, he raised his hand and shot out a magic flying sword, with one sword cutting the ice-faced man and the golden feathered rock under his seat into 2 pieces. Seeing this, the ice-faced man who was running for his life in front of him quickly took out several third-level low-grade defensive talismans from his storage bag and shot them at himself. But just when the magic flying sword shot by the rich man was about to hit the defensive talismans around the ice-faced man, a red flying sword carrying the aura of a dragon suddenly came out from a distance and fiercely resisted the flying sword shot by the rich man. A sharp sound of zheng iron was also heard. Zheng. This scene startled the ice-faced man and the rich man. Immediately, the two looked towards the place where the dragon sword came from. Suddenly, they saw a blue light rushing towards this place. A young man's voice was heard from the light. Dao Bailing found the remnants of the 10,000 Beast sect, but he didn't tell our Ling family. Could it be that Dao Bailing is planning to eat alone? The rich old man was very familiar with this voice, and his face darkened. Why is this person here too? Soon, the blue light showed his figure. This person was 8 feet tall and looked young, but his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was wearing a blue Taoist robe, and there were clouds and mists floating around him, which made him look like an immortal. He raised his hand and waved it, and 3 huge coffins quietly appeared and floated in the air. 3 demon corpses with strong demonic energy and green nether fire surrounding them quickly crawled out. Devil 3, stop that man. The young man with a celestial appearance raised his hand and pointed at the icy-faced man who was riding the golden feathered rock in the distance, and said to one of the golden elixir-level demon corpses in front of him. The golden elixir-level demon corpse nodded slightly as if it had a mind, and then turned into the void and walked towards the place. Seeing this, The rich master who had previously chased the icy-faced man, his face became even darker. He said coldly to the young man with a celestial appearance, "Fellow Taoist Ling, quickly stop the demon corpse. If you continue to interfere in this matter, don't blame me for breaking the friendship between our two forces." The young man with a celestial appearance was naturally Ling Pengyun, and the rich master was Bai Ling's Henren of Bai Ling sect. Ling Pengyun was not afraid of this threat and said lightly, "The 10,000 Beast sect was destroyed by you and me. Now that the remnants of the 10,000 Beast sect have appeared here, I should kill them. If there are any valuables on them, my Ling family will naturally have a share. If you really want to fight, I will accompany you to the end." Bai Ling's Henren snorted angrily, and immediately slapped the storage bag on his waist, took out the black flame true fire gourd, the treasure of the Bai Ling sect, and summoned out powerful black flame true fire from it, which covered the sky and hid Ling Pengyun in the distance. Ling Pengyun was not afraid, and successively used the Bihai Chong Yuan treasure orb, the burning Yuan magic lamp, the ghost control long banner, the double dragon covering sea formation, the fire dragon sword and other magic weapons to meet the attacking black true fire. The 3-level and 6-level red gold bear underworld fire corpses beside him did not just watch, and they also spit out underworld fire. For a moment, although Ling Pengyun, who only had the 4th level of giant in cultivation, actually used various means to resist the attack of Bai Ling's Henren. He even had a few advantages. If Bai Ling's Henren had not taken out several magic weapons and used them to reverse the situation and gain the upper hand, Bai Ling's Henren would have been suppressed. Bai Ling's Henren was shocked by this. Although he had seen Ling Pengyun fight against others in the past and knew that Ling Pengyun had extraordinary means, he did not expect Ling Pengyun's means to be so strong that he could compete with him when he was completely victorious. Then, his eyes kept turning between the magic weapons that Ling Pengyun had played and the 2 nether fire corpses whose extraordinary strength was enough to rival the fighting power of cultivators of the same level. The 2 nether fire corpses are particularly strong, both of which are comparable to the combat power of cultivators of the same level. I don't know how Ling Pengyun refined them. Although the grades of his magic weapons are not high, they are all top-notch among the best, and their power is not weak. In Ling Pengyun's hands, their power is greatly increased. With this person's own strength, I'm afraid he has the strength of a 6th-level giant. Under such circumstances, Ling Pengyun's means are enough to fight against a 7th-level giant strong man. Even if my cultivation base is as high as the 8th level of giant, I'm afraid it will be difficult to repel him with ordinary means. If I use the method of increasing strength, I have a chance to repel him, but the price is too high. The old Xuanyang from the Xuanyang sect is eyeing him covetously. It is not advisable to forcibly use the method of increasing strength to repel him. I didn't expect that the Ling family, who was just following behind my Bai Ling sect to pick up leaks in the early years, would have hardened its wings so quickly. This clan also needs to be on guard. If I had known this, I shouldn't have formed an alliance with the Ling family decades ago. This might have helped suppress the development of the Ling family. Thinking of this, Master Bai Ling also thought that if it weren't for the help of the Ling family, the great enemy of the Bai Ling sect, the Xuanyang sect, would not have been defeated. One powerful enemy is gone, and another one comes. It's really hard to survive in the Yen Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. Master Bai Ling sighed, then quietly put away the black flame, and then said to Ling Pengyun in the distance, "Fellow Taoist Ling, since you can find this place, I believe you also know what Master Wanchao's disciple Liu Nian has. If Liu Nian has the 2 golden elixir spirit objects that disappeared from the Wanchao sect, I can give you a share of the golden elixir spirit objects, but the 2 golden elixir spirit objects still need to be divided according to the 70% to 30% split when we destroyed the Wanchao sect. If you want to take a golden elixir spirit object, you need to pay 120,000 spiritual stones. The price of an ordinary golden elixir spirit object is about 300,000 spiritual stones. 2 portions would be 600,000 spiritual stones." Ling Pengyun, who was far away, heard this and hesitated for a while. He felt that this matter was fair. In addition, Bai Ling's Henren was very powerful. If he really provoked Bai Ling's Henren, he would probably be unable to resist and could only leave without success. Therefore, he nodded and replied, "Okay." Then, the 2 stopped tit for tat and turned their attacks to Liu Nian, who was blocked by a giant-level red gold bear hellfire corpse in the distance. After all, Liu Nian was a true disciple of Wanchao's Henren, And his wealth was not cheap. He carried a large number of third-level spiritual talismans. With those third-level spiritual talismans, this boy was able to block the attack of the giant-level Hellfire Corpse. Chapter 605, Obtaining a Golden Elixir Spirit Item, the Xiangxing Sect's Layout. However, under the joint attack of Ling Pengyun and Lingxiao, his defensive measures collapsed immediately. Liu Nian, who was full of ambition, was beheaded by Ling Pengyun's fire dragon sword with endless reluctance. Ling Pengyun intended to keep the golden winged Dapan under his seat, which had the blood of the golden core demon king, but the Dapan was directly attacked and died by the profound beast control method that Liu Nian had placed in the Dapan's body. Ling Pengyun and Lingxiao also looted Liu Nian's property and burned Liu Nian's body. The body of the golden winged Dapan was divided equally between the two. After doing this, the two found a secluded place nearby and used their spiritual consciousness to erase the spiritual consciousness imprints in the storage bags on Liu Nian's body. After all, Liu Nian was only a foundation-building cultivator, but in just half an hour, the two opened all 5 storage bags that they had looted from Liu Nian. A large number of spiritual objects also poured out immediately. However, Ling Pengyun and Lingxiao did not care about this matter. They continued to use their spiritual sense to scan those spiritual objects. Soon, the two found 2 third-level soul-locking jade boxes made of third-level soul-locking jade among the pile of spiritual objects. Third-level soul-locking jade boxes are extremely valuable, at least worth tens of thousands of spiritual stones, and the things earned in them must be extraordinary. Ling Pengyun sighed happily, and immediately, he and Lingxiao took one and opened it respectively. The two also saw that the 2 soul-locking jade boxes contained a third-level low-grade Yan'an fruit and a bottle of third-level Zhuanshan water. Yan'an fruit can strengthen the strength of meridians in a short time, and Zhuanshan water can strengthen spiritual sense in a short time. Seeing these 2 objects, the 2 faces were also happy. Ling Pengyun also shook the glass bottle containing a bottle of Zhuanshan water in his hand and spoke to Lingxiao. Dao Io Bailing, I want this Zhuanshan water. When I return to the clan, I will send someone to give you the difference of 120,000 spiritual stones for this giant and spiritual object. A trace of pain flashed across Lingxiao's face. After glancing at the 3 giant and realm demon corpses beside Ling Pengyun, he could only nod his head with a trace of helplessness. Okay. Ling Pengyun smiled and put the bottle of Zhuanshan water in his hand into the storage bag. The two of them also began to calculate the value of the other spiritual objects on Liu Nian. The value of these spiritual objects is not only high grade, but also of very good quality. There is even a 3rd grade lower grade breath retaining formation, a 3rd grade lower grade killing formation, a 3rd grade lower grade flying sword magic weapon, and a magic shield magic weapon. The unit price of these spiritual objects is at least 300,000 spiritual stones. The sum of the 4 objects is as high as 1.2 million spiritual stones. Adding the other property, the value of this batch of spiritual objects on Liu Nian is as high as 150 spiritual stones. In addition, Liu Nian also carried a large number of martial arts manuals. The Golden Rhine-breaking treasure manual, the martial arts of the 10,000 beast sect that was destroyed by the 10,000 beasts immortal before the sect was destroyed, as well as the 10,000 beast sect's core 3rd level beast control inheritance, 3rd level weapon refining inheritance, etc. are all here. Looking at these inheritances, Ling Pengyun's heart trembled. That Master Wanxiao probably placed the idea of supporting the Wanxiao sect on Liu Nian. But then again, Master Wanxiao is not a fool. When the Wanxiao sect was about to be breached, Master Wanxiao would rather destroy the core inheritances stored in the Wanxiao sect, but he felt confident to hand over these inheritance rubbings and various high-level spiritual objects to his true disciple Liu Nian to take out of the sect, so that they could be used to support the sect in the future. He must have been sure that his disciple Liu Nian would not be discovered by the world. In recent years, the men of Miling family's Dark Hall have been secretly following the men of the Bailing sect deployed in the territory of Yam State and the markets of other major Immortal Cultivation countries to search for the whereabouts of Liu Nian, but they have not gained anything. And the news of Liu Nian was not discovered by those men of the Bailing sect. How did this old ghost Bailing track down Liu Nian? This time, he was able to arrive in time and get a share of Liu Nian's spoils, not because he discovered Liu Nian's whereabouts. It was the manpower that Ling's Dark Hall had deployed in Bailing Gate. After sending a message to inform Master Bailing that he had left the sect, he quietly followed Master Bailing. The blue sea breath retaining technique that he practiced was very profound. With his 4th level Jaidan cultivation and his spiritual awareness comparable to the 6th level Jaidan, even a 9th level Jaidan cultivator would find it difficult to see through it. Master Bailing, who only had the 8th level Jaidan cultivation, had never noticed Ling Pengyun following him from afar. I have to ask the Dark Hall's manpower to find out about this, otherwise if Master Bailing uses that search method on my Ling family one day, it will be troublesome. Ling Pengyun muttered to himself. He would not ask directly, as this would be tantamount to exposing the fact that Ling's family had deployed manpower in Bailing Gate. After thinking about it, Ling Pengyun and Master Bailing first copied the martial arts manual on Liu Nian's body together, and then began to divide the benefits. Ling Pengyun considered that he was a 3rd-level low-grade weapon refiner with extraordinary weapon refinement skills. The 2 magic weapons here, one for attack and one for defense, were of ordinary quality, and it was useless for Ling to come to the breath-suppressing array. So he asked for the 3rd-level low-grade killing array without arrays, as well as a batch of spiritual objects worth 150,000 spiritual stones. He wanted to use the spiritual objects to pay for the difference of 120,000 yuan for the Zuanshan water he had taken before, but he didn't expect that Bailing Zhenren would not accept it. This matter made Ling Pengyun feel a little strange. After all, in the past, he had fought with Bailing Zhenren several times to share the benefits, and Bailing Zhenren had always agreed to make up the difference with spiritual objects. Moreover, the spiritual objects here were worth 150,000 spiritual stones, which was much higher than the difference of 120,000 yuan he needed to make up, but it would take a long time to sell them. Old Ghost Bailing is in urgent need of spiritual stones. Could it be that this old ghost is planning to buy some treasure? Or buy golden elixir spiritual objects? Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun was immediately certain. After all, he took away a golden elixir this time, and it was normal for Bailing Zhenren to buy one or more golden elixir to make up for it. After handling this matter, the two parted ways and returned to their respective bases. Bayun Mountains. A barren plain close to the boundless vast swamp, the only way for the demons to enter the Bayun Mountains. Liu Haojin, the 3rd elder of the Xiangxing sect who went to Lingxiao Mountain, the mountain of the Ling clan, to collect rent, kept walking east and west on this plain. Sometimes he would stop and squat on the ground to draw. He even buried some spiritual materials deep underground. After working like this for several days, Liu Haojin stopped. He touched the sweat on his forehead and flew into the air. He pinched his hands, and on the ground of this small plain covering nearly 100,000 miles, a series of seemingly chaotic but unique patterns suddenly appeared. If there were a formation master here, he might be able to detect those lines slightly, which were the formation lines. Seeing this, Liu Haojin was delighted. He also summoned a set of yellow seals that exuded the aura of a superior 3rd-grade magic weapon and threw them on the surface of the wasteland. However, just when those seals touched the ground, the 9 yellow seals flashed with a flash of light, merged into the depths of the ground, and disappeared. The lines that appeared on the surface of the wasteland seemed to have a bit more charm, and looked extremely powerful. Finally, this quasi-4th-rank Wu Earth meteorite array has been set up. 30 years should be enough time for the 9 formation instruments to absorb the power of the earth veins and achieve total victory. Now we just have to wait for the next monster rebellion to come. Once this formation is set up, we can kill more giant and monster kings to make it easier for the Yen Kingdom's giant to escape. Who knows, our sect will really have a chance to severely damage the Red Gold Bear clan, or even destroy the Red Gold Bear clan in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha. But then again, those giant forces in the Yen Kingdom forced away the Bayun Spirit Fox clan, the only veteran 3rd-rank top-grade formation master under the Red Gold Bear clan. It is really God's blessing on our sect. Without the Bayun Spirit Fox King, who is a veteran 3rd-rank top-grade formation master, the Red Gold Bear clan will find it difficult to detect the formation here. Ha ha ha. Liu Haojin went to the Ling family to collect rent just on the way, and his real purpose was to come here to set up the formation. Then, Liu Haojin waved his hand lightly, and the formation pattern that appeared on the surface of the wasteland dissipated into smoke. All the monsters and wild beasts that saw this scene on the wasteland were searched and killed by Liu Haojin, a great man with perfect golden elixir. This incident did not attract the attention of the monsters. After all, this place is a barren land. There are not even 30 spiritual veins in the tens of thousands of miles of land. The monsters don't look down on it at all, so how can they send monsters to garrison here? The monsters that can stay here are nothing more than some low-level monsters that can't survive in the monsters' territories. Even if they die, no monsters care. It won't be long before this barren land will naturally be flooded with other low-level monsters, and this place will be revived again. Chapter 606, Pengchu enters the Golden Core. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the 4 seasons rotate. This autumn was a good year. The cultivators who planted a large number of spiritual rice had a good harvest. Except for a little spiritual rice for their own consumption, the rest of the spiritual rice would be sold and converted into spiritual stones. This action also made the markets in various parts of Yan State become lively. Ling's Lingxiao Market, which was opened in the Lingxiao Ridge area within the Baiyun Mountains, was one of the largest markets in Yan State. At this time, it was naturally very lively. Compared with the liveliness in the market, the top of the spiritual mountain where Lingxiao Market was located was extremely quiet. However, in such an important place, there was a fire python that was 7 or 8 feet long, covered with fish-like red scales, with a finger-length sharp horn growing on the bulge on its head, and exuding the aura of a dragon. If someone with some knowledge, they would find that this fire python has achieved a half-dragon body, and is a fire dragon python. This fire dragon python was perched beside the gate of a cave with a plaque with the words Autumn Flame on it, as if it was guarding this cave. The cave guarded by this python was naturally not an ordinary cave. The spiritual energy in this cave was extremely rich, especially the spiritual energy in a training room at the deepest part of the cave, which had reached its peak. It faintly reached the spiritual energy produced by the 3rd-level spiritual vein. In addition, in this training room, there was an old monk with a dignified face, as if he was in a high position, with white hair, wrinkles on his face, and wearing a Taoist robe covered with flame patterns. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged here to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. I don't know how long it took, but the middle-aged monk's body was full of spiritual light, and a faint sound of breaking came from his dantian in the abdomen. His breath also rose rapidly in the next moment, reaching the state of perfect foundation building. When the strange phenomenon stopped, this person also opened his eyes. He felt the changes of breaking through to the state of perfect foundation building for the second time in his life, and a touch of ecstasy appeared on his face. It was a wise move to switch to the Fire Cloud treasure book in advance when building the foundation. This treasure book is worthy of being a nascent soul technique. The spiritual power cultivated with this technique is indeed pure, and even has some solidified spiritual power. With the help of these spiritual powers, it is indeed as recorded in the technique, and the chance of entering the golden core can be increased by at least half. In this way, with the pure spiritual power cultivated by the Fire Cloud treasure book, plus the 2 golden core spiritual objects, the demon-forming pill in Zuanshan water, which Brother Pengyun has found for me in recent years, and the breath of good fortune that Brother Pengyun passed on to me in the early years, and the help of the 7th-level explosive forging god technique, I have at least a 50% chance of entering the golden core realm. The golden core has hope. Although the effect of the demon-forming pill is the same as that of the golden core, this thing is used by the demon cultivators after all. If the righteous cultivators take it casually, it will cause the demonic energy to enter the body. Only with some secret techniques can the righteous cultivators use it safely. This will also damage the effectiveness of the demon-forming pill, reducing its effectiveness by half, and can only increase the probability of a cultivator breaking through the golden core by 15%. This majestic man is the owner of Lingxiao Market, Ling Pengyun. He had already raised his cultivation to the state of perfect foundation, building more than 10 years ago. Through the explosive forging god technique that can increase the strength of spiritual consciousness, he also had the spiritual consciousness of the golden core realm early on, so that he had the opportunity to try to break through the golden core. But at that time, because the family helped Yan Sidai, a cultivator who reached the state of perfect foundation building faster, to enter the golden core spiritual objects in the family were also consumed, and there were no other golden core spiritual objects to help Ling Pengyun enter the golden core realm. To be on the safe side, the family asked Ling Pengyun to wait for a few more days, and when the family got enough golden core spiritual objects, they would help him enter the golden core. Ling Pengyun naturally agreed to this. He knew his own situation. If he broke through the jade realm alone, even with the help of the key of good fortune and the explosion god forging technique, there was only a 20% chance of breaking through the Jindan realm. This probability was too small, and he was not sure that he could successfully enter the Jindan realm. As for the breakthrough, he would naturally take it as steady as possible. After all, the Jindan realm was already a great road for ordinary cultivators. What's more, Ling Pengyun's lifespan was short. Even with the help of Lingxiao's renewal of fate, he only had one chance to break through the Jindan realm. Once he missed it, he would watch his limited lifespan run out in this life. It would also disappoint the family that invested a lot of things to enhance his lifespan, to extend his life. Then, with nothing else to do, Ling Pengyun thought about the family's fire-based Yin-Yang technique Fire Cloud Treasure Book. The classics recorded that practicing this technique could have extremely pure spiritual power, reduce the difficulty of breaking through the Jindan realm, and increase the probability of condensing the Jindan by an additional half. With such benefits, and the fact that he could not obtain the golden elixir spiritual objects for the time being, he resolutely switched to practicing the Fire Cloud Treasure Book. After spending more than 10 years, he finally raised his cultivation to the perfect state of foundation building today. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun slowly stood up, left the practice room, and left the cave. The fire dragon python entrenched outside the cave gate was startled and woke up. When it saw that its master Ling Pengyun had come out of retreat, it actually opened its mouth and spoke human words. Congratulations to the master for switching to practice the great success of the technique. This fire python was the fire python that Yan Sidai gave him in his early years, which had already turned into a dragon. After many years, this fire python was tamed by Ling Pengyun, a powerful cultivator, with both kindness and force. In addition, this fire python had already turned into a half-dragon body with the help of Ling Pengyun, the master, who spared no expense to search for various spiritual objects related to dragons, and had the potential to far exceed that of monsters of the same level. In the future, at least he can enter the late stage of foundation building, and even perfect foundation building is not difficult. Ling Pengyun smiled and said something. Take me back to the Lingxiao Maturation Lake to find Grandpa Yunhong. The fire dragon python nodded slightly, and then took off into the air with spiritual power as the source. Ling Pengyun followed, jumped on the back of the dragon python, and rode the dragon python into the air. 1 year later. The immortal world in the boundless sea. The secret realm of Kanglan Bihai, under the Podan Peak. Ling Pengyun, who looked like an immortal, looked up at the top of the Podan Peak with a nervous look. It was not until a golden elixir aura spread from the top of the mountain and black calamity clouds gradually gathered in the sky above the Podan Peak that his hanging heart fell. A touch of ecstasy also rose on his face. As long as Pengyun uses the formation of Podan Peak to survive the thunder tribulation, my Ling family will also have as many as 4 Jindan. By then, in terms of the number of Jindan cultivators alone, only Bailing sect can surpass my Ling family. And if we count the Jindan demon corpses, the Jindan combat power of my Ling family is enough to be called the best in Yan state. Ha! It is not a dream to dominate Yan state in the future, and just when Ling Pengyun was happy, the Lord of Podan Peak, Master Lian, who was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock not far from him, was also alarmed by the strange phenomenon of Podan Peak. He looked at the calamity clouds that were constantly gathering in the sky of Podan Peak, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The Ling family has produced another Jindan. In just 40 years, 4 Jindan have been produced in succession. With this momentum, it will be no problem for them to become the old-fashioned Jindan power within 100 years. The luck of the Ling family is a little too strong. Perhaps the future of the Ling family is not limited to the Jindan power. It's a pity that I only have a few decades left to live, and it's difficult for me to see such a scene. It's a pity. 3 days later. The calamity cloud in the sky of Podan Peak also fell with the 9th thunder calamity. After the calamity cloud turned into a piece of nectar and fell, it dissipated into smoke. Not long after, a figure flew out of the mountain and landed in front of Ling Pengyun. This person was Ling Pengyun, who had just broken through the Jindan realm. After entering the Jindan realm, he also received a gift from heaven and earth, and his lifespan was extended by 300 years. The old appearance on his body also dissipated into smoke. Now, he has turned into a middle-aged appearance, and the white hair on his head has also turned black. Only his fierce and majestic temperament remained unchanged. He looked grateful and bowed to Ling Pengyun. My dear brother, I will never forget your kindness in achieving enlightenment today. From now on, My life will belong to you. As long as you give me an order, I will do my best to help you. He knew that the demon-forming pill and the Zhuanshan water that Ling Pengyun took when he broke through the Jinden realm recently were obtained by Ling Pengyun at various risks. Especially when he heard that Ling Pengyun had fought with Bai Lingxiao, who is at the 8th level of the Jinden realm, for the Zhuanshan water, which forced Bai Lingxiao to give in. He was even more shocked. He couldn't help but sweat for Ling Pengyun at that time. Ling Pengyun smiled when he heard this. Pengyu, there is no need to say more. Brothers are in my heart. Ling Pengyun nodded solemnly, turned around, and bowed to the Jinden perfection strongman Lei Yun's Henrin, who slowly stood up from a huge rock and walked over to express his gratitude. Thank you for lending me the formation in the mountains to help me resist the thunder tribulation. Lei Yun's Henrin waved his hand and invited me. You and I have a deep connection. There is no need to thank me for such a small matter. Friend Pengyu, now that you have entered the Jinden realm, I wonder if you are willing to join our sect as a guest elder like the other Jinden of your clan? Help our sect resist a holy demon sect. If you are willing, you can choose a Jinden technique or a 3rd level 100 arts inheritance from our sect. Ling Pengyun had already heard from Ling Pengyun and other Jinden in the clan about this matter. Kanglin Bahe sect helped him resist the thunder tribulation and was grateful to him. Moreover, this sect has a deep connection with the family. As a Jinden of the family, he has already had a cause and effect with this Kanglin Bahe sect. Under such circumstances, he naturally would not refuse this matter, and he agreed immediately. It is my honor to be a guest in your sect. I have the golden elixir technique, but as for the 100 arts, I am ashamed that I have not mastered any of them. I wonder if I can choose a 3rd level spiritual plant inheritance and give it to my brother. My brother is very talented, and his talent in spiritual plants is extraordinary. However, my brother is limited by the lack of spiritual plant inheritance, which has caused him to be stuck in the 2nd level of spiritual plants and difficult to improve. This is really a pity. I hope you can approve this. Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, had already known about this. Before Ling Pengyun entered the golden elixir stage, he learned that the sect would invite cultivators to join the sect and reward them with inheritance after they entered the golden elixir stage. Ling Pengyun had already expressed his intention to get a 3rd level spiritual plant inheritance for Ling Pengyun to help him reach a higher level in spiritual plants. Spiritual plant inheritance is extremely rare and has powerful effects. Ling Pengyun wanted to get it early, but it was a pity that this inheritance was extremely rare. No one has any of the Baiyun Spirit Fox clan, the old Jinden demon clan that was plundered by the Ling family earlier, or the Wanchao sect. Therefore, Ling Pengyun looked at Master Lian expectantly, wanting to get Master Lian's approval. But after hearing what Ling Pengyun said, Master Lian fell into hesitation. Ling Pengyun had a strong talent for spiritual plants, which he had known for a long time. After all, when Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong first entered the sect, they had been interrogated by the great array of questioning the heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607, Rumors of the 3rd level spiritual plant inheriting the dragon dual cultivation method. However, the value of the 3rd level spiritual plant inheritance is so extraordinary that Lei Yun's Henrin didn't know whether he should give it to Ling Pengyun. Hundreds of years ago, a complete 3rd level spiritual plant inheritance was circulated in a large market in the Boundless Sea, which attracted countless Jinden forces to scramble for it. In the end, the auction price of the 3rd level spiritual plant inheritance was pushed to more than 6.3 million spiritual stones before it was sold. The ordinary 3rd level 100 arts inheritance is only worth about 3 million spiritual stones on the market. Of course, the 3rd level spiritual plant inheritance can be auctioned at such a high price because of its efficacy. After the spiritual plant inheritance enters the 3rd level, it is like changing fate against the will of heaven. This inheritance is not only limited to increasing the growth rate of spiritual plants, but also records a special method of increasing lifespan. This inheritance was sold at such a high price precisely because of the method of increasing lifespan. After thinking for a while, Master Lei Yun considered that the Ling family's luck was really strong, and there might be more Jinden cultivators in the future. In this way, The Ling family could also become a great help for Kanglin Bahe sect to fight against the enemy sect Saint Demon sect. In addition, Ling Pengyun's cultivation talent was really fast, and his cultivation speed was not much different from that of Ling Pengyun's Master Bishu, who had the opportunity to try to break through the nascent soul realm in his early years. This person's achievements in the future will definitely be extraordinary. The only third-level upper-grade spiritual plant husband in Kanglin Bahe sect has a short lifespan, and it is time to fill this gap with a spiritual plant husband with extraordinary qualifications, and Ling Pengyun just has the opportunity to achieve that level of spiritual plant. For all these reasons, Master Lei Yun nodded lightly. Okay, I can give you this third-level spiritual plant inheritance. But I have an additional condition. That is, after 100 years, the nobles must provide our sect with at least 3 Juing grass of the same grade as fellow Taoist Pengyun spiritual plants every year. Of course, it would be even better if fellow Taoist Pengyun could stay in our sect and help us take care of the third-level spiritual plants in our sect. Our sect can even provide an additional amount of generous resources for fellow Taoist Pengyun. After hearing this, Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun breathed a sigh of relief, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on their faces. Ling Pengyun thanked Master Lian and declined. Senior Lei Yun, my family is in danger now. As a disciple of the family, I can't get out in a short time. It's difficult for me to help the sect take care of the third-level spiritual plants in the secret realm. I hope you can forgive me. But in the future, when our clan resolves the crisis and there is no storm that can affect our clan, I will definitely join the sect, serve the sect, and help the sect take care of the third-level spiritual plants in the secret realm. Although Master Lei Yun had already guessed that Ling Pengyun would refuse, he was still a little disappointed. As for the crisis that Ling Pengyun mentioned, he had already known it through the clan's secret inquiry. It was nothing more than the next monster rebellion and the revenge of the Red Gold Bear clan. Although Ling Pengyun and other Ling family golden elixirs had made a heavenly oath to do their best to help the sect resist the holy demon sect, in order to avoid accidents, the Kanglin Bahe sect still sent a lot of people to travel a long distance to sneak into the Yen kingdom of the northern wilderness Zeuxin realm, hiding in the dark to inquire about the movements of the Ling family. Except for some secret matters, Kanglin Bahe sect basically knows all the affairs of the Ling family. If this clan can survive the revenge of the Red Gold Bear clan during the Monster Rebellion and gain 100 years of peace, this clan will truly rise during that 100 years. This matter is equivalent to a test. But this matter is still a bit dangerous, and the sect should pay attention to it. If the Ling family's golden elixir is lost too much in the next Monster Rebellion, it will have an impact on Bishu's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage and resist the obstruction of the holy demon sect in a few decades. Master Lian thought about it carefully. Then, he spoke. Then I will wait for the day when you join the sect to help take care of the spiritual plants, and I will go to get the third-level spiritual plant inheritance. However, this spiritual plant inheritance is the same as the other golden elixir and 100 arts inheritances that the sect has given to your Ling family. They are all given according to the third-level lower, middle and upper grade inheritances. At the same time, fellow Taoist, you also need to make a heavenly oath. I will also place an additional restriction on this spiritual plant inheritance in your sea of consciousness to prevent accidents. After saying this, Master Lei Yun took off and rushed to the depths of the secret realm. After a while, when he returned, he handed a third-level lower-grade spiritual plant inheritance of the sect to Ling Pengyun to read. After Ling Pengyun wrote down all the contents, the inheritance was burned to ashes by Master Lei Yun. Ling Pengyun also made an oath with his cultivation. After Master Lei Yun placed another restriction in his sea of consciousness, he took Ling Pengyun and Master Lei Yun to leave, and returned to Master Bishu's place of cultivation, Bishu Island, to report the good news to his senior sister Wang Ying. His master, True Man Bishu, was still in seclusion, just like the last time he brought Yan Sai to the sect to use the formation to resist the thunder tribulation. Only his senior sister Wang Ying had time. Speaking of his senior sister Wang Ying, we have to say that his senior sister had recovered from the injury of breaking through the golden elixir alone decades ago, a few years ago. Now she has successfully condensed a middle-level golden elixir with the help of the golden elixir spirit, and entered the golden elixir. Bishu Island. When Wang Ying, who was already hospitable, saw that Ling Pengyun, the clan brother of Ling Pengyun, who had a very good relationship with her, had also entered the golden elixir, she immediately congratulated him. Then, She thought of Ling Pengyun, who had just entered the golden elixir, and she also needed to send a gift to congratulate him. Thinking about it carefully, she showed a trace of pain on her face, and her mind moved slightly. A huge wave suddenly appeared in the Bishu Lake around Bishu Island. A dragon covered with green fish-like scales, nearly 30 feet long, with a cultivation base of perfect foundation building and a 10-foot-long sharp horn on its head, jumped out of the water and rose into the air, landing next to Wang Ying. "Is this a wooden dragon?" Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun said in surprise at the same time. Wang Ying nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Yes, this wooden dragon is my natal spirit beast. I don't have anything good on hand that can be useful to giant and cultivator. A few months ago, I smelled the smell of the fire dragon python on Taoist Pengyun, and I also learned that Taoist Pengyun had a dragon python. It just so happens that my dragon belongs to the wood element. If I use the blood of my dragon to refine the dragon blood pill, I think it will be helpful for Taoist Pengyun to turn the fire dragon python into a dragon." After saying that, she took out a space magic tool glass bottle from her storage bag and placed it in front of the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon also understood, and endured the pain, using one claw to cut a small hole on its body, forcing out streams of blood into the glass bottle. It was filled with 300 kilograms of dragon blood. The wooden dragon felt a little weak, so it stopped. Wang Ying also handed the glass bottle containing 300 kilograms of dragon blood to Ling Pengyun, saying with a smile, "Dao Pengyun, this is my gift to congratulate you on your entry into the golden core stage." Ling Pengyun and even Ling Pengyun beside him were shocked by Wang Ying's behavior. They only had one thought in their minds, that is, senior sister Wang Ying was really generous. 300 kilograms of dragon blood, even for that huge wooden dragon, is not a small amount. This blood is at least 1/3 of the ordinary dragon blood in its body. If it wants to recover, it will take at least 10 years for the wooden dragon, and this is with the help of spiritual objects that can restore ki and blood. If the wooden dragon relied on itself, it would take at least 50 years or even longer to recover the 300 kilograms of blood. "Senior sister Wang Ying, I cannot accept such a great gift," Ling Pengyun said with a wry smile. "Little brother Pengyun, you are so polite. You are the cousin of junior brother Pengyun, which means you are my cousin. Besides, a few months ago, when you came to the sect to see me, your grandfather Yunhong used the 10 third-level low-grade Joan grass that I entrusted junior brother Pengyun and sister Sai to bring him to refine as many as 38 Joan pills. I got a lot of benefits from this. I have to give back such a great gift. Besides, I also have a little idea. Although my wood dragon has a strong bloodline and turned into a dragon early, after it refines the secret method of a demon beast in my sect, it will try to break through the golden elixir soon. However, after my wood dragon enters the golden elixir realm, the speed of its cultivation will probably be much slower. And my sect happens to have a technique for practicing both fire dragons and wood dragons. If the fire dragon python in your body, little brother Pengyun, can turn into a dragon, I think the probability of it entering the golden elixir is also high. When the time comes, my wood dragon and your fire dragon will practice the secret method of dual cultivation, and the cultivation speed will be extremely fast. Little brother Pengyun, you can accept my 300 kilograms of wood dragon blood. I am waiting for your fire dragon to transform into a dragon and enter the golden elixir realm," Wang Ying said with a smile. Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun were surprised to hear this. This was the first time they heard of the dual cultivation of monsters. They were quite interested in this matter. Ling Pengyun was also persuaded and accepted the blood of the wood dragon. He also thanked Wang Ying. Ling Pengyun fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he asked Wang Ying, "Senior sister, Earth produces gold. I wonder if the sect has the method of dual cultivation of gold dragon and earth dragon." Wang Ying's expression moved. She guessed Ling Pengyun's thoughts and smiled. "Of course there are. Although the sect is not strong now, and the number of golden elixirs is not as many as some ordinary Yuanying forces, there is only one Yuanying's engine. But the sect has at least continued for tens of thousands of years in the boundless sea. 10,000 years ago, the sect had 4 Yuanying's engines, which was the best in the entire boundless sea cultivation world. Don't mention the method of dual cultivation of golden dragons and earth dragons. As long as it is the dual cultivation method of 5 elements dragons, the sect has it. As long as you can find an earth dragon, the dual cultivation method is easy to get. Junior brother, Are you planning to find a few earth dragons to dual cultivate with the 4 golden dragons in the hands of Qingshi, the only son of you and sister Sai? Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up, and he did not hide his thoughts and said with a smile. Yes, if you can really find a few earth dragons, the cultivation speed of the golden dragons in Qingshi's hands can be faster. Then you have worked hard. Dragons are extremely difficult to find, let alone a few earth dragons. Wang Ying said with a smile. Thanks. 733 points of reward from Mie Beer. Thanks. 100 points of reward from Ling Luo Zhi Dang. Thanks to Xiang Yihashi Xiang Yu, safe and healthy is the greatest wealth. Lung Tanager, 955, Homeowner Daddy, Book Friend 20230124173627208, Book Friend 2023062217710269116, The Fish That Slips Through the Net in Quality Education, Book Friend 20220526183117048, Book Friend 20230202182050117, Arrogant Little Brother Ma, Defang, Dans Hu Zilling, Book Friend 20230219003551989, Tixu Yixuan, Yu Mayang Dao Treading on Dong Ying, Mick Dul, Wei Feng Kinglian, Future Wupin, Daniel, Book Friend 20190405200334200, Cao 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 Sunset, Kirizong, Book Friend 20190704212448769, Book Friend 20230321074355841, Book Friend 20200224104145696, Book Friend 20180227122756163, Book Friend 202103011069541322356, Yuxing 9999, Don't Understand Books, Nut. Heart Mirror, Book Friend 20180622123352790, Zangsuxin Monthly Ticket, thanks for your support. Chapter 608 Obtaining the 4th Level Spirit Talisman. While Ling Pengyun, Wang Ying, Ling Pengyun and others were chatting, a huge spiritual power fluctuation suddenly came from a bamboo building in the center of Bishu Island. A huge suction force also emerged. The next moment, the rich spiritual energy on Bishu Island poured into the bamboo building. Is this a scene of breakthrough? Could it be that Master is breaking through? Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's face suddenly raised a touch of joy. Master has finally taken the last step and is about to enter the golden core perfection. His master is naturally the owner of Bishu Island, Bishu's Henren. Although he has only been a disciple for 30 or 40 years. But Bishu's Henren, for the sake of Ling's ancestor Lingzhu, takes good care of Ling's cultivators and never skimps on various benefits. Ling Pengyun also respects this teacher from the bottom of his heart and has long regarded him as his elder. Now that Bishu's Henren is about to enter the golden core perfection and has the opportunity to try to impact the nascent soul realm, he is naturally happy. Meanwhile, Wang Ying, the senior sister next to Ling Pengyun, was even more ecstatic, with her eyes full of anticipation. She dared not be distracted for a moment, and had been staring at the bamboo building where the unusual movement came from, wanting to see the moment when true man Bishu successfully broke through. Ling Pengyun, who was not familiar with true man Bishu, had only envy and a hint of anticipation in his heart. I wonder if I will have the opportunity in this life to enter the realm of golden core perfection like true man Bishu, who has done a favor to my Ling family. When he entered the golden core before, although he took a demon-forming pill containing impurities, with the help of the yin-yang Taichu Qi that Ling Pengyun had passed on to him in his early years, the impurities in the pill did not affect his condensation of the golden core. He still condensed a middle-level golden core, and had a few chances to enter the late stage of the golden core. Although the probability of entering the golden core perfection is low, it is not without chance. After a few days, when the unusual movement stopped, the door of the bamboo building where the unusual movement came from also opened. A middle-aged man wearing a blue Taoist robe, exuding the aura of a perfect golden elixir, and with a scholarly air, walked out slowly with a smile on his face, just like a scholar monk who went to Beijing to take the imperial examination. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun and others bowed to congratulate him. Congratulations, Master, for reaching the state of perfect golden elixir. There is hope for the future of the nascent soul. This scholar monk was none other than True Man Bishu. Hearing the congratulations from everyone, his face became even happier. Haha, you kids can talk. Then, he fixed his eyes on his disciple Ling Pengyun and said to him with a smile. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. I didn't expect that you would enter the 4th level of the Golden Core realm so quickly. Your progress in cultivation is not much different from mine at the beginning. In the sect today, I'm afraid that only a disciple with a spiritual body that the sect master accepted a few years ago can keep up with your cultivation speed after entering the Golden Core realm. You have such a good talent. Are you interested in officially joining the sect? With our relationship, as long as you sign the Yuan Han contract and pledge allegiance to the sect will certainly not be stingy with you and will definitely train you as a core disciple. Perhaps, one day, you will have the opportunity to explore the Yuanying realm like me. Ling Pengyun said with a bitter look on his face when he heard this. Master's intention. Disciple understands. However, our clan is not weak now, and it is more than enough to provide me with cultivation resources. Besides, even if disciple joins the sect, after all, disciple is not one of those who have been cultivated by the sect since childhood. Although the sect will not be stingy with ordinary cultivation resources, when it comes to nascent soul spiritual objects, the sect may hesitate to give them to me. And master, you just said that the sect master has accepted a disciple with a spiritual body, and you, master, are close to the nascent soul realm. No matter what, if the sect obtains nascent soul spiritual objects in the future, I am afraid they will be left to the cultivator with a spiritual body and you, master. It can only be said that disciple is not destined to join the sect. Upon hearing this, True Man Bishu glanced at Ling Pengyun, the disciple with a good cultivation speed, with a hint of regret, and sighed in his heart. It's a pity to waste such a good seedling, but if this child can show some performance when I go out of the sect to attack the nascent soul in a few decades and the people from the holy demon sect come to stop me, then if I enter the nascent soul in the future, I can help this child. It's not impossible. Thinking back, he looked at Ling Pengyun, who was a little unfamiliar and exuded a layer of giant aura, and asked Ling Pengyun with a little doubt. Pengyun, who is this? Ling Pengyun explained with a hint of joy. Master, this is my cousin. This time I came to the sect from the northern wilderness Immortal Cultivation realm to take my cousin to borrow the sect's formation and overcome the thunder tribulation. Fortunately, my cousin's luck is not weak and he successfully entered the Jinden realm. Now, my cousin has accepted the call of Senior Lion and entered the sect as a leisurely guest. True Man Bishu's expression moved slightly and said with a smile. This is a good thing. The sect has one more Jinden cultivator. It is a happy event that young friend Pengyun can enter the Jinden stage. This is a top-grade 3rd level Bingpo Zuamshu talisman that I refined myself. It is a gift for young friend to enter the Jinden stage. Ling Pengyun had heard about the power of Bingpo Zuamshu talisman, which is comparable to the full-strength attack of a 9th level Jinden cultivator. He was very excited about this talisman. Turning his head to look at Ling Pengyun, he saw Ling Pengyun nodded, and he took the talisman with a happy face and thanked Master Bishu. Master Bishu waved his hand and said, no need to be polite, we are all family. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a while, and when night fell, everyone stopped. Ling Pengyun, a cultivator who was also a spiritual chef, also cooked a table of spiritual food and ate with everyone. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun were kept on Bishu Island by Bishu's Henren for half a month to discuss the Dao with him. Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun gained a lot from this discussion. Ling Pengyun even felt that the bottleneck of the 5th level of Jinden was somewhat loose. When he raised his cultivation to the peak of the 4th level of Jinden in the future, it would not take much effort to break this bottleneck. Ling Pengyun, a cultivator who had just entered the 1st level of Jinden, felt like he had opened up a new world. He was sure that the bottlenecks of the 2nd and 3rd levels of Jinden would not be able to trap him for long. With such benefits, the two of them could not help but sigh at the benefits of having a high level of cultivation to guide their cultivation. Of course, this was also because the Ling family's foundation was a little weak, and the two had never come into contact with some theories about the Dao before. After the discussion ended, the two thanked Bishu's Henren and prepared to leave. However, Ling Pengyun was called by Bishu's Henren to a bamboo building on the island. Pengyun, I heard that your Ling family offended a Yuanying demon tribe in the northern wilderness cultivation world a few years ago. This matter is somewhat dangerous. This is a talisman I refined a few years ago. Take it. I hope this talisman can help your Ling family resolve some crises. Bishu Zhenren patted the storage bag on his waist, took out a jade box from it, handed it to Ling Pengyun, and said. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun curiously opened the jade box. An aura far superior to the third-level talisman immediately spread from it. And inside the jade box, there was a talisman depicting a nice blue phoenix. A superior third-level, top-grade talisman. No. This aura is several times stronger than the third-level, top-grade Bingpo Zhuanshu talisman drawn by Master. It even has the power of a fourth-level talisman. Could it be that this talisman is a quasi-fourth-level talisman? Ling Pengyun looked at the talisman and was shocked. Although the quasi-fourth-order talisman is not a true fourth-order talisman, it has 30% of the power of a full-strength attack by a powerful Yin-Yang-level warrior. Once this talisman is offered, ordinary giant and perfect cultivators may not be sure to take it. And the difficulty of drawing such a powerful talisman is naturally very high. What's more, Bishu Zhenren's current cultivation is only at the giant and perfect realm. Bishu Zhenren can cross the realm and master the means of drawing fourth-order talismans in advance, which is enough to show Bishu Zhenren's super strong understanding in drawing talismans. When Master officially enters the Yin-Yang realm, I'm afraid it won't be long before the sect will have another fourth-order talisman maker. Ling Pengyun sighed secretly, and then he expressed his gratitude. This talisman is really useful to my disciple, so I won't be polite to you, Master. Today, Master's gift of treasures, I will repay you in full when Master goes out of the secret realm to try to break through the Yin-Yang and is stopped by the holy demon sect. When Bishu Zhenren heard this, he showed satisfaction on his face. Ling Pengyun's words were exactly what he wanted. Although he could draw powerful quasi-fourth-level talismans, his success rate in drawing such talismans was not high. Now, he only had 5 talismans of this grade on hand. The reason why he was willing to give one of these talismans to Ling Pengyun this time was to help the Ling family, where Ling Pengyun was, avoid the revenge of the Yin-Yang demon clan and preserve their strength. In this way, when he went out to the secret realm in the future to try to break through the Yin-Yang, even if the enemy sect's people from the holy demon sect came to find him, with the help of the 4 Jindan of the Ling family, the sect's probability of resisting the demon cultivators of the holy demon sect would be greater. His chance of breaking through the Yin-Yang realm would also be indirectly increased. When a cultivator breaks through the Yin-Yang, the movement is greater than that of breaking through the Jindan, and it can at least cause strange phenomena within a territory of tens of millions of miles. The holy demon sect has deployed a large number of people in various seas in the boundless sea to search for the disciples of the Kanglan Baha'i sect in the outside world. Once the Bishu Zhenren goes to the outside world to break through the Yin-Yang, there is a high probability that his traces will be found. I remember what you said. Encourage the rest of the Jindan in your clan to practice hard and improve their cultivation to the middle Jindan stage as soon as possible. It's the same as before. If you haven't reached the middle Jindan stage, it's still quite dangerous to face the Saint Demon sect monks. It's hard to protect yourself. The cultivation resources of the Jindan stage are not much after the sect lost the external spiritual veins. It's hard for me to support you too much. Don't be interested. Bishu Zhenren said with a smile. Understood, Master. Ling Pengyun's expression condensed and said solemnly. Well, let's go. Bishu Zhenren waved his hand and said to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun nodded and turned to leave the bamboo building. Then, he took Ling Pengyun, who had been waiting on the island for a long time, to leave Bishu Island and leave the secret realm through the mountain gate. Chapter 609, Division Situation, Let On Feng marry again. A few months later. Wubianhe Xiuxin Realm. Muyuanhe. Guiling Island. 2 shadows took advantage of the darkness and quietly entered a courtyard in the mountain without disturbing the mountain protection formation of the Han clan. After some intentional noises, a light appeared in a small house in the courtyard, and the door of the small house opened. A cultivator who looked middle-aged, but with a hunchback, a decayed aura, and a weak vitality, and looked relatively stable, and a beautiful middle-aged woman with a scholarly air and a ladylike temperament, slowly walked out. When the 2 saw 2 familiar figures standing in the courtyard, they immediately showed joy on their faces. The steady middle-aged cultivator also smiled at the 2 familiar figures. I haven't seen you for a few years. My dear brother, your cultivation has become more and more unfathomable. Hey, you are here too, Brother Pengyun. You are here to see me. By the way, my dear brother, Brother Pengyun, have there been any changes in the family in recent years? How is the Lingxiao market managed by you, Brother Pengyun? How is Qingshi's cultivation? This person was Ling Pengyun, who was sent by the Ling family to manage the Han family more than 20 years ago. He hadn't seen his family members for many years, so he became a little nagging. He asked several questions in a row before he stopped. The beautiful middle-aged woman next to him was his wife Liu Mengting. They had a son named Ling Qingshi more than 10 years ago. Their son Ling Qingshi was a gold and earth dual spiritual root with extraordinary talent. In his early years, he was taken back to a family with more resources by Ling Pengyun and Yan Xiyi to be cultivated. Because Ling Qingshi's cultivation was not high and he had not entered the foundation building stage, Ling Pengyun did not bring Ling Qingshi back when he came to the Immortal Cultivation world in the Boundless Sea this time. As for a few months ago, Ling Pengyun was anxious to let Ling Pengyun try to break through the golden elixir, so he did not spend time here to talk with Ling Pengyun. The two people in the center of the courtyard were naturally Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun. Seeing that Ling Pengyun looked like he had a short lifespan, they both felt a little complicated. Especially Ling Pengyun. He and Ling Pengyun came from the same village and grew up together. After being tested by the family for their spiritual roots, when they first entered the Tao, they also supported each other and walked the Tao together. It was just because of their cultivation qualifications that the gap between the two became larger and larger. Now that he has entered the golden elixir, he is no longer in danger of lifespan, but seeing that his brother Ling Pengyun is still suffering from lifespan, he feels very uncomfortable. For a moment, Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun had no intention of answering Ling Pengyun's questions. Ling Pengyun sighed helplessly, walked forward, took out 6 rare second-level life-increasing items that the family had collected through various means in recent years from the storage bag, and handed them to Ling Pengyun. Brother Pengyun, I won't talk too much about small talk. You should take these 6 life-enhancing items first. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun's heart suddenly warmed up. From this incident, he could feel that the family had not forgotten him, the elder of the family. He was more motivated to rely on the power of the Han family to unify Guiling Island and set up branches for the family. After thanking Ling Pengyun, he took the life-enhancing items, sat cross-legged on the ground, swallowed the 6 life-enhancing items one by one and refined them. After half a month, after Ling Pengyun refined the 6 second-level life-enhancing items, he also increased his life by 20 to 30 years. His decaying vitality also became stronger, and there was no trace of a short life. This move made Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun and others very happy. Everyone also chatted afterwards. Ling Pengyun also learned about the family's current situation through Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun. He also knew about Ling Pengyun's golden elixir. This made Ling Pengyun very happy. Ling Pengyun also learned from Ling Pengyun that the sea monsters he had instigated attacked the island that year, causing heavy losses to the other 4 foundation-building forces on Guiling Island. The Han family, which had Han Feng, the patriarch of the Han family, Ling Pengyun, and Feng Yingpeng, 3 foundation-building forces, and Wan Zhuan, a servant Ling Pengyun had accepted in his early years, took the opportunity to successively destroy 2 foundation-building families that had suffered heavy losses and were already in decline. They occupied nearly 8,000 miles of land on Guiling Island, obtained more than 80 spiritual veins, and 3 second-level spiritual veins, becoming a powerful force on Guiling Island second only to the old foundation-building family Liu family. Today, there are only 3 foundation-building forces left on Guiling Island, namely the Han family, the Liu family, a veteran foundation-building force with 3 foundation-building masters, and the Zhang family, a veteran foundation-building force with a late-stage foundation-building spirit beast and a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator. The number of cultivators in the Han family has also reached more than 50 over the years, of which more than 20 are real Han family members, and there are more cultivators who are members of the Ling family but are openly Han family members, more than 30. There are more than 50 guest officials recruited, and their cultivation is at least above the mid-stage of key training. The Han family's finances are also relatively good now. In addition to the normal salaries given to the family members and guest officials, the Han family can save thousands of spirit stones every year. Ling Pengyun also immediately took nearly 10,000 spirit stones from the Han family treasury and gave them to Ling Pengyun. The branch of the family deployed here is thriving and even profitable, which is a good thing. Brother Pengyun, you did a good job. Is there any spiritual object you want? As long as I can find it, I will find it for you. Ling Pengyun looked at the storage bag in his hand that contains nearly 10,000 spiritual waters and said with a smile, "My dear, the 6 second-level life-enhancing items you gave me before are worth at least 1,000 each. The 6 spiritual objects combined into one are probably worth tens of thousands of spiritual stones. I am satisfied with those spiritual objects. My dear, I really can't afford you to find spiritual objects for me again." Ling Pengyun said seriously. "You have done a great job. You won the prize for this. Since you don't want to mention the spiritual objects, I will give you the credit for this time to Qingshi. After he enters the foundation building stage, I will prepare the best materials for refining his own magic tools and help him refine several potential magic tools." Ling Pengyun said with a smile when he saw Ling Pengyun's look. Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up when he heard this. "I thank you on behalf of Qingshi." Ling Pengyun waved his hand. "This is what you deserve. I just gave the credit to Qingshi. By the way, Brother Pengyun, Wan Zhuan, who I deployed in the largest Muiyan market in this Muiyan Sea in the early years and was specifically responsible for gathering all kinds of information about the Boundless Sea for the branch, has entered the foundation building stage. How have he and Han Feng, the nominal clan leader of the Han family, performed recently? Have they shown any signs of treason?" Ling Pengyun smiled when he heard this, with a confident look on his face. Wan Zhuan was born as a casual cultivator. He dares to fight and is a good fighter who emerged from the sea of blood. He has a very solid foundation. With the help of several second-rate foundation building spiritual objects given by the branch that year, he entered the foundation building realm very smoothly. And he and Han Feng have both seen that I am the Ling family's golden elixir force, and you, my brother, have set up special restrictions in their sea of consciousness. How dare they have any other thoughts? In recent years, these two people have been very honest. Their performance is also very good, especially Wan Zhuan, who cares about the affairs of the branch. Back then, when the branch destroyed the two declining foundation building families on Guiling Island, although Wan Zhuan had just entered the foundation building realm not long ago, this person rushed into battle faster than me. Even if he was injured, he would kill the hostile foundation building cultivators. In terms of gathering information, this person also did a very good job, without any flaws. It is worth mentioning that with the support of the branch's resources and the help of the shop he opened in Muiyan Market, his cultivation has now been raised to the 3rd level of foundation building, and his cultivation speed is not slow. Han Feng, the nominal patriarch of the Han family, is a little special. Although he obeys my orders, he rarely manages the affairs of the Han family on weekdays. He is usually in seclusion to break through his cultivation, and looks like a hard-working cultivator. Because this person has been in foundation building for nearly 20 years, and he has no shortage of resources, his cultivation has also been raised to the 4th level of foundation building. But this person is convenient for me to manage the branch. Ling Pengyun murmured. Ling Pengyun heard this and his expression moved. If you put it that way, these two people are really good. However, Wan Zhuan is so concerned about family affairs, I think he also placed his cultivation expectations on the family, and wanted to enter a higher realm through the family. And Han Feng is probably also a smart person. He knows that the Han family is difficult to get rid of the family's control, so it is better to concentrate on pursuing the Tao, so he became a hard cultivator. Pengyun, bring me all the information about the Boundless Sea that Wan Zhuan has collected in recent years. Ling Pengyun usually works at home. When he heard Ling Pengyun's question, he immediately returned to study in the courtyard and moved out a large number of classics that recorded the information of the Boundless Sea cultivation world in recent years. Ling Pengyun raised his hand and waved, suspending all these classics in the air. I saw that those classics kept turning pages automatically and rapidly, and Ling Pengyun's consciousness kept scanning them, with the meaning of reading 1,000 books at a glance. In less than 1,000 breaths, Ling Pengyun relied on the powerful golden elixir consciousness to read all the contents of those classics. Afterwards, he said to Ling Pengyun, "Pengyun, call Han Feng and Wan Zhuan here one by one." Ling Pengyun nodded lightly, and then he played a communication talisman and crushed a mother-child communication token. Not long after, Han Feng, the patriarch of the Han family, who is already in the Han family mountain, came to Ling Pengyun's courtyard. Over the past 10 years, Han Feng, who was originally a little honest, has changed a lot. This appearance does not refer to his appearance, but his temperament. His appearance is not much different from that of more than 10 years ago. And his temperament, perhaps because of his long-term seclusion, he now has an extraordinary temperament and is quite immortal. When this person saw Ling Pengyun, the golden elixir of the Ling family, in the courtyard of Ling Pengyun, his expression moved slightly. However, he soon returned to normal, and he also bowed to Ling Pengyun and greeted him. Junior Han Feng, meet Grandmaster Ling. Ling Pengyun nodded slightly, fixed his eyes on Han Feng, praised him, and said, I heard from Pengyun that you are devoted to Taoism and no longer care about worldly affairs. Han Feng heard this, looked at his master Ling Pengyun, and then replied, Grandmaster, the progress of the junior's cultivation is just slow, so I can only break through the bottleneck through long-term seclusion. Ling Pengyun didn't care about this and continued. I will give you a chance to enter the late stage of foundation building, do you want it? Han Feng's eyes flashed, and his heart was immediately moved. Although he broke through to the 4th level of foundation building in just over 20 years, he knew that this was somewhat a trick of using spiritual objects for cultivation. The bottleneck of the middle stage of foundation building is much stronger than the bottleneck of the early stage of foundation building. Now, he has been in the 4th level of foundation building for 4 years, but he still hasn't reached the bottleneck of the 5th level of foundation building. It is even more distant to break through this realm. Whether he can enter the late stage of foundation building, this is really hard to say. Now that there was an opportunity in front of him, he naturally didn't want to miss it, so he immediately said, I want this opportunity, Senior, do you have anything to tell me? He was not stupid, and Ling Pengyun was not his elder, so if he could give him an opportunity, he would need him to do something. Ling Pengyun's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he spoke, Marriage. Chapter 610 Layout. Han Feng was not opposed to marriage. After all, in order to seek the opportunity to build a foundation, he had married a female cultivator from the Zhao family, his family's enemy. But after the Zhao family was destroyed, the female cultivator was also killed by him. Han Feng asked in confusion. Marriage? I wonder which force the ancestor wants me to marry. Ling Pengyun said indifferently. The Shanhaichu family is the strongest in the 500,000-mile sea area around Guiling Island. If the marriage is successful, after joining this family, help me find out whether it is really difficult for the Chu family to produce a fake dantian, and use the power of this family to help my family unify Guiling Island as soon as possible. After the matter is completed, I will help you enter the late stage of foundation building within 20 years. Han Feng was shocked when he heard this. The Shanhaichu family is a very famous giant force in the hundreds of thousands of miles of sea around Guiling Island. In every era, this family has a giant ancestor sitting in charge. It is even said that this clan had 5 giant masters over 2,000 years ago, and they were very popular in the Muiwan Sea. However, since then, the luck of this clan has been exhausted, and it has gradually begun to decline. There is a lack of successors, and fewer giant monks have been born in this clan. This is even more so in the past 1,000 years. None of the monks of the Chu family have entered the real giant realm. Of course, this clan is an old giant force after all, with a very deep foundation. With the blessing of the ancestors, this clan has also created several fake Dan masters to sit in the clan over the past 1,000 years, which can be regarded as stabilizing the family situation and preventing it from being demoted to a foundation building force or being destroyed by the enemy family. However, the decline of the Chu family has always existed. It can be seen from the fact that the current fake Dan realm ancestor of the Chu family is over 470 or 80 years old and has not much life left, but the Chu family has not produced any new fake Dan masters or giant masters. This matter has also caused a stir in the Muiwan Sea area. Even several hostile forces of the Chu family have begun to slowly erode the spiritual island under the command of the Chu family. When the Chu family's fake Dan ancestors' lifespan is exhausted, the Chu family will probably be in trouble. After thinking about it carefully, Han Feng probably understood Ling Pengyun's intention, but he frowned and said, "Senior, the Chu family is in a turbulent water. According to the information inquired by fellow Taoist Wan Zhuan, the Yanshan Bai family and the Jinlin Wang family, both of which have 2 giant ancestors, have long been eyeing the Chu family. If we intervene, it may bring disaster. Besides, my cultivation is not high, and my aptitude is not high. It may be very difficult to become a Taoist partner with the Chu family's female cultivator. Ling Pengyun smiled confidently. The Yanshanbai family and the Jinlin Wang family each have only 2 giant cultivators in charge. They are nothing more than a bunch of chickens and dogs. There is no need to worry. Just do what I tell you. As for your cultivation and aptitude, they are not a problem. With the Chu family now surrounded by enemies, I'm afraid they are also eager for external aid. Although the Han family is not strong now, they also have 3 foundation building warriors in charge. As long as you can have some feelings for the female cultivators of the Chu family will certainly be very willing to do you a favor and let you marry the female cultivator of the Chu family and facilitate a marriage with the Han family. Han Feng's eyes trembled when he heard this. He looked at Ling Pengyun, saw his expression, and muttered in his heart. Could it be that the Ling family is stronger than the 2 giant forces of the Yanshanbai family and the Jinlin Wang family? Although he had already known that the ancestor Ling Pengyun in front of him had entered the giant stage, he did not know the situation of the Ling family. After all, he was just an outsider, and the Ling family was located in the rest of the Immortal Cultivation world, so it was naturally difficult for him to find out the news there. Then, he replied. The ancestor ordered, and the younger generation will definitely do it. Ling Pengyun drove people away. Afterwards, I will arrange for someone to find an opportunity for you to contact the daughter of the senior member of the Chu family. Retreat. Han Feng nodded lightly and left the place honestly. After Ling Pengyun and others who were still in the courtyard chatted for a while, they entered the guest room of this courtyard under the arrangement of Ling Pengyun to rest. They waited for more than 10 days. Until this night, Wan Zhuan, who is Ling Pengyun's servant, rushed to the Han family mountain from Muiuanfang market, a million miles away. Wan Zhuan, who had been active in the business world of Muiuanfang market for many years, had long lost his ruthlessness, leaving only the aura of a businessman. He glanced around and saw the familiar figure slowly walking out of the guest room in the courtyard. His body trembled suddenly. When he saw that the ancestor Ling Pengyun was no different from more than 10 years ago, his face had not changed at all. Moreover, Ling Pengyun's aura was even more unfathomable than more than 10 years ago, and he immediately felt fear in his heart. When he thought that Ling Pengyun had helped him enter the foundation building realm by just giving him some benefits, he also showed excitement on his face. Over the years, he had done his best for the branch, just to see the ancestor Ling Pengyun again, so as to seek a better reward from the ancestor. Immediately, he knelt down in front of Ling Pengyun and said respectfully, "Your servant Wan Zhuan pays respect to the ancestor. I haven't seen the ancestor for many years, and the ancestor is still as graceful as ever." Over the years, the servant has been thinking about seeing the ancestor all the time. Today, the ancestor summoned the servant, and the servant is really happy. Ling Pengyun heard this and muttered in his heart. It really looks like a servant, not bad, he is flexible and can do great things. Then, he interrupted Wan Zhuan's constant flattery and sent out a spiritual power to help Wan Zhuan up. "Okay, get up. I summoned you this time because I heard that you have performed well in recent years. This is a 2nd-level low-grade miasma-breaking pill. When your cultivation reaches the peak of the 3rd level of foundation building, taking this pill should help you break through to the 4th level of foundation building without any problem. This sword is a 2nd-level high-grade magic weapon, and its power is also quite good. Take them." After saying that, Ling Pengyun took out a medicine bottle and a golden sword from the storage bag and threw them to Wan Zhuan. After hearing Ling Pengyun's introduction, Wan Zhuan looked at the medicine bottle and the sword he had just received, his eyes sparkling. Although the 2nd-grade inferior miasma-breaking pill was available on the market, the price was high. Even though he had the support of the Ling branch and ran a shop in Muian market, he also had some dividends. However, it was very difficult for him to buy another miasma-breaking pill of this grade while continuing to practice. The price of the 2nd-grade superior flying sword was even more expensive. Such a magical weapon could be sold for at least 6,000 spirit stones on the market. Even if he was sold, he couldn't afford it. It's good to lean on a big tree. I followed the right person this time. Wan Zhuan was secretly delighted, and then he knelt on the ground again and kowtowed to Ling Pengyun. "Grandmaster, your kindness, your servant Wan Zhuan will definitely remember it in my heart. In the future, your servant will definitely exert greater strength to help the Han family." Seeing Wan Sun so considerate, Ling Pengyun was very satisfied. "Okay, I'll see what you do in the future. However, if I know that you have a different mind, you should know the consequences." Wan Zhuan, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled and couldn't help but think of the restriction set by Ling Pengyun in his mind. With this restriction, Ling Pengyun could destroy his soul in a moment. Please rest assured, ancestor, I will do my best to do what you ordered. Ling Pengyun nodded. Well, tell me about the situation of the Yuanying forces in the Wubianhe area that are in the midst of a war that you have inquired about in the past 6 months. The Muiuanfang city where Wanzhuan is located is too far away from Guiling Island. Therefore, every 6 months, Wanzhuan will secretly return to Guiling Island and pass on the news he has inquired about in the previous 6 months to the Han family. In this way, there will be a time difference during this period. Okay, ancestor, let me first talk about the battle between the Muing Immortal sect and the Yuanying Force Demon Clan Zuanbin Giant Whale Clan, which is the closest to here. At present, the two major forces have been fighting for more than 10 years, and the battle location is in the Angry Whale Sea area under the command of the Muing Immortal sect, which is adjacent to the Demon Clan Sea area. Now the Muing Immortal sect has an absolute advantage with the 3 Yuanying true lords in the sect, and even occupies a quarter of the vast territory of the Zuanbin Giant Whale Sea. By the way, according to reliable information, one of the 2 Yuanying giant whales of the Zuanbin Giant Whale clan has been seriously injured by the 3 Yuanyings of the Muing Immortal sect. Now, there is only one Yuanying giant whale in the demon clan that still has the strength to fight. It is estimated that it will not be long before the Zuanbin Giant Whale clan will be destroyed by the Muing Immortal sect. Or there may be other Yuanying demon clans involved to mediate this battle. However, the retreat of the Zuanbin Giant Whale clan is basically a foregone conclusion. The human Yuanying faction, the Bishu sect, which is adjacent to the Muing Immortal sect's territory, discovered a large first-grade high-quality spiritual iron ore vein at the junction of its own sea area and the sea area under the command of the demonic Zuanming sect a few months ago, and also clashed with the Zuanming sect. During that period, at least several giants of the 2 major forces died tragically, and hundreds or even thousands of cultivators in the key training realm and foundation establishment realm were killed or injured. According to a good friend of mine who is in the Bishu sect, the top leaders of the Bishu sect have already intended to launch a real war against the Zuanming sect, so as to occupy the ore vein worth at least 5 million spiritual stones in one fell swoop. It is estimated that it will not be long before these forces with 2 Yuanying true lords will start fighting. According to my guess, the battle will most likely be between the Bishu sect. After all, most of the people in the Bishu sect practice water-based exercises, and can use the rich water vapor in the boundless sea to fight, which can increase their strength by at least 10%. And the Zuanming sect is quite conventional. The Fire Sea Gate farther away. Wanzhuan was very conscientious and gave a detailed lecture for a long time before stopping. After hearing this, Ling Pengyun sent Wanzhuan away and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a long time, he came back to his senses. Then, he gave instructions to Ling Pengyun, who had been listening quietly at the side. Pengqiu, the situation over there in the family can be stabilized by relying on my wife, Grandpa Yunhong and the 3 of us. If you go back to the family, it will be difficult to change anything. And the technique you practice is fire, which has some restraint on the magic cultivators. In the future, you will go to the sea area under the command of the Green Water sect as a casual cultivator. If the Green Water sect really wants to fight with the demonic nascent soul force Zuanming sect and recruits casual cultivators to join the war, you will take the opportunity to join them and try to kill some demon cultivators and plunder some 3rd-level magic spiritual objects. If you can establish some military merits in this battle, it would be best to exchange it for a 3rd-level spiritual vein in the Green Water sect's territory. In this way, the family can also establish another branch in the Immortal Cultivation world in this boundless sea, which will also be good for the family's future. However, you must pay attention to safety on this trip. If the 2 forces have not started a war, or after the war, the Green Water sect falls into disadvantage, you should leave directly and don't stay for long. Ling Pengyun was stunned at first when he heard Ling Pengyun's words about searching for 3rd-level magic items, but when he thought of Ling Pengyun's mastery of the means to refine powerful magic corpses, he understood. Without thinking too much, he agreed. Okay. However, Ling Pengyun, who was standing by and didn't know that Ling Pengyun had mastered many advanced methods of refining magic corpses, asked in confusion. My brother, why do you let Brother Pengyun search for magic spiritual objects? Why don't you let Brother Pengyun follow the Muing Immortal sect to the Zuanbing Giant Whale Sea to establish military merits? then exchange for a spiritual land to establish a branch? In this way, it can also take care of our Guiling Island branch. Ling Pengyun explained in detail. I have mastered several advanced methods of refining demon corpses. In the near future, the family will also get several demon corpses, but there are not many third-level demon spirit objects left in the family, and it is difficult to refine them to support me in refining third-level demon corpses. In this way, third-level demon spirit objects are scarce, and the situation in the family is delicate now, so I can't leave for the time being. And the Zuanbin giant whale clan is good at water, and Brother Penkyu's cultivation method is fire. Brother Penkyu has just entered the Golden Core stage. If he fights with a Golden Core demon king of the Zuanbin giant whale clan, he will suffer a little. Moreover, the war over there has been going on for more than 10 years, and most of the merits have probably been snatched away by other forces. If Penkyu joins this war at this time, I am afraid it will be difficult to get much merit. Instead of that, it is better to go to the Bishu sect. Ling Pengyun's eyes sparkled, and he bowed to Ling Pengyun. My dear brother, I have learned from you. Chapter 611, Surprise Attack on the Demon Sect. Guiling Island. On the top of a 1,000-foot-high mountain, there is a large bird's nest built with branches of various spiritual trees. In it, there is a blue-haired pengbird that is several feet long and covered with blue feathers. The next moment, a breeze suddenly blew across the sky, and Ling Pengyun's figure quietly appeared there. He fixed his eyes on the blue-haired pengbird, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. 9th level of foundation building. This Feng Yingpeng has not been lazy in the past 10 years. Then, he looked around and muttered. The spiritual energy here is also richer than that of the Han Clan Mountain. It is estimated that there is a 2nd-level middle-grade spiritual vein here. There are no other cultivators in the mountain. This place belongs to this Peng alone. This Peng is living well here. Pengyun is really thoughtful. At this time, the blue-haired pengbird that was practicing also noticed Ling Pengyun's arrival. It immediately opened its eyes and looked at Ling Pengyun, and its eyes suddenly showed visible joy. It quickly stood up, walked in front of Ling Pengyun, and rubbed Ling Pengyun with its head, saying with some joy but also with some grievance. Master, you are finally here. This Peng was Feng Yingpeng, who was sent here by Ling Pengyun in his early years to help Ling Pengyun establish a branch on Guiling Island. Ling Pengyun touched Feng Yingpeng's head and comforted him. If you don't come, I'm afraid you'll go wild. When Guiling Island is completely ruled by the branch, I'll take you back to the clan. At this point, Ling Pengyun waved his hand and took out a large number of 2nd-level spiritual fruits from his storage bag and placed them all in front of Feng Yingpeng. Use these spiritual fruits to enter the realm of perfect foundation building as soon as possible, so that your strength can also be enhanced. What level have you cultivated to in that barbaric bodybuilding technique and that beast essence tempering technique? Feng Yingpeng's eyes lit up when he saw a large number of spiritual fruits appear in front of him. Compared to the Ling family, this Guiling Island can only be regarded as a poor and remote place. On weekdays, the Ling family branch can only supply it with some 2nd-level cultivation pills at most. It has not eaten such 2nd-level spiritual fruits for a very long time. Greedy, it directly picked up a 2nd-level spiritual peach and stuffed it into its mouth, carefully tasting the long-lost deliciousness. After swallowing the spiritual fruit, it answered Ling Pengyun's question. Got it, Master. With these spiritual fruits, I will definitely complete the foundation building within 10 years. As for the savage body forging technique and the beast essence refining technique, I have comprehended the 5th level. According to my progress, it will take more than 10 years to comprehend the 7th level and possess the physique and spiritual consciousness of a giant in realm monster in advance. The savage body forging technique and the beast essence refining technique are the methods of the monster race to forge the body and cultivate spiritual consciousness. After comprehending, the physique and spiritual consciousness of the monster can be increased, which is of great help to the monster's combat power and breakthrough. In addition, it is worth mentioning that these 2 secret methods are extremely complete, both with 9 levels. The first 3 levels correspond to the key training realm, the middle 3 levels correspond to the foundation building realm, and the last 3 levels correspond to the giant in realm. In terms of value alone, these 2 methods are several times more valuable than Ling's explosive forging god technique suitable for cultivators to comprehend. After all, the explosive forging god technique is incomplete, with only 7 levels. The Savage Body Tempering Technique and the Beast Essence Refining Technique were obtained by the Ling family from the beast taming guest Lin Fan in the early years. The technique originated from the third-level beast taming inheritance of a powerful force in the Zhongzhaoziuxin world. More than 10 years ago, when Ling Pengyun brought Yan Xie to the Boundless Sea, Ling Pengyun gave these two methods to his spirit beast Pengyun Pen. As for the third-level beast taming inheritance of the 10,000 Beast sect, although it also recorded a demon race body tempering technique, the method was also incomplete and could only be cultivated to the 8th level. From this, it can be seen that the foundation gap between the 10,000 Beast sect and the forces in the Zhongzhaoziuxin world. The Ling family has a better savage body tempering technique, so naturally they don't need the 10,000 Beast sect's body tempering technique. The speed of comprehension is still a little slower than that of the black armored turtle. This Peng's innate aptitude is still a little weaker than that of the black armored turtle. Ling Pengyun frowned and sighed when he heard this. His spiritual beast, the black armored turtle, which was already extremely talented and was even stronger than the dual spiritual root cultivators under the blessing of the yin-yang primordial energy, had now comprehended both of the two methods to the 6th level. It would take a few years for it to comprehend them to the 7th level, and possess the physique and consciousness of the Golden Core realm in advance, which would increase the probability of entering the Golden Core realm by 20%. And its cultivation had already been raised to the perfect foundation building realm. Comprehend as soon as possible. Now the territory controlled by the family is very large, and there are a lot of spiritual stones left every year, which is enough to cultivate the combat power of the Golden Core realm alone. If you can comprehend both of the two methods to the 7th level, I will find 2 or 3 Golden Core spiritual objects for you to help you break through the Golden Core. However, the premise is that you can help the family destroy the other 2 old foundation building families in Guiling Island and let the branches unify Guiling Island. Ling Pengyun said to Feng Yingpeng. Feng Yingpeng was very excited when he heard such encouraging words, and he immediately agreed to what Ling Pengyun said. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun spent a few days reminiscing about the past with him. He then said goodbye to Feng Yingpeng and left the peak. Standing on the top of the 1,000-foot peak, Feng Yingpeng looked at his master's departing figure with a complex look in his eyes. The master's strength is becoming more and more unfathomable. When I reach the perfection of foundation building, the master's cultivation will probably be improved again. I still have to work harder to cultivate and comprehend the two methods of the family. Otherwise, I will be left further and further behind by the master. In the future, I am afraid that the master and I will find it more difficult to meet, and even be forgotten by the master. Half a month later. The conflict between the nascent soul sect Bishu sect and the nascent soul demon sect Zuanming sect in the Wubianhe area's cultivation world, due to the first grade upper grade large-scale mineral vein adjacent to the two areas intensified. Even the nascent soul true lords of the two sects fought. After this battle, the two sects went to war completely. The cultivators of the two major forces also gathered in the Qingshi Sea and Mingshu Sea respectively. At the same time, the two major forces also summoned monks and demon cultivators to join the war to reduce the losses of their own forces. At this moment, an inconspicuous escape light flew out of the Qingshi Sea of the Bishu sect and gradually flew towards the Mingshu Sea of the Zuanming sect. After flying for several days, the escape light crossed a barren sea area and then stepped into the Mingshu Sea. At this time, the escape light may be worried about being discovered, so it dived into the deep sea bed to hurry on. In order not to cause too much water waves, the speed of this escape light was slowed down several times. The figure of this escape light also appeared. This is a medium-sized flying boat. On this flying boat, there are 30 monks wearing different clothes. If you observe carefully, you can find that the cultivation of this group of monks has reached the foundation building stage at the lowest. There is even a rare giant and early stage real person in the world who is enough to establish a sect and establish a major force. This person was the old monk who controlled the flying boat, wearing a Bishu sect robe, like an old Taoist priest. There was also a strange middle-aged monk who was 8 feet tall and had no breath, a fierce face, and eyes like burning fire. Ordinary people did not dare to look directly at him. However, at this moment, the faces of the 30 monks on the flying boat were a little sullen. Even the giant's Henrin and the strange middle-aged monk were no exception. After a few days, the flying boat crossed the Mingshu Sea and arrived at the Zuanming Sea, an island covering tens of thousands of miles under the two major sea areas under the Zuanming sect, and then stopped. The Bishu sect Jinden who controlled the flying boat also pointed at the big island at this moment and said in a deep voice to the others behind him. The Yinhan sect, a demonic Jinden force on that island, is the target of our trip. The Yinhan sect originally had 2 Jinden demon cultivators, but as early as half a month ago, one of the Jinden demon cultivators in the sect was recruited to the front line by the Zuanming sect to fight against our Bishu sect. Now, within this demon sect, there is only one demon Jinden named Yinpo sitting in the Yinhan sect, and this person's cultivation is at the 2nd level of Jinden. Apart from this, there are only about 50 foundation building demon cultivators left behind in this sect, and there are more key training demon cultivators, about 500 in total. On this flying boat, the middle-aged weird cultivator who had never spoken, had a fierce look on his face, and didn't look like a good person, frowned suddenly. The Yinhan sect has 2 Jinden demon cultivators in charge, and there must be a 3rd-level formation to protect the sect. If this formation is controlled by that old ghost Yinpo, I'm afraid that even if you and I work together, it will be difficult to break the formation of this sect in a short time, and it will be even more difficult to destroy this sect. Furthermore, the Zuanming Sea under the Zuanming sect is deep in this place. If it drags on for a long time, the other Jinden demon cultivators in the surrounding area will probably come to support. The old Taoist with a big nose named Chu Shan said with a smile. Don't worry, Taoist Huan, since our sect will send us here, we are naturally prepared. When the battle comes, Taoist Huan, you can go all out. The fierce middle-aged cultivator named Huan saw the confident look on the face of the old Taoist with a big nose and stopped talking. Then, the old Taoist Chu Shan shouted, "Get ready for battle," and stopped hiding. He directly controlled the medium-sized flying boat under his feet to rush out of the sea from the bottom of the sea, rise into the air, burst out at the fastest speed, turned into a stream of light, and quickly flew to the large island where the Yinhan sect was located. Such a big movement immediately attracted the attention of the Yinhan sect cultivators who were patrolling around the Yinhan island. Oh no, it's Master Chu Shan of the Green Water sect. The Green Water sect's surprise attack. An old demon cultivator with a wide range of experience who had completed key training used the key viewing technique to observe the flying light. When he saw that it was a flying boat controlled by Master Chu Shan of the Green Water sect, and there were 29 righteous cultivators on the flying boat, his face suddenly changed. Immediately, he loudly signaled to several patrolling demon cultivators on the side. At the same time, he immediately crushed the sect token hanging on his waist to signal the sect. Chapter 612 Ling Pengyun's Harvest. In just a moment, the demon cultivators on the Yinhan island noticed the arrival of the righteous cultivators, such as Chu Shan, through the reminder of the patrolling cultivators. The next moment, a black light flashed on the Yinhan island, and the 3rd-level middle-grade magic array of this sect suddenly rose up, protecting the entire island. The few key training demon cultivators who had discovered the arrival of the righteous cultivators, such as Chu Shan, had already died under the several spells cast by Chu Shan. Who dares to make trouble in front of my Yinhan sect? A middle-aged voice with a sinister aura came from the Yinhan island. Chu Shan, who was controlling the flying boat to rush on the road, had a sarcastic look on his face and shouted back, "It's your grandfather." By this time, the flying boat under his feet was also close to the Yinhan island within 10,000 feet. Chu Shan also sacrificed a fist-sized hill and headed out. This hill grew in the wind, and in just a moment, it grew to dozens of feet. However, just when the magic weapon was about to fall on the formation on the ghost island, the formation suddenly trembled, and a magic sword array weapon flew out and took over the mountain. It turned out to be the old Taoist priest from the Bishu sect. "You are so brave. You dare to sneak into my Zuanming sect. I am in need of a Jinden cultivator's soul to refine the magic weapon. Today I will kill you, the old Taoist priest." As soon as the words fell, a skinny middle-aged man in black clothes flew up from the ghost island. He raised his hand and waved, took out a magic banner, and summoned 2 hideous Jinden early-stage evil ghosts from it. The 2 Jinden evil ghosts bared their fangs and claws, pounced on the mountain, and cooperated with a magic array weapon to continuously knock the mountain magic weapon away. "Fellow Taoist Huan, help me quickly." Taoist Chu Shan frowned and called out to the strange middle-aged man behind him who had no breath and a fierce face. The strange middle-aged cultivator named Huan's Henrin nodded slightly, and a golden elixir pressure immediately spread out from him. He pinched his hands together, and a red magic fan with a dragon pattern flew out from the golden elixir position on his abdomen. Then he waved it gently, and a large piece of fire cloud suddenly drifted out from it, gathering into a fire dragon that was nearly 40 feet long. This fire dragon had bright eyes, and its momentum was not weaker than that of a demon beast of the first or second golden elixir level. With the roar of a dragon, the fire dragon soared into the sky, turned into a red spiritual light, flashed across the sky, and directly suppressed the two evil ghosts in the early stage of the golden elixir. Not good. This is the cremation of the top middle level fire magic weapon. What? There is another righteous golden elixir. This is troublesome. The skinny middle-aged magic elixir on the ghost island changed his face and said secretly. But before he could react, the Chiu Shan's Henrin, who was thousands of feet away, saw this opportunity and waved his hand to cast 3 talismans with the aura of the 3rd grade top grade. The 3rd grade top grade breaking array talisman. It's over. The skinny middle-aged magician Yinpo old ghost had a dark face. Although he wanted to resist, he had just entered the Jinden stage and had consumed all his wealth in order to sacrifice the magic banner in his hand. The sect also made a lot of efforts. He had no other magic treasures on him. The 2nd grade magic weapon could not resist the 3 3rd grade top grade talismans at all. The 3 3rd grade top grade breaking array talismans, as soon as they came into contact with a Yinpo sect's protective array, frantically absorbed the spiritual energy in the array. After a few breaths, there were 3 consecutive huge explosions, and the Yin Soul sect's protective array collapsed. Chiu Shan's Henrin also took this opportunity to control the flying boat under his feet and took a group of people directly into the Yin Soul Island. Wherever the group passed, no magic cultivator survived. The old ghost of the 2nd level of the Golden Core was also killed by Master Chu Shan and Master Ho Yun. In just 1,000 breaths, the battle was settled. There was no more demon cultivator on the Yinhan Island, only a pile of dead bodies. At this moment, Master Ho Yun waved his hand to take the body of the old ghost that was cut into 2 pieces, his magic treasure evil ghost banner, and the bodies of some demon cultivators in the foundation building stage on the island, and said to Master Chu Shan, "I contributed the most just now, I want these things." Master Chu Shan heard this and glanced at the corpse of the old ghost, his eyes trembled. "Dao, you want to use it to refine the demon corpse?" Master Ho Yun said coldly. "Yes." Master Chu Shan saw this and smiled bitterly, and said, "Although these things can be given to you, you need to give me half of your share of the things you searched in the warehouse of the demon sect to make up for my losses." "Okay." Master Ho Yun still said coldly. Taoist Chu Shan smiled, and then controlled the flying boat under his feet, bringing a group of people to the outside of the Yinhan sect's warehouse. Although this warehouse was protected by a quasi-3rd level formation, under the combined efforts of everyone, the formation was blasted to pieces before it could last for more than 100 breaths. Everyone also entered it smoothly. What caught their eyes was a large number of magic spiritual objects. Although most of these magic spiritual objects were souls and the like because the Yinhan sect was good at controlling evil spirits, they were difficult for ordinary righteous cultivators to use. But in addition to this, at least 30% of the spiritual objects here can be used by righteous cultivators. A rough look at the value is about 1 million spiritual stones. Of the 1 million spiritual stones that can be used by righteous cultivators like us, 50% will belong to my Bishu sect, and 40% of the other 50% will belong to me and Taoist fellow Hoyan, and the remaining 10% will be divided among you. Taoist Chu Shan, who is a member of the Bishu sect, said. After saying that, he planned to collect all the magic spiritual objects that were difficult for righteous cultivators to use. Miming's promise, take it back and burn it. But whether this is the real situation, everyone knows without guessing. Every righteous force is not a pushover. Although they are called righteous, they actually do some magic acts, but they are not as ruthless as real magic cultivators. Dao Kishin, I want half of these monsters. Huan's Henrin stopped him. Upon hearing this, Kishin's Henrin frowned, and looked at the powerful magic fan in Huan's Henrin's hand. He gritted his teeth and said in a voice transmission, "These monsters are not what I want, but what my sect wants. I can only give Dao you 30% at most." Huan's Henrin hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then, he walked alone to the depths of the warehouse, carefully selecting Zuanbing magic key, nether fire and other spiritual materials related to refining demon corpses from a pile of 3rd level magic spiritual objects. Half an hour later, a flying boat flew out of Yinhan Island at a rapid speed. On the flying boat, Master Hoyan looked down at the bulging storage bag on his waist, and was slightly delighted. With this batch of magic items, it should be enough for Brother B to refine 3 or 4 golden core demon corpses. And relying on Brother B's extraordinary refining skills, it is estimated that the magic weapon Evil Ghost Banner of the Yinpo Old Ghost can be disassembled and integrated into Brother B's Long Ghost Controlling Banner to enhance its quality. Brother B's strength can also be increased a little. There is no need to worry about magic spiritual objects for the time being. Next, we will try our best to earn military merits and exchange them for some foundation building spiritual objects, even golden core spiritual objects and third-level spiritual lands. This Master Huyan is Ling Pengyun, who has just entered the golden core stage of the Ling family. His Taoist name is inherited from the master of the Fire Cloud treasure book that he practiced, the Fire Cloud Old Taoist. When the Ling family obtained the inheritance of the Fire Cloud Old Taoist, the Fire Cloud Old Taoist had left a will, wanting someone to inherit his Taoist name. Ling Pengyun is a man like him, and he is masculine by nature, so he is the most suitable person to inherit his Taoist name. The reason why he appeared here was that after accepting the call of the Bishu sect to destroy the Xuanming sect, the Bishu sect saw that his cultivation method was fire, and he had a top-notch middle-level magic weapon, so he was quite powerful. So he and Master Qingshi brought a group of foundation-building cultivators to the Xuanming sect to make trouble. They wanted to take the opportunity to boost the morale of the demon cultivators from various forces under the Xuanming sect, who were now fighting with the Bishu sect. After all, if the rear was unstable, how could the demon cultivators from various forces in the front feel at ease? Of course, this move could also plunder some property of the forces under the Xuanming sect. There are still many small teams like Ling Pengyun and Master Qingshi, but they are all scattered everywhere and sneaked into the sea area under the Xuanming sect to make trouble. The Fire Fan magic weapon that Ling Pengyun had previously sacrificed was called the Fire Dragon Fan. It was recast by Ling Pengyun based on his original life magic weapon Red Sun Fiery Fan and the refining method of the top middle level magic weapon Fire Dragon Banner in the Nascent Soul Technique Fire Cloud Treasure Book. In this way, it also avoided the situation where Ling Pengyun destroyed the Red Sun Fiery Fan again and refined the Fire Dragon Banner. Of course, the Fire Dragon Banner and the Fire Dragon Fan are just different in shape, but the power is the same. Chapter 613 Han Feng's Rescue Plan. Another half-month passed. Somewhere in the Muiyuan Sea, a young woman in a dress, with a pretty face, fair complexion, and a very well-educated look, and several middle-aged male cultivators who looked older than her rode on a white-haired eagle about 10 feet long, gliding across the sky. However, at this moment, dozens of powerful water balls suddenly hit from the deep sea below the group. Enemy attack. Among the group, a burly, square-faced, very stable middle-aged cultivator with perfect key training was the first to react and shouted. Immediately, he threw out several defensive talismans, which transformed into defensive light curtains to protect the entire team. When the situation stabilized, this person performed a pupil technique and looked into the depths of the sea where the attack came from. Immediately, he saw that there were dozens of water moon octopuses in the middle and late stages of key training hundreds of feet below the sea, and the leading water moon octopus had even reached the perfection of key training. Earlier, it was these water moon octopuses that had launched water balls to attack them. Even further down in the sea, there were nearly 100 water moon octopuses in the early stages of key training that were a step slower and were also heading here. Water moon octopuses are good at water, and their speed in the water is no slower than the white feather eagle of the family. They can't escape, and this is in trouble. When we were heading to Muiyuan Market, we encountered a few water moon octopuses, and we thought it was just a coincidence. Now we have encountered another group of water moon octopuses. It seems that a new group of octopuses has moved into the deep sea here. I don't know what the family members who cleared the route to the market are doing. They don't even know the route that the new group of water moon octopuses must take to get to the market. If I can escape this time, I will definitely report it to the family and punish those members who cleared the sea route from the family to the market. The square-faced monk saw this scene, frowned, and cursed. The other 3 middle-aged monks riding white-haired eagles beside him also looked gloomy when they heard this. The well-educated young female monk had a panicked look on her face, but she methodically crushed the family token hanging on her waist, and took out a second-level mother-child token from her storage bag and crushed it. Then, she spoke to comfort them. 4 uncles, this place is not far from the family's territory. As long as we hold on for a while, we should be able to wait for support from the clan members or my father. When everyone heard this, they felt much more at ease. Seeing this, the square-faced middle-aged monk who led the group had a little more appreciation for the well-educated young female monk. At the same time, he showed a hint of envy. Third brother's daughter is really good. She has a good talent for cultivation, has the hope of building a foundation, and has a good character. Third brother's lineage is really blessed. Then again, if Mingyu this girl enters the foundation building stage, third brother's lineage will have 5 foundation building people. With 5 foundation building people together, it is really prosperous. Thinking back, he looked at the group of water moon octopuses in the deep sea below again, raised his hand and summoned a few magic weapons to attack. The well-educated female cultivator named Mingyu and the other 3 middle-aged cultivators also attacked at this moment. It's just a pity that they are weak after all. Even if they have all kinds of red defensive talismans to help, the number of the group of water moon octopuses is large after all, as many as 100. And the strength of the group of water moon octopuses is not bad. After a few moves, Mingyu and his group of 5 fell into disadvantage and were suppressed by the group of water moon octopuses. As time went by, the number of talismans they had was reduced as they were used, but the situation remained unchanged. Seeing this, Mingyu endured the pain and took out a second-level inferior water snake talisman that her elders had given her to save her life from her storage bag. With the infusion of spiritual power, the talisman flashed with spiritual light and turned into a 3-meter-long water dragon that sank into the seawater below, directly smashing more than 70 or 80 water moon octopuses. Only a dozen water moon octopuses in the early stage of key training that were far away from the battlefield managed to escape. These water moon octopuses in the early stage of key training were frightened by the power of the water snake and did not dare to stay for too long. They turned around and ran away. Seeing this, Mingyu and her group all showed joy. Niece Mingyu, this time thanks to you, the bodies of the water moon octopuses in the key training realm that were killed by your water snake talisman will all belong to you to make up for the loss of the water snake talisman you used. The square-faced monk said to Mingyu. The other 3 middle-aged monks around also agreed with this idea. But just when Mingyu was about to ride the white-feathered eagle into the sea and pick up the bodies of the water moon octopuses, a roar of a huge monster suddenly came from the east. The next moment, the sparkling seawater in the east was surging. Mingyu and others looked over and immediately saw a water moon octopus that was 4 feet long and exuded the pressure of the foundation building in the deep sea in the east. It was furious and led dozens of key training water moon octopuses to kill here. Maid Mingyu, do you have any second-level spiritual talismans? The square-faced middle-aged man who had perfected key training changed his face and asked Mingyu with a hint of expectation, as if he was looking at a life-saving straw. Yes. Although Mingyu was reluctant to use the second-level spiritual talisman, she did not dare to hide it at this time. Immediately, she took out 3 second-level inferior defensive talismans and cast them, which turned into 3 defensive light curtains that surrounded everyone. Although this move blocked the attacks from the Foundation Establishment Water Moon Octopus King and the dozens of key training Water Moon Octopus behind him, it was not a long-term solution. Mingyu and others' faces became darker and darker because of this. Although they fought back, they could not hurt the Foundation Establishment Water Moon Octopus at all. Only the 2 second-level inferior attack talismans that Mingyu later sacrificed shattered nearly half of the claws under the Water Moon Octopus King. However, this move made the Water Moon Octopus King even more angry and made him hate Mingyu even more. Immediately, this Octopus King used all his strength to cast spells desperately, casting water spells on the defensive light curtains around Mingyu and others, causing those light curtains to ripple. After a few thousand breaths, only one of the 3 defensive light curtains around Mingyu and others remained. The spiritual light of this last light curtain was also very dim at this time. I am afraid that it will be broken in a short time. How dare the evil beast hurt people in my human sea area? It is really bold. At this critical moment, a loud shout came from a distance. A thin middle-aged man with a determined look and a celestial spirit, who was driving a green flying boat, came quickly from a distance. Before he arrived, 9 red second-level middle-grade flying swords arrived first, cutting off dozens of claws of the Water Moon Octopus King in the early stage of foundation building, and directly forced out the defensive means of the Water Moon Octopus King. Mingyu and others, who had long been desperate, saw this scene, and their faces showed a sense of surviving a disaster, and they couldn't help but feel fortunate in their hearts. Foundation building cultivator. This is the Taoist robe of the Han family of Guiling Island. Although the Han family has 3 foundation-building warriors, one of them is a demon beast, and there are only 2 human foundation-building cultivators. Among them, Ling Pengyun, who has a higher cultivation level, has long been old and has a rotten aura. The Han family foundation-building cultivator who has come here now should be the head of the Han family, Han Feng. The square-faced Kigan perfection cultivator looked at the Taoist robe on the strange foundation-building cultivator in the distance and felt a little familiar. After thinking about it, he muttered to himself, "Cultivation, is it the Han Feng who became a disciple of a foundation-building cultivator, and finally destroyed his enemies and rebuilt a family with his own strength?" Chu Mingyu, who was standing aside, heard what Chu Beishan said, recalled it, and asked with interest, "It is that Han Feng?" Chu Beishan nodded and replied. While they were talking, Han Feng, who had sacrificed 9 flying swords, had easily killed the water moon octopus king. Dozens of key training water moon octopuses following behind the water moon octopus king also died under the flying sword. At this time, Chu Beishan was also tactful and approached Han Feng, bowing to Han Feng to thank him. Patriarch Han controls 9 flying swords by himself, which is really the appearance of a sword immortal. This time, thanks to the senior's help, we are lucky enough to survive. I am Chu Beishan from the Shanhai Chu family. In the future, if the senior needs me, I will definitely help you with all my strength. Chu Mingyu and others also said the same tone. Han Feng is also an experienced person. He smiled and said modestly, "I am just a foundation-building cultivator. I just rely on the extraordinary power of that set of flying swords." The words of a sword immortal are really tarnishing the name of a sword immortal. "So you are a fellow Taoist from the Chu family." After a few polite words, he looked at the body of the water moon octopus king floating in the sea with a little doubt and asked, "Hasn't this sea root been developed by your Chu family for thousands of years? In recent years, this sea root has always been very safe. How come there are not only so many key training sea monsters this time, but even foundation building sea monsters? Has your Chu family changed the sea root? Or?" At this point, Han Feng stopped talking and looked at Chu Beishan and others with a meaningful look. Then, he said again, "I hope the nobles will not let us nearby forces pay the sea root fee in vain." Chu Beishan, Chu Mingyu and other Chu family cultivators heard this and their faces were immediately embarrassed. However, they also knew that this matter was indeed not done well by their Chu family. In the past, every year, the forces near the Chu family in the mountains and seas would hand over some spirit stones to the Chu family as travel expenses, so that they could take this safe sea route developed by the Chu family and reach the largest Muiuanfang market in the sea area. The Han family of Guiling Island was one of the forces that handed over spirit stones. "Chief Han, this is the result of our clan's failure to handle it properly. After I return, I will report this matter to the family for handling. I'll make the decision. In the next 10 years, the nobles will not need to hand over the spirit stones that took this sea route to my Chu family. I hope Chief Han will not spread what happened today." Chu Beishan, who had the highest cultivation level among the Chu family, spoke. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614, Han and Chu become relatives. Han Feng nodded slightly, satisfied. "Okay. Thank you, fellow Taoist Beishan. I'm also planning to return to my clan from Muiuan Market, and I'm on the same route as you guys, so I'll take you along." Chu Beishan, Chu Mingyu and others, who had just experienced a life and death crisis, were all delighted when they heard this. They were also a little afraid of encountering monsters on the way back to their clan. In addition, Han Feng's cultivation was high, so it would be easy for him to harm them, so there was no need for such trouble. They all jumped on Han Feng's flying boat with peace of mind. The next moment, Han Feng also drove the flying boat to the sea area where the Chu family of the Jiandan clan was located. However, after flying for about half an incense stick, a flying boat came over and met Han Feng's flying boat. "Dad." Chu Mingyu, who was on Han Feng's flying boat, looked at a middle-aged cultivator who was standing on the flying boat and exuded the pressure of the middle stage of the foundation building and looked very stable, and smiled and called out. Immediately, she left the flying boat and went to meet him. Chu Baishan and other Chu family cultivators did the same. Mingyu, what happened just now? Why are you on that Taoist friend's flying boat? Chu Mingyu's father Chu Baiqian, who is in the middle stage of foundation building, asked Chu Mingyu in confusion. Chu Mingyu also told her what happened not long ago. Is that so? Chu Baiqian suddenly realized, and then he thanked Han Feng. So it's the Han clan's patriarch, Taoist Han Feng. I'm sorry for being disrespectful just now. I am Chu Baiqian, the 25th elder of the Chu family. Thank you Taoist for saving my only daughter and my Chu family members before. The appearance of monsters on the sea route is really the fault of my Chu family. Later, I will personally inspect this sea route. Such situations will definitely not occur again in the future. Han Feng waved his hand and said. Dao Out Baiqian is too polite. It's just a small favor. Chu Baiqian smiled and said. I remember that you entered the foundation building stage more than 20 years ago. It has only been more than 20 years. I didn't expect that you have entered the third level of the foundation building stage. I am afraid that it will not be long before you will enter the middle stage of the foundation building stage. Such a speed of cultivation really makes me envious. Han Feng said modestly. It's just luck, Baiqian Taoist, you are joking. Your daughter and noble clansman, since you are protected by Baiqian Taoist, I will not stay any longer. There are still some things to do in the clan. After saying that, Han Feng controlled the flying boat under his feet and quickly rushed to the direction of Guiling Island. Chu Baiqian, who was still there, looked at Han Feng's leaving figure, but fell into deep thought. According to family intelligence, the Han family's guardian penbird spirit beast has now reached the 9th level of foundation building. This level of strength is already good. And according to family intelligence, the penbird spirit beast has extremely strong vitality. It is probably inevitable that this penbird will enter the perfection of foundation building in this life. Maybe this penbird will have a chance to impact the golden elixir. Looking at Han Feng's smooth cultivation, it doesn't seem like his cultivation was improved by spiritual objects. From this point of view, this person's aptitude is estimated to be extraordinary. Maybe he will have a chance to enter the late stage of foundation building in the future. The supreme elder of this clan named Ling Pengyun has a cultivation level as high as the late stage of foundation building. Considering this, the Han family is not weak. No wonder this clan was able to destroy the 2 foundation building forces on Guiling Island in just a few decades of reconstruction, thereby occupying a large area of land and rebuilding the glory of their ancestors. If we can win over the Han family, they may become a great help to our family. In this way, when our family, after 10 or 20 years, we really have to fight against the Yanshanbai family and the Jinlin Wang family, we can have more foundation building cultivators. It's just that it's very difficult to win over such a neutral force, and the price to pay must be high. Thinking back, Bai Qiushan stared at the sea route in the direction of Muiyuanfang City, and a few fierce lights flashed in his brows. This time, the sea route that my Bai family has always been safe has appeared in the foundation building sea monster tribe. There must be someone behind it. I'm afraid it was the Yanshanbai family or the Jinlin Wang family who spied on our spiritual land and wanted to take the opportunity to kill our cultivators with the hands of monsters. These 2 tribes really deserve to die. In the future, when our tribe prospers again, we will definitely seek justice for the dozens of our tribe members who died tragically in recent years. It has happened more than once or twice that the Chu family members were attacked by monsters when they went out. As a result, the Chu family lost dozens of key training clan members. There were even 2 Chu family members who went out to build their foundation and died inexplicably. No reason could be found afterwards. But the top leaders of the Chu family knew that this must have been done by the Yanshanbai family and the Jinlin Wang family, which were both giant forces and were adjacent to their territory. But Chu Baiqian miscalculated this time. The appearance of the foundation building monster on the Chu family's sea route this time was not done by the Bai family and the Wang family, but by the Han family. Only half a month after this incident, Chu Baiqian brought his only daughter Chu Mingyu and gifts to Guiling Island and thanked Han Feng again. At the foot of the Han family mountain, in the reception hall, Han Feng waved his hand to open the storage bag given by Chu Baiqian, and suddenly a large number of spiritual objects poured out. Just a glance, Han Feng saw that there were as many as 20 second-level elixirs, and even a second-level inferior formation. There were many other first-level spiritual objects. According to his estimation, This batch of spiritual objects is worth at least 5,000 spiritual stones. Dao Baqian, what are you doing? Han Feng, the man behind the scenes, knew Chu Baiqian's intention, but he still pretended not to know and asked Chu Baiqian who was giving him the gift. The gift I gave this time is actually because I want to thank Han Feng for saving my daughter. Secondly, my daughter fell in love with you after seeing you, Dao Han Feng, saving people with a sword last time. I don't know, friend, do you think my daughter is okay? Chu Baiqian was more satisfied with Han Feng seeing that he could keep his composure after seeing so many spiritual objects. Then, he pointed to Bai Mingyu, who was standing behind him with a shy face, and said with a smile. Bai Mingyu couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Han Feng at this moment, fearing that Han Feng would refuse. Although her father's words about her falling in love were false, she did have some good feelings for Han Feng. At least Han Feng was the first outsider who could make her feel good. Moreover, Han Feng has good aptitude, will achieve great success in the future, and can help the family. If she can become a Taoist couple with this person, she is very willing. Dao Baqian's name. Mingyu Fairy is also very famous in the surrounding seas. Fairy Mingyu, it is an honor for me to be able to fall in love with you. But, is this too fast? Han Feng said with a serious look on his face. There is no rush to get married. You can cultivate slowly. As long as you two fall in love with each other, it's fine. Chu Baiqian smiled when he saw that Han Feng did not refuse. Dao Baqian. Uncle Chu is right. Han Feng pretended to hesitate. After a few breaths, he nodded lightly, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. He also took this opportunity to change the way he addressed Chu Baiqian. Ha, since Dao calls me uncle, I will not be polite to call you little friend. Chu Baiqian laughed. Of course. Han Feng said. My friend, please put away these spiritual objects. There are still some things in my clan. My friend Han, Mingyu will be left to you to take care of. After saying that, Chu Baiqian stepped out of the reception hall and flew away. Han Feng was also an old Taoist. After seeing Chu Baiqian off, he took the initiative to take Chu Mingyu to stroll around the beautiful and fun places on Guiling Island, chatting and laughing, which made Chu Mingyu smile. After the set of procedures, Chu Mingyu had a better impression of Han Feng. After that, in just half a year, the two of them took the last step and became Taoist couples. After that, the Han family also had more business dealings with the Chu family, the Jindan family behind Chu Mingyu. The relationship between the two forces gradually deepened, and the two forces also intermarried. The Han family also became a veritable relative of the Chu family. On this day, on the top of the Han family mountain, Ling Pengyun, with a steady look on his face, stood here, looking towards the direction of the Shanhai Chu family's residence, and murmured. Now that the marriage is done, the next thing is just to wait for time to pass. After 10 or 20 years, when the Chu family's 470 or 80-year-old fake Dan ancestor runs out of life, it will be time for my Ling branch to be dispatched. Thanks, Guard Lin Hao. Book friend 2021030176520521618. Book friend 20220913101220929. Sui Nian Nian. Book friend 20220913101220929. Book friend 20190421134212267. Book friend 20220326160608999. Wei Fen King Liang's monthly tickets. Thank you all for your support. Please subscribe. Chapter 615. Ling family recruits a son-in-law. Lingxiao Mountains. Mountain Market. A notice board on the main road was full of monks. An old monk who was at the back and couldn't see the content on the notice board asked a familiar middle-aged monk who was closer to the notice board. Wang Dao, what's written on the notice? Which evil cultivator has been known and is wanted by the Ling family? The middle-aged monk named Wang Dao in front heard the call and turned his head to look at the old monk behind him. Seeing that he was a familiar person and he had just finished reading the content on the notice board, he slowly squeezed through the crowd and walked to the old monk. Then, he smiled and joked. What evil cultivator is it? The Ling family will be recruiting a bride in 10 days. Old Li, you are still strong, why don't you give it a try? The old monk with white hair trembled and asked again. Ling family? But is it the overlord of this area, The Lingxiao Ling family. Yes. Old Li, are you moved? Ha ha ha. The middle-aged cultivator joked. No wonder there are so many people gathered here so early in the morning. Friend Wang, you know what, I am really tempted. If I were not over 90 years old, I would really go. If so, I would not have to worry about my life if I were lucky enough to marry the daughter of the Ling family. It is said that the Ling family's key training early-stage cultivators receive a salary of 5 spirit stones a month, and additional elixirs are distributed. All in all, they can get at least a dozen spirit stones worth of things a month. This benefit alone is more than what we poor casual cultivators can earn by going to various monster gathering places and killing a key training middle stage monster. If a key training middle stage cultivator like us joins in, the salary will be as high as 10 spirit stones, and there will be a lot of elixirs. We can get at least 30 or 40 spirit stones worth of things a month. Such treatment is more than twice as good as that of other foundation building family forces. Friend Wang, aren't you tempted by such treatment? The white-haired old monk looked at the notice with a look of regret and sighed. I'm afraid my wife will beat me to death. The middle-aged monk surnamed Wang said with a smile. Ha ha ha. That's true. But logically speaking, your boy is already 20 years old, why don't you send him to the Ling family? The old monk surnamed Li laughed. I think about this, but my boy only has 4 spiritual roots and no skills. I'm afraid the female monks of the Ling family will not like him. The middle-aged monk surnamed Wang said helplessly. Anyway, this place is not far from the Ling family's Lingxiao small plain, let's give it a try. If it really works, you, Wang Dao, will be blessed. In the future, you don't have to go out to kill monsters every day. When the time comes, if your boy seeks a position in the Ling family, don't forget me, an old man. The old monk surnamed Li said with a smile. The middle-aged cultivator surnamed Wang showed a hint of excitement on his face. After hesitating for a while, he thought that going to Ling's would not delay the hunting of monsters for a few days, so he replied. I'll go and call my boy. Old man Li, would you like to go with me? The old cultivator surnamed Li had known the cultivator surnamed Wang for decades, and his cultivation was higher than that of the cultivator surnamed Wang. He was not afraid of anything, so he planned to go to Ling's to see the world. Okay, I'm going to rest anyway, so I'll go with you. 10 days later, Lingxiao Mountains. Deep in the Lingxiao Mountains, there is a 1,000-foot wide area covered by clouds and mist. With sharp eyes, you can see a huge light curtain in the clouds and mist. As for the situation inside the light curtain, it is difficult to see clearly. However, from time to time, a few cranes or cultivators wearing Ling's Taoist robes flew in and out of the light curtain, which added a bit of mystery to the light curtain. At this time, many cultivators from the outside world also used flying magic tools, spirit beasts, or ran on their legs to rush to the outside of the light curtain, which had a sign of Ling's guest reception hall. As time went by, the number of cultivators gathered outside the hall increased. A rough estimate was that there were at least 300 cultivators. When the sun was at its highest point in the sky and the sun was at its most toxic, a huge bronze bell sounded from the light curtain behind the guest reception hall. Boom. 10 cranes, all of whom were in the late stage of key training, followed a golden dragon several feet long and lined up in a row, dispersing countless white mists and flying out of the light curtain in a very imposing manner. The more than 300 cultivators waiting outside the guest reception hall all fixed their eyes on the golden dragon, revealing envy. This golden dragon should be the one of Ling Changsha, the only son of the ancestor Ling Pengyun. It is said that when this dragon was at the second level of foundation building, it jumped over the level and killed a monster in the middle stage of foundation building. Now, judging from the aura of this dragon, it has entered the middle stage of foundation building. I am afraid that at this moment, the strength of this dragon is enough to be comparable to that of a late stage of foundation building. That senior Ling Changsha is really lucky to have such a powerful dragon. The young casual cultivator in the middle stage of key training looked at the golden dragon and envied it secretly. Soon, the dragon and 10 cranes fell from the sky outside the reception hall. 10 young female cultivators wearing Ling's Taoist robes, all of whom were very beautiful, had excellent temperaments, and had cultivation levels as high as the middle stage of key training, took the lead in jumping off from the 10 cranes. Then, the 10 female cultivators raised their mouths, showing a little smile on their faces, adding a bit of beauty to them, and then they bowed to the cultivators here and spoke softly. My concubine greets all of you fellow Taoists. Such a gentle voice, coupled with the beautiful figures of the 10 female cultivators, attracted the hearts of the more than 300 male cultivators present. She is really a fairy, as expected of a female cultivator from the great Ling family. If I can marry such a beauty, it will be worth it even if I work like a cow or a horse in my next life. A young, pale-faced, handsome young man with very dark circles under his eyes, who is obviously a person who liked lust, stared at the 10 beautiful female cultivators of the Ling family in front of him. His eyes were bright, and he muttered to himself. The other male cultivators had the same idea to some extent, and some of them were even talking to their companions about which female cultivator of the Ling family was the most beautiful. Silence. A male voice with a murderous aura came from the back of the golden dragon. The next moment, a figure jumped down from the golden dragon. This person was 8 feet tall, and he was filled with a very strong murderous aura, and his eyes were also fierce, and ordinary people did not dare to look directly at him. I am Ling Changsha, the 19th elder of the Ling family. I will be in charge of this marriage ceremony. Those who are over 40 and whose cultivation has not reached the middle stage of key training will leave on their own, and those who are over 60 will also leave. If you want to watch, please stand farther away, otherwise I don't mind letting you become food in the belly of the dragon beside me. The golden dragon beside this person, which exuded the pressure of the foundation building, had a gleam in its eyes. It only glanced at the more than 300 casual cultivators around, and most of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. They all showed some fear on their faces. Even dozens of cultivators who were not eligible for this marriage were scared and ran a long way before they stopped. Only dozens of cultivators of different ages looked normal, with a calm look, and were not afraid of the golden dragon. With such a bad character, you still want to marry into my Ling family as a son-in-law. It's really a fool's dream. Ling Changsha looked at the cultivators present with contempt and muttered to himself. Then, he raised his hand and waved it, sending out 10 spiritual powers in succession, forcibly creating 10 deep pits of 30 feet in size around him, and spoke to the crowd. 10 men will be chosen from the 300 people. If they are favored by the female cultivators of my Ling family, they will be the sons-in-law. If not, each of you will be awarded a first-grade high-quality flying sword and 50 spiritual stones as a reward for your travel expenses. For those who are injured in the battle, my Ling family will provide healing pills to treat them, and I guarantee that you will leave the same way you came. For those who perform well, my Ling family will make other arrangements. The more than 300 casual cultivators present were delighted when they heard this. A first-grade high-quality flying sword is worth as much as 150 spiritual stones, plus 50 spiritual stones. As long as you get a place, you can get something worth 200 spiritual stones. And life and death are guaranteed. Even if you fail, you don't have to worry. With such a good thing in front of them, how could they, casual cultivators who make a living by killing monsters, miss it? Immediately, 20 monks jumped into the 10 pits and fought one-on-one. After 3 days, the winner was finally decided. 10 monks with cultivation bases of at least the 7th level of key training became the final winners. Chapter 616 Ling's Wonderland. Ling Pengyun's Harvest in the Boundless Sea. At this moment, they were all happy, with their heads held high, and they stood in front of the Ling family female cultivators they liked. Because they all looked good, without any extremely ugly people, and they had shown good strength in the competition in the past few days, the Ling family female cultivators they valued were also willing to contact them. They, a group of men and women, also entered the reception hall to drink tea and chat, and get to know each other. At this moment, Ling Pengyun, who was still outside the reception hall, glanced at the more than 300 casual cultivators in front of him with unwilling faces, raised his hand gently, and selected a dozen casual cultivators with cultivation levels of at least the 6th level of key training and who had performed well in the competition before, called them out of the crowd, and then said, "Are you willing to join the Ling clan's Foreign Affairs Hall? Work for the Ling clan." The Foreign Affairs Hall is a hall that specifically recruits casual cultivators. The casual cultivators who join this hall will be assigned by the Ling clan to various markets as patrol members, or become Ling clan's combat personnel and be taken by Ling clan monks to various monster gathering places to practice coordinated combat. Of course, before entering this hall, those casual cultivators must be placed with a special restriction by the Ling clan monks. Once this restriction is triggered, those casual cultivators will die. The Ling clan also uses this method to ensure that the casual cultivators in the Foreign Affairs Hall are obedient and will not leak Ling clan information. As compensation, The Ling clan also treats the casual cultivators in the Foreign Affairs Hall very well, no worse than ordinary Ling clan members, and the salary has always been paid very promptly, which also makes the casual cultivators in the Foreign Affairs Hall have no complaints about the Ling clan placing special restrictions in their sea of consciousness. The dozen or so casual cultivators had all heard about the benefits of the Ling family's Foreign Affairs Hall. How could they miss this good opportunity? They immediately agreed to this matter. Lingxiao nodded with satisfaction, and he called back the other casual cultivators present. Then, he pinched his fingers and dozens of cranes flew out from the huge light curtain and landed beside him. "Get on the fairy cranes, follow me into the Lingxiao plane of my Ling family," Lingxiao called out, and then jumped on the back of the golden dragon beside him, riding the dragon to rise into the sky first, and flew into the large cloud behind the reception hall. The dozen or so casual cultivators who were selected to enter the Foreign Affairs Hall looked at the fairy cranes in front of them curiously. Seeing that the fairy cranes did not reject them, they also jumped on the back of the fairy cranes and followed Lingxiao. After the group passed through the clouds and the light curtain, they saw a place like a fairyland. The spiritual energy here is so rich that there are even 5 colored clouds made of pure spiritual power floating in the sky. Hundreds and thousands of spiritual birds are constantly flying through the 5 colored clouds, absorbing the spiritual power contained in the clouds. On the ground, there are a large number of spiritual fields, in which various rare spiritual plants are planted. That is the white jade grass that can be used to refine the white jade pill, and that is the purple cloud flower. The dozen or so casual cultivators who are about to join the Foreign Affairs Hall who entered this place for the first time couldn't help but exclaim as they looked at the spiritual fields that kept passing by below. What surprised them even more was that in the depths of this space, there were dozens of mountains of different heights, at least exuding the aura of second-level spiritual mountains, dotted around the ground, with a hint of special charm. In the deep center of these mountains, there is also a piece of land with few clouds and mist, as if there is something amazing in the depths of these mountains. In addition, in the center of that mountain group, there are 8 high mountains that are like sharp swords, inserted into the clouds, as if telling the world that the Ling family has the appearance of entering the sky. In the 8 sacred mountains, there were cultivators wearing Ling's Taoist robes, controlling magic tools to go in and out constantly. There were also many immortal pavilions built with spiritual wood in the mountains. Even the sky above the mountains was constantly condensing countless water vapors, turning into a mighty long dragon waterfall that fell from the sky into a huge lake, causing a surging sound. Countless water vapors also blocked everyone's sight. However, if you use the key viewing technique to observe, you can see that there are a large number of monsters gathered on a small grassland around the huge lake. At first glance, there are at least thousands of monsters here. And where the waterfall falls, there are even a group of strong young men with brass muscles standing there, using the huge force of the waterfall to strengthen their bodies. A group of casual cultivators were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Is this the foundation of the Ling family, the top golden elixir force in my Yan country? A year later, a stream of light slid across the sky without alarming anyone, and entered the Lingxiao plain, landing on the top of the Lingxiao Mountain, a 3rd-level middle-grade spiritual mountain, revealing the figure of a young man with an immortal appearance. Finally, I have returned to my clan safely. This trip was really thrilling. But the harvest this time is not bad. If the war in the Zuanbing giant whale sea had not entered a fierce stage, I could have stayed there for a while. Ling Pengyun thought carefully about what he had done in the Immortal Cultivation world in the Boundless Sea this year, and his body couldn't help but shudder. But when he looked down at the several bulging storage bags in his arms, a bright smile appeared on his face. Since a year ago, after he delivered resources to the Fenggying Peng on Guiling Island, he rushed to the front line of the battle between the Muing Immortal Sect and the Zuanbing Giant Whale Clan, the Zuanbing Giant Whale Sea, and joined the Muing Immortal Sect as a casual cultivator, fighting with the Zuanbing Giant Whale Clan for half a year. In the past 6 months, he had experienced death several times. There was even one time when he went too deep into the Zuanbing Sea to chase a giant tiger shark demon king in the middle stage of the Jinden, which led to him being besieged by 3 Zuanbing giant whales in the late stage of the Jinden. Fortunately, he was not weak in his means and dared to fight. At that time, he directly used the desperate technique to improve his strength, and forcibly killed a Zuanbing giant whale in the late stage of the Jinden, broke through the siege, and escaped back to the team of the Muing Immortal Sect. However, he was also seriously injured in that battle. Fortunately, in the first 6 months, he helped the Muing immortal sect to conquer many spiritual lands of the Xuanbing giant whale clan, and had some military merits. After exchanging a few third-level healing medicines and taking them, his injuries recovered in a short time. As soon as his injuries recovered, he once again stepped into the Xuanbing Sea and fought with the sea monsters. He did not stop until he had gathered 5 Jinden-level demon kings and 500 foundation-building level sea monsters. The Xuanbing giant whale clan targeted him and sent a Jinden-level demon king to hunt him down. Because of his powerful fighting power and his fearless fighting style, he was often called the desperate Ling madman by many Jinden fellows on the front line. His reputation was also widely spread. On weekdays, when he was temporarily stationed in the Xuanbing Sea area of the Muing immortal sect to heal his injuries, he was often visited by fellows. Even his good friend Muing's Henren, who was stationed in Muing Market, heard the news and came to the front line to confirm whether it was the Ling Pengyun he knew. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun relied on his military exploits and more than 200,000 spiritual stones to exchange some military exploits with several familiar Jinden fellows, and thus exchanged for a Jinden spiritual object, several foundation-building pills, several second-class foundation-building spiritual objects, and some third-level spiritual objects. Only then did he leave the front line and return to the family with a large amount of resources. "Husband, why did you take so long to come back? Did you encounter any trouble in the immortal cultivation world in the boundless sea?" At this time, the door of a cave on the top of Lingxiao Mountain was suddenly opened, and a beautiful young female cultivator with a curvy figure, 1.78 meters tall, and a little baby fat on her face walked out with a worried look on her face and asked Ling Pengyun. "No trouble," Ling Pengyun said with a smile, and then told Yan Sai all the details of this trip. "My husband, why are you going to help the Muing immortal sect and risk your life to fight the Xuanbing giant whale clan? Only life can have a future. You must not do this again." Yan Sai was shocked and said angrily, "I dare to go there because I am sure of my own strength. Even the late giant and monster beasts will find it difficult to keep me. The benefits offered by the Muing immortal sect are high, and they even release giant and spiritual objects. I just happen to lack the corpse of the demon king to refine the giant and demon corpse. It is actually a good thing to be employed by the Muing immortal sect." At this point, Ling Pengyun paused and said with a hint of sadness, "The next monster rebellion is approaching. If we don't accumulate a batch of resources through fighting at this time to improve the strength of our clan and the cultivation of our Jinden, I am afraid that by then, our clan will be in great danger." After saying that, he took out 3 bottles of third-level lower-grade cultivation type heaven and earth spiritual water from his storage bag and gave them to Yan Sai. "Madam, you have been in the second level of the Golden Core for a while. With the help of these 3 bottles of spiritual water, you can enter the third level of the Golden Core faster. I am going to send the third-level spiritual water to Grandpa Yunhong." Then, he used the escape technique and left this place, rushing to the Lingxiao Qiangxing Lake on the other side of the Bayun Mountains. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai and his wife were watching over the Lingxiao Mountains. Ling Yunhong was in charge of the Lingxiao Qiangxing Lake area. After all, there were also many properties of the Ling family there. Chapter 617, Earthworm Transformed into Dragon. Ling's residence, deep in the Lingxiao Plain. In the middle of 8 high mountains that pierce the clouds like sharp swords, in a mysterious place covered by clouds, there is a large area of high-level spiritual fields with grades of at least the second level. The spiritual plants planted there are also varied and strange, but none of them are precious. There is even an acre of spiritual fields that are fatally about to enter the third level. 1 acre of 25 third-level Jiwen grass is planted in it. However, at this time, this acre of Jiwen grass is not yet mature. In addition, in the deepest part of this spiritual field, there is a piece of land covered by clouds, as if there are more precious spiritual plants in it, which is difficult for ordinary people to enter. At this time, next to the acre of quasi third-level spiritual field planted with Jiwen grass, there is a young male cultivator with a slightly kind face, small facial features, and a very friendly look, and a tall, beautiful young female cultivator with a good appearance and a slightly playful face. The two were not looking at the Jiwen grass planted in the spiritual field, but were staring at a strange giant earthworm lying on the ground. It was about 10 feet long, as thick as a thigh, and had a layer of solid yellow skin. After a while, A yellow spiritual light suddenly flashed around the giant earthworm. The next moment, the giant earthworm seemed to be experiencing something extremely painful, and it kept screaming. The solid skin on its body was also broken, cracking, and countless blood flowed out. In an instant, the earthworm was covered with blood, and there was no clean part. It looked extremely miserable. Why did this earthworm have such a big reaction after taking the giant oxo pill? Fellow Taoist Lin Fan, do you know what's going on? Seeing this, the playful female cultivator frowned and asked the kind young male cultivator next to her. Fairy Ling, don't be anxious. The noble's third-level beast taming inheritance does not record the process of the earthworm turning into a dragon, but only records that this earthworm has the possibility of turning into a dragon and becoming an earthworm. However, even if this earthworm cannot turn into a dragon and has the blood of a dragon, it shouldn't be a big problem. Ling's chief veteran second-level middle-grade beast tamer Lin Fan also raised a trace of worry on his face, but he still comforted him. Then, he pinched his fingers and performed a healing beast taming secret method called Beast Blood Rejuvenation Technique and injected it into the body of the earthworm in the middle stage of foundation building in front of him. With the power of this secret method, he recovered the injuries on the surface of the earthworm. However, this person soon discovered that the cracks on the earthworm's skin were not right. Although those cracks looked bloody, there was a flash of spiritual light deep in the flesh and blood of those cracked skins. Countless earth spiritual powers continued to condense and turned into hard substances. The healing technique he used, on the contrary, prevented the formation of those hard substances. This incident surprised Lin Fan a little, so he also stopped and wanted to see what was going on. Seeing Lin Fan stop, Fairy Ling at the side asked anxiously. Fellow Taoist Lin Fan, why did you stop? This earthworm seems to be transforming into scales. Lin Fan hesitated for a while, looked at the earthworm that was in a mess and covered in blood with a little curiosity, and thought about it again before speaking. How can an earthworm transform into scales? After saying this, Fairy Ling trembled, and thought of something in her mind, and then her face was filled with joy. The third-level inheritance of the family records that the earthworm has a body of solid dragon scales. Could it be that this earthworm is not in a serious condition, but is transforming into an earthworm? The Beastmaster Lin Fan nodded slightly, as if he was looking at a beautiful scene in the world, not daring to blink once, staring at the earthworm's current changes. It's entirely possible. Fairy Ling heard this, with a look of expectation on her face, and she didn't say anything. The two of them waited like this for half a day, and saw that the earthworm was flashing a huge dazzling yellow luster, and a layer of earthy yellow fish scale-like solid scales suddenly appeared on its blood-stained skin, and a bulge appeared on its forehead. A dragon aura also spread out from the earthworm. The earthworm also opened its eyes and roared to the sky, and a deafening dragon roar was heard. This earthworm was indeed transforming into a dragon. The transformation process of this earthworm clan is quite special. However, this earthworm did not have dragon blood in its body before. Now, it has transformed into a half-dragon body with just a dragon blood pill made from dragon blood extracted from 1,000 pythons. It is really gifted. I am afraid that the dragon blood contained in the dragon blood pill was truly completely refined by this earthworm and absorbed into its body. If there is a dragon pill made from dragon blood, this dragon has a great chance of transforming into a dragon. Even if there are one or two less valuable dragon blood pills to help, this earthworm has a chance of transforming into a dragon. Beastmaster Lin Fan looked at the earthworm that had transformed into a half-dragon body in front of him, his eyes slightly shining, and he muttered to himself. The female cultivator called Ling Fairy beside him suddenly showed a look of surprise on her face. Fellow Taoist Lin Fan, do you really mean what you said about giving that earthworm one or two more Geo blood pills to turn it into a dragon? Lin Fan said with a confident look on his face. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you, Fairy Ling? However, only using one or two Geo blood pills to help this earthworm turn into a dragon is just a chance. If you want to ensure that this earthworm turns into a dragon and becomes a true earthworm that has a chance to enter the third level, it's better to get a Geo blood pill with a stronger effect of turning into a dragon, or Geo dragon blood essence. Ling Changping's brows flashed with a trace of worry. One or two Geo blood pills are easy to make. We just need to spend some time and use the manpower and resources of the family to kill thousands of snakes and pythons to extract their blood to condense into pseudo-Jiaolong blood, and add some other Jiaolong related materials to make it. But the main material of Jiaolong pill is Jiaolong blood essence, which is difficult to replace. It may be very difficult to find Jialong Pill. Just as she finished speaking, a young man's mocking words came from the sky. Sister Cheng Ping, fellow Taoist Lin Fan, today is the family's female cultivator's wedding ceremony. Are you hiding here and talking about something that you don't want others to know? Lin Fan and Ling Chengping heard this and looked at each other. Both of them looked a little unnatural. Ling Chengping's cheeks even showed a blush. After a while, she returned to normal. Then she looked up and saw a golden dragon with the golden scales all over its body, a long horn on its forehead, 2 dragon whiskers on its mouth, and a golden dragon with the pressure of the middle stage of foundation building breaking through the clouds and mist covering the spiritual plant garden and flying in. On the back of the dragon, there was a fierce young man riding a dragon. Cheng Xia, what are you talking about here? After Ling Chengping scolded with a smile, her eyes were fixed on the golden dragon sitting on Ling Chengxia who came riding a dragon. Chapter 618, Ling Chengping deceived the dragon's blood, the role of the earthworm. When Ling Chengxia landed on the golden dragon, she immediately went to greet him with a smile. She, who is usually carefree, whispered softly. Chengxia, you have raised this golden dragon well. It is fat and strong, and its cultivation is almost catching up with my sister. I think it has a lot of dragon blood in its body. Ling Chengxia shuddered when he saw Ling Chengping like this. Ling Chengping looked the most terrifying in the state. In the past, every time Ling Chengping looked like this, she would definitely take some rare things from him. Combined with Ling Chengping's words at this time, he immediately understood what Ling Chengping was thinking. Sister, I will never give you this dragon blood. Ling Chengping was not surprised to see Ling Chengxia refuse. Instead, her smile became even brighter. She even jumped onto the back of the golden dragon, shook Ling Chengxia's arm, and said coquettishly, "My dear brother, how can you be so heartless? Don't you want to see a third-level earthworm in the family?" Ling Chengxia asked in confusion. What is a third-level earthworm? Look for yourself. Ling Chengping saw Ling Chengxian asking the question and immediately pointed to the earthworm that had just transformed into a half-dragon body and was about to go deep underground to eat spiritual soil. Ling Chengxia took a look and showed surprise on his face. Isn't this the earthworm in the family? How did it become like this? Ling Chengping said delicately. A few days ago, fellow Taoist Lin Fan discovered the possibility that the earth-covering earthworm could be transformed into a pair of earth-covering dragon earthworms from a strange story in the family's beast-taming heritage. He came to me and Aunt Sai to discuss it, and we exchanged a Jiao blood pill from the family together and gave it to the earth-covering earthworm to take. This earthworm only took a Jiao blood pill and turned into a half-dragon body. What do you think? Your sister Wei Wei and fellow Taoist Lin Fan made a wise investment. Sister, let me tell you, the beast-taming heritage records that if the earth-covering earthworm turns into an earth-covering dragon earthworm, there is a full 20% chance of entering the golden core, which is greater than the probability of an ordinary dragon entering the golden core. In addition, this earth-covering dragon earthworm has 2 extremely powerful effects. The first is that the earth-covering dragon earthworm can improve the quality of the spiritual soil within an acre of first-level spiritual field to the best quality with just 1 breath. The second is that this earthworm can also accumulate spiritual energy, speed up the speed of spiritual veins to improve their grades, and even accumulate huge spiritual power. It is not impossible to condense a spiritual vein by itself. What do you think? This earth-covering dragon earthworm is powerful. It's just that this dragon earthworm is not a real dragon earthworm. Now it is only half a dragon body, and it only needs a drop of dragon blood to help it turn into a dragon. My dear brother, you are the only one in the family who has a dragon. Can you bear to see our father's earth-covering dragon earthworm only half a dragon body and do nothing in the spiritual field all his life? Lin Fan, who is not far away, saw Ling Chengping's acting and couldn't help laughing. Ling Chengping turned her head and looked at Lin Fan. Her old face blushed, and rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. The bright smile on Lin Fan's face disappeared immediately. After hearing what Ling Chengxia said, he was in a state of distraction. After a long while, his eyes lit up and asked the chief beast-tamer guest Lin Fan in the family in the distance. Fellow Taoist Lin Fan, is the earth-covering dragon earthworm really that magical? Lin Fan nodded, revealing a touch of embarrassment. After hesitating for a while, he glanced at Ling Chengping who had been winking at him and smiled helplessly. Facing Ling Chengxia, the son of the ancestor, he dared not lie and could only tell the truth. Yes, there is, but according to records, it takes 10 years for the earth-covering dragon earthworm to condense a micro-spiritual vein, 30 years to condense it into a first-grade low-grade spiritual vein, 60 years to condense it into a first-grade medium-grade spiritual vein, and 100 years to condense a first-grade high-grade spiritual vein. At this point, there is no other record in the book. When Lingxiao heard this, the light in his eyes suddenly faded a little. Sister, can you speak in full next time? It takes so long for the earth-covering dragon earthworm to condense a spiritual vein. What's the difference between this and the formation that can condense a spiritual vein? Ling Changping said evasively. Oh, brother, I'm not wrong. The earth-covering dragon earthworm can indeed condense spiritual veins. Moreover, in order to condense spiritual veins, the condensing vein formation needs to be in a specific location with rich spiritual energy and a large amount of spiritual stones. The earth-covering dragon earthworm does not need spiritual stones, it can just absorb it by itself. Besides, the earth-covering dragon earthworm has more than just the ability to condense spiritual veins. Brother, give me a drop of blood essence, and I'll return it to you next time. Ling Changsha had no way to deal with Ling Changping, so he asked Lin Fan again. Can the earth-covering dragon earthworm at the Jinden level condense a third-level spiritual vein? Lin Fan thought for a while and said, it should be possible, but the time required will probably be extremely long. According to my estimate, it will take at least 300 to 500 years. What about the lifespan of the earth-covering dragon earthworm at the Jinden level? Ling Changsha asked. According to the records in the classics, after the dragon earthworm achieves the body of a dragon, it will also inherit the long lifespan of the dragon. After entering the Jinden stage, this dragon will have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Lin Fan said. 1,000 years of life is enough for this dragon to condense at least 2 valuable third-level spiritual veins for the family. The price is only 1 drop of dragon blood essence, which is worth it. Ling Changsha muttered to himself. Then he said, okay, I'll give that earth-covering dragon earthworm a drop of blood essence. After saying that, he patted the head of the sitting golden dragon and sent a message to it, asking it to spit out a drop of blood essence. The golden dragon was reluctant at first, but when it heard that it could help Ling Changsha's father, Ling Pengyun, the spiritual beast under the command of the Golden Core Realm ancestor, to transform into dragon, it might be rewarded by Ling Pengyun, so it didn't hesitate at all and immediately spit out a drop of blood essence. What a greedy dragon! Ling Changsha smiled and handed the drop of dragon blood essence to Ling Changping. My brother is still generous. Ling Changping took the drop of dragon blood, praised with great joy, and immediately jumped off the back of the golden dragon, ran to the acre of quasi third-level spiritual field, called out the buried earth dragon earthworm, and fed it a drop of dragon blood. As a result, the earth dragon earthworm fell into deep sleep. 3 days later, the earthworm's head suddenly made a cracking sound, and a 5-inch long earth yellow sharp horn quickly grew out of the bulge on the earthworm's forehead. The earth yellow scales on its body also turned into fish scales. A pure dragon oar also spread out from the earthworm's body. Roar! A slightly feminine dragon roar suddenly came out. The bored golden dragon, who was lying on the side, heard this sound, his eyes lit up, and immediately raised his head and looked at the earth dragon earthworm. Immediately, it crawled over and roared at it softly. Although the earthworm was still an earthworm, it had dragon blood and could hear the dragon language of the golden dragon. Perhaps because it borrowed the dragon body of the golden dragon, it had a good impression of the golden dragon. Chapter 619 Ling Changping and Lin Fan finally get married, and her father Ling Pengyun is dissatisfied. Seeing that the golden dragon took the initiative to talk to it, it did not refuse and chatted with it in the language of dragons. This scene made Ling Changping, Ling Changsha, and Lin Fan, who had been guarding here, stunned. Brother, your golden dragon is probably attracted to that female earthworm. Your golden dragon lost a drop of blood, but in exchange for a Taoist partner, how about it? Your sister didn't let you do a loss-making business, did you? Ling Changping laughed. Ling Changsha's face full of murderous intent couldn't help but laugh. It's not a loss, it's just that I don't know if it can succeed. If it succeeds, I don't know if they can give birth to offspring with dragon blood. Ling Changping patted his head and said with a smile. I almost forgot about this. Brother, you already have a dragon. If these 2 guys can give birth to offspring with dragon blood in the future, you must follow your sister first. Ling Changsha said with a smile. I won't. I'll give it to fellow Taoist Lin Fan. Ling Changping said. My dear brother, this is too immoral. My dear sister, if you really want, why don't you become Taoist partners with fellow Taoist Lin Fan? Husband and wife are a community. What belongs to fellow Taoist Lin Fan is yours. Lingxiao laughed and turned into a breeze and left the place. Sister, I'll leave my golden dragon here. When you come to the spiritual plant garden to take care of the earth-type spiritual silkworms in the mulberry forest in the future, please help me keep an eye on the golden dragon and don't let it harm the spiritual plants in the spiritual plant garden, otherwise my father will scold me to death. Ling Changping's cheeks flushed. Lin Fan, who was standing aside, was a little moved when he heard what Ling Changsha said. The atmosphere here suddenly became a little weird. After a long while, Ling Changping took the initiative to break the calm in order to ease the atmosphere. By the way, fellow Taoist Lin Fan, a few days ago, I winked at you and told you not to tell me that the earth-covering dragon earthworm takes too long to condense its spirit veins. Why didn't you help me? Lin Fan said with a smile. I am a guest beast master of the Ling family. If I lied, fellow Taoist Ling Changsha would investigate it later. As an outsider, I am afraid that I will not be able to stay in the noble family for long. In the future, it will be difficult for me to see the fairy again. The blush on Ling Changping's cheeks became even redder. Fellow Taoist Lin Fan, please don't talk nonsense. Lin Fan asked back with a little nervousness. Is this nonsense? Don't you know, fairy? Over the years, nobles have introduced many noble female cultivators to me. To be honest, those noble female cultivators who have contacted me are all extremely utilitarian. They all want to rely on my help to go further and further on the path of Tao. This has violated my heart of Tao. And among the people I have contacted, only the fairy has always kept her original intention. She only wants to raise a group of earth-bearded silkworms in her family. She is stupid all day long. Take this time when the fairy helped the earthworm that turned into a dragon. I'm afraid that fairy you just want to get a compliment from Patriarch Pengyun. It's as simple as that. In this world, I'm afraid that only the fairy is so simple. Don't you know what I have meant all these years? Ling Changping was stunned, and recalled several years ago. Since that time, she took the initiative to find Lin Fan, the beast master, to help look after an earth-bearded silkworm under her management. After the silkworm broke through her cultivation, Lin Fan would find her every few days to chat with her about spiritual beasts. She was originally a silkworm breeder and had some connections with spirit beasts. She was also quite interested in spirit beasts, and the two of them got along very well. When Lin Fan came into contact with her, he never had any bad intentions, such as wanting to make friends with Ling Pengyun through her. He only chatted with her in the purest way. After chatting for a long time, it would be a lie to say that she had no feelings for Lin Fan. Perhaps this is how love grows over time. She was not a person who liked to hide things. Now that Lin Fan took the initiative to express his feelings, she had a good impression of him. Then, she suppressed the shyness of the little girl in her heart and asked Lin Fan. Then if Brother Cheng Xia really gave you a spirit beast with dragon blood in the future, would you give it to me? Lin Fan said with a smile. Of course I will. I have no desire to fight. I just want to be someone who stays away from disputes, keeps spirit beasts in captivity, and discovers rare spirit beasts in the world. For me, even a spirit beast with dragon bloodline is useless to me. Instead of that, it is better to be a helper to the fairy. Ling Changping smiled brightly and said again. Okay, I remember this. If you give me a dragon spirit beast, I will accompany you to search for rare spirit beasts in the world. When Lin Fan heard this, he was happy from the bottom of his heart, and his face was also full of ecstasy, with a hint of disbelief. It can be said that this request is not a request at all. Previously, Ling Changsha's talk about the dragon spirit beast was just a joke. Now that Ling Changping mentioned it again, it was tantamount to expressing his attitude. He asked with a trembling voice. Fairy, is it true? Ling Changping's pretty face had turned red like a big apple. She looked directly at Lin Fan, but her words were firm. Just give me a try with your second half of life and you'll know. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan laughed wildly, took a step forward, and took Ling Changping's soft, boneless, white hand. Ling Changping's face just turned redder, and she didn't refuse, but held Lin Fan's hand tightly. At the same time, outside the cloud covering the spiritual plant garden, Ling Changsha, who had left earlier, was now flying and floating here. Moreover, his eyes flashed a green spiritual light, and through the cloud, he saw what happened between Ling Changping and Lin Fan. Another couple. It seems that I have the potential to be a matchmaker, ha ha ha. Ling Changsha smiled and muttered to himself. Then, He stopped watching and left the place quietly, flying towards Lingxiao Mountain on the side, intending to tell his parents about this. Lingxiao Mountain. Unai Cave Mansion, in a training room. Lin Fan is a pretty good person, and he is a trustworthy person. However, it is not clear whether he has other motives for contacting Changping. I have raised Changping since she was a child, so we need to be cautious about this matter. At night, when Changping is separated from Lin Fan, I will quietly use the third-level illusion as a self-examination array to ask Lin Fan what he thinks in his heart. After hearing what Ling Changsha said, Ling Pengyun's face showed 3 parts of happiness, 3 parts of vigilance, and 4 parts of hatred. Although Ling Changping was not born by him, he raised her when she was 8 years old. For this girl, he has long regarded her as his own daughter. Ha ha ha, my husband, your daughter wants to marry, and I am reluctant to let her go. Yan Sai said with a smile. It's different. She is your daughter, so you are willing to let her marry a dirty-minded person. Ling Pengyun pouted. You are the husband's supervisor, and ordinary rats can hardly get into the body of Changping, the crazy girl. Yan Sai said. Seeing his father Ling Pengyun like this, Ling Changsha on the side couldn't help but burst into laughter. When Ling Pengyun heard this laughter, he felt a nameless anger in his heart. He turned his head and said with a hint of anger. What are you laughing at? Go to retreat and practice. Don't come out until you enter the late stage of foundation building. Ling Changsha's face suddenly became flattering, and he said helplessly. Dad, I'm only at the 4th level of foundation building. You want me to retreat for more than 10 or 20 years? Get lost, you can't laugh at your father. Your 4 golden dragons have all entered the 6th level of foundation building and are still practicing every day, but you are always running around. Ling Pengyun raised his hand to open the door of a practice room in the cave, and kicked Ling Changsha in. The door of the practice room was also closed. To be on the safe side, he also set up a ban on the door of the cave. Ha ha ha. Yan Sai laughed at the side. Madam, do you want to get beaten too? Ling Pengyun raised a wicked smile on his face, stood up, picked up Yan Sai and went into training room with a bed. Husband, it's broad daylight. Who told you to laugh at me? Chapter 620 Parents enter foundation building. Half a month later. Lingxiao Mountain, the mountain of the Ling clan, outside a cave. Ling Pengyun, Yan Sai, and Ling Pengyun's father Ling Xiaoshan all stared at the cave door in front of them with nervous expressions. From time to time, they would walk and stop in circles, and there would be a trace of worry between their brows. After waiting like this for nearly a month, a huge spiritual power fluctuation suddenly came from the training room, and countless pure spiritual energy around suddenly poured into the training room. The worry on the faces of Ling Pengyun and others who saw this scene was also reduced a little. Mother, we have finally reached the last step of spiritual energy filing the body. Now, it depends on whether Mother can survive this light card. Ling Pengyun prayed secretly and murmured. At the same time, on a cushion in the cave, a middle-aged woman with a tall figure, delicate face and fair skin, but with many wrinkles on her forehead and a head of white hair, was curled up. The spiritual energy fluctuation here was caused by her. She felt a violent spiritual power constantly flowing into the meridians in her body, and swore in her heart. When I was building my foundation several years ago, I had already wasted a foundation building pill, an ordinary foundation building spiritual object, topaz spiritual water, and a second-class meridian protecting pill. This batch of spiritual objects is worth nearly 50,000 spiritual stones. If I hadn't used the 3 foundation building spiritual objects that Pengyun and Sai found for me this time to enter the foundation building state, I would have wasted nearly 100,000 spiritual stones of Pengyun and Sai. At that time, I really had no face to see Pengyun and Sai again. This time I must succeed. Gritting her teeth, she mobilized her consciousness, suppressed the countless violent spiritual powers in her meridians, and used all her strength to transform them and send them into her dantian. 3 days later, when all the strange phenomena dissipated, a huge foundation building pressure also emanated from the cave. The door of the cave opened the next moment. A beautiful lady with a height of about 1.75 meters, delicate features, extremely smooth and white skin, and a kind face that was inconsistent with her appearance, walked out with a smile on her face. Madam, you have finally broken through the foundation building stage. It will be wonderful to have you accompany me for the next 100 years. Ha ha ha. Hey. Madam, You have become much younger after entering the foundation building stage, and you are more beautiful than before. I really found a treasure. Lingxiao, who was wearing a white Taoist robe and had a bit of merchant's air on his body, looked ordinary but had a special nobleness. Seeing the beautiful lady with kind eyes coming out of retreat, he felt happy from the heart. His face was full of smiles, and his eyes showed a trace of excitement. He immediately walked over to Yang Qiuyan, who had just entered the foundation building stage, and congratulated her. When he walked to Yang Qiuyan's side, he stretched out a hand, took Yang Qiuyan's hand, and held it tightly. Lingxiao had successfully entered the foundation building stage with the help of Ling Pengyun's countless financial resources several years ago. At that time, Yang Qiuyan also tried it once, but unfortunately Yang Qiuyan's foundation was weak and her cultivation was all based on the accumulation of spiritual objects, which led to the failure of the foundation building stage. Husband, the child is still here. Yang Qiuyan saw the expression of her husband Lingxiao, and her heart was very warm. However, when she thought of her son Ling Pengyun and daughter-in-law Yan Siai who were still here, her old face couldn't help but blush. After pretending to be calm, she said to Lingxiao with a little shyness, "Ha, mother, you are already an old couple, and you are afraid that we will see you holding hands." Ling Pengyun said with a smile, waved his hand and took out a beautifully packaged gift box from the storage bag on his waist. "Mom, this is a gift from Siai and I to you for your successful foundation building. I wish you to be more and more beautiful and charming to your father." Yan Siai also smiled at this moment. "I wish that Mom and Dad will both ascend to a higher path in the future, have more longevity, and become a couple of immortals in this world." Yang Qiuyan was amused by Ling Pengyun, and took the gift box with a smile. "Ha, you two kids are so thoughtful. By the way, I should also say thank you to you and your wife for being able to reach this realm. Without you two, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to achieve the level of cultivation I have now, and my lifespan wouldn't be able to increase by another 100 years. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. "Mother, you are really being polite. When I first entered the Dao, you and father went out of the family thousands of miles away to work for the family in order to earn more salary. Nearly 70% of your salary was given to me, your son, to help me practice Dao. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid it would take me a few more years to achieve such success. Now that I have achieved a little success, I should help you, mother, to reach the foundation building stage and prolong your life. In this way, our family will be complete." Yang Qiuyan heard this and smiled kindly. "Good child. Mother, today is a big happy event. Siai and I will cook a table of spiritual food together. I will call Cheng Xia and Cheng Ping, and we will celebrate together." Ling Pengyun said with a smile. "Okay, it's up to you." Yang Qiuyan nodded and smiled. One day and one night. Deep in the Xuanyang Mountains, in a cave practice room on the third level upper grade spiritual mountain Xuanyang Mountain. An old monk with white hair, wrinkled face, and a strong aura that reached the golden core perfection, but a little weak, with a tendency to fall from the golden core perfection, sat cross-legged here. After a while, this person suddenly opened his eyes, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. "After 5 years, I have finally recovered from the injuries I suffered in the battle in the 10,000 Beast Sex territory. It's a pity that when the Red Gold Bear clan counterattacked the Bayun Mountains, my life magic weapon was destroyed, and the injury to my origin was damaged. Ordinary healing pills were completely ineffective, which caused my cultivation to weaken. I only have 50% to 70% of the strength of an ordinary giant and perfect cultivator, and not much stronger than the combat power of a giant and 9th level cultivator. The sect's giant now has only me, Chu Shui, Jin Yang, and Shui Wu who just entered the giant realm 2 years ago. The strength is greatly reduced compared to before. In this case, it will be a troublesome matter if my origin injury has not recovered. I still have to leave for a while and go to other major immortal cultivation countries to see if I can search for superior 3rd grade high quality healing pills like Yi Mu Hu Shuangdan." After making up his mind, he sent out a communication talisman. After a while, a 1.89-meter tall young man wearing a plain Taoist robe and with a scholarly temperament, a blond middle-aged monk, and a young male monk who looked like he hadn't woken up, knocked on the door and walked in front of the old monk. "Uncle Xuanyang." The blond middle-aged monk and the young monk who looked like he hadn't woken up, bowed and greeted the old monk at the same time. The young scholar, however, suddenly noticed that the old monk had a strong aura, and his eyes suddenly sparkled, and he said in surprise, "Master, have you recovered from your injuries?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621, Please start your journey. It is considered recovered. The old monk nodded and replied, then began to look at the young scholar. When he noticed that the young scholar's aura was stronger than when he saw him a year ago, and had reached the peak of the 4th level of the golden core, his eyes moved slightly, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. The peak of the 4th level of the golden core, not bad, very good. If I give you a few more years, I am afraid that my Xuanyang sect will have another giant in 5th level Zhenren. Thank you, Master. The first genius of the Xuanyang sect, Qingshi Zhenren, dressed as a scholar, said modestly. Haha, although the cultivation of the two of you, Jinyang and Wushu, has not improved much, but judging from your fierce aura, you have cultivated some magic, secrets, etc. Xuanyang Zhenren, who had reached the peak of the golden core, smiled, looked at the blond middle-aged man and the sleepy young monk, and asked, Uncle Master is really sharp. I just comprehended the 3rd level spell Golden Feathers all over the sky to perfection not long ago, and it has reached the level of instant casting. Jinyang Zhenren, who is in the Fake Dan realm, said, Uncle Master, with the help of senior brother Chu Shui and senior brother Jinyang, I have upgraded my weak water guard to the 3rd level and achieved the realm of magic weapon. Wu Shui Zhenren, who had only entered the Golden Dan realm in recent years, waved his hand and summoned a blue guard that exuded a majestic gravitational pressure from the Golden Dan, and handed it to Xuanyang Zhenren to see. You are all good sons of the sect. With you, the sect has a greater chance of gaining a foothold in Yan State. Xuanyang Zhenren was very happy when he saw this scene. By the way, Qingshi and Shu Wu, do you two still have any cultivation resources on hand? The sect's 3rd level cultivation resources were exhausted half a year ago. At that time, Master, you were in retreat, and we didn't dare to distribute. I took the initiative to send some 3rd level Julian grass in the sect's warehouse to Yaowang Valley, which has a long-term alchemy cooperation with us, and wanted to entrust the master of Yaowang Valley, Yaowang Zhenren, to help refine the 3rd level Julian pill, but who knew that the old dog Yaowang would directly refuse the matter on the grounds that he was in retreat. In the past, when our sect commissioned the old dog Yaowang to refine pills, the old dog never refused like this. Even if the old dog was in retreat, he would definitely help refine it afterwards, instead of directly refusing like this time. I think this old dog is afraid of getting involved with our sect and getting in trouble with our sect's hostile forces, Bailingman and the Ling family, which is in its heyday. You are really looking down on others. When our sect was prosperous, this sect wanted to establish alchemy trade with our sect to earn spirit stones. But now it is doing this. It is really without any morality. Chu Shui's Henren showed a trace of anger on his face and said, Back then, Medicine King Valley and Bailingman and other forces forced our sect to give up the interests of the White Cloud Fox clan. I did not pursue the matter because of our old friendship. Now Medicine King Valley is even more aggressive. That Medicine King kid, I am afraid he has really forgotten who has been leading him all these years. If I hadn't helped, it would take at least 100 years for this kid to reach his current level of cultivation. Thinking of this, a ruthless look flashed across Xuanyang Zhenren's face, and scarlet appeared in his eyes. Medicine King Valley has been relying on alchemy for many years. All its disciples are wealthy. In the past 200 years, this sect has not produced any genius disciples who need to use golden elixir spiritual objects to try to break through the golden elixir. There must be a lot of wealth in this sect's storehouse. Our sect's golden elixir cultivators have suffered heavy losses. It is the time when we need a lot of resources to make up for the number of golden elixir cultivators. Since Medicine King is unjust, don't blame us Xuanyang sect for being cruel. The 3 golden elixir cultivators, Qingshi Zhenren, Shu Zhenren, and Jinyang Zhenren, who were here, all understood what Xuanyang Zhenren meant. The 3 of them also had fierce gleams on their faces. Master, when are you going to take action? Qingshi Zhenren asked. After the battle in Bayun Mountain Range, the damage to my origin has not been fully healed, and my strength has been affected. The Ling family and Bailing sect are also eyeing me covetously. It is risky to forcefully attack Medicine King Valley. At this point, Taoist Xuanyang seemed to have something else to say, but for some reason, he never said it. He just said it lightly. I will go out and search for healing medicine, and then I will recover my strength and attack the Medicine King Valley. I will also take away the third-level Juan grass in the sect's warehouse. I will find a third-level alchemist from the outside world to refine it into Juan pills. I will return within 3 years. The three of you will guard the sect well. Chu Shui, this is the token of the sect's third-level top-grade protective formation. I will give it to you. Xuanyang Zhenren took out a token covered with formation patterns and exuding a terrifying aura from his storage bag and handed it to his disciple Chu Shui Zhenren. After saying a word, he turned into a breeze and left the cave. He went to the sect's warehouse and then left Xuanyang quietly. At the same time, thousands of miles away from Xuanyang, the void on the top of a desolate mountain suddenly trembled. A middle-aged cultivator with a fat body, a big belly, a shrewd face, wearing a bilingual Taoist robe, without revealing a trace of aura, like just a stone, suddenly appeared here. He looked up, watching the Xuanyang Taoist priest leaving Xuanyang Gate and flying into the distance, his eyes flashing with a calculating look. After waiting for several years in this barren place, this old man finally left Xuanyang Gate. The next moment, he disappeared. But this person did not see it. Just as this person disappeared, the Xuanyang Taoist priest who turned into light and left Xuanyang Gate in the distance showed a sinister look on his face. A few days later, at the border between Yan State and Chen State, a black shadow passed through the sky above a barren land. The speed of this black shadow was extremely fast, and it crossed thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. But just as this black shadow was about to enter the territory of Chen State and pass over a forest, 36 formation flags engraved with black fire phoenix patterns suddenly flew out from the barren mountain. Without waiting for the black shadow to react, the 36 formation flags surrounded him. Then, the formation flags lit up, propping up a 100-foot wide light curtain to trap the enemy, trapping the black shadow. The figure of the black shadow also appeared. This person was the old Taoist Xuanyang who had just left Xuanyang sect. The old Taoist Xuanyang glanced at the formation that appeared in front of him, and his face suddenly changed. He immediately summoned a magic shield, transferred a huge amount of spiritual power into it, and propped up a defensive light curtain that was several inches thick. A third-level medium-quality trap formation. He glared at the forest below and cursed. What kind of thief dared to ambush me? A young voice with a sense of sarcasm came from the forest. Ha, you are still so arrogant when you are about to die, you really deserve to die. The next moment, a young cultivator with a fury-like appearance, wearing a blue Taoist robe, with black hair fluttering in the wind, and carrying a huge golden elixir pressure, suddenly flew into the air. Ling Pengyun. You want to kill me? Seeing that Ling Pengyun was the only one there, Taoist Xuanyang snorted angrily. Fellow Taoist Xuanyang, look around. Ling Pengyun laughed instead of getting angry. Upon hearing this, Taoist Xuanyang's body trembled, and he immediately turned his head to look around. In an instant, he saw a beam of light flying towards this place from different directions. Seeing this, his face suddenly darkened. The two forces of Ling's and Bailing sect have all their golden elixirs out, which is really a good plan. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. This plan was not proposed by me, but by Taoist Bailing. You should leave this to Taoist Bailing. Taoist Xuanyang's face darkened a little. He looked at Ling Pengyun, who was in charge of the trap, hesitated a little, and persuaded. Fellow Taoist Ling, have you ever thought about what will happen to your Ling family if I get into trouble this time and my sect's strength is greatly reduced, and the Bailing sect becomes the only one with no rivals? Ling Pengyun's eyes darkened, and a murderous aura suddenly gushed out, dispersing countless white clouds in the sky. The murderous aura was so strong that it turned into a black airflow, floating around Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun's eyes also became evil and charming. At this moment, his friendly aura disappeared, and he had turned into an ancient killing god. Dare to touch my Ling family. I will crush them to pieces. Fellow Taoist Xuanyang, please go ahead, on your way. Chapter 622, A Visitor from the Blood Demon Sect. He did not delay any longer, and a huge aura of the peak of the 4th level of the Dantian realm immediately spread out from his body, intimidating all around. He raised his hand and waved it, and he directly took out the life treasure, the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl, which had entered the third-level lower-grade realm. A year ago, when Ling Pengyun helped the Muing Immortal sect to deal with the Zuanbin giant whale clan in the Boundless Seas Yuxin realm, he and several fellow giants occupied a medium-sized first-level water-based mineral vein of the Zuanbin giant whale clan. That mineral vein was all stolen by him and several other giants, and the spiritual iron in it naturally belonged to them. Ling Pengyun also took advantage of that opportunity to integrate a large amount of water-based spiritual iron into the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl, raising the grade of this pearl to the third-level lower-grade realm. This pearl grew in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it soared to a size of 75 feet. Go! The huge Beihaijiang Yuan gem, with its crushing momentum, turned into a stream of light. It was so fast that it produced sonic booms, and countless strong winds were squeezed out around it, blowing away countless clouds in the sky. With a dull bang, the gem weighing 750,000 jins hit the magic shield-like curtain around the old Taoist Zhuanyang, causing a huge wave. The flashing spiritual light of the magic shield-like curtain gradually dimmed. Ling Pengyun, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The old Taoist Zhuanyang cursed angrily, without letting anyone notice, and quietly took out a black token from the storage bag and crushed it. Then, he raised his hand and directly took out the Zhuanyang treasure lamp, the treasure of the Zhuanyang sect. Once this lamp appeared in the world, the temperature around it increased countless times. The flowers and plants on the ground turned into ashes naturally. As soon as the treasure lamp lit up, countless red Zhuanyang raging fires swarmed out from it, completely covering the entire sky, as if they were burning the sky and destroying the world. Melt. Countless Zhuanyang raging fires rushed together in one place. In just a moment, a Zhuanyang treasure dragon that was 100 feet long and covered with blazing flames was bred. The dragon raised its head and roared, bursting out a huge sound wave, blowing countless dust on the ground away, looking extremely powerful. Then, the dragon swung its body in the air, opened its dragon mouth, and forcibly bet the Chang'an treasure bead in its mouth and pushed it back. But Ling Pengyun's means were not limited to the Chang'an treasure bead. He raised his hand and waved it, and several magic weapons with brilliant spiritual light and extraordinary momentum suddenly appeared. The third-level medium-quality burning yuan magic lamp transformed into a ferocious burning yuan fire dragon. A 70-foot-tall mountain-moving evil ghost rushed out from the ghost control banner. The dragon sword transformed into an 80-foot-long fire dragon. The frost giant whale flag transformed into a 50-foot-long phantom giant whale. The double dragon sea ray transformed into two 30-foot-long giant water dragons. The three red gold bear dark fire corpses were also summoned by him. However, the appearance of these three red gold dark fire corpses is much worse than before. At this time, the skin of these three red gold dark fire corpses is metallic iron, and with its ferocious face, it gives people a strong sense of oppression. Half a year ago, Ling Pengyun relied on the large amount of third-level spiritual iron obtained from the trip to the Boundless Sea to integrate into the bodies of these three red gold dark fire corpses. And relying on the third-level adaptive treasure pattern of the refining weapon, a third-level solid spiritual pattern was arranged in their bodies, which raised their physique to a higher level, enough to make them have the strength of superior demon corpses, which is 20% to 30% stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same level. The 8 huge monsters completely covered a blazing sun in the sky, and the surroundings suddenly became dark. Fierce intentions also spread out from their bodies. Destroy that Zhuanyang treasure dragon for me. Ling Pengyun raised his hand and shouted angrily. The 8 huge monsters suddenly crossed the void and attacked the Zhuanyang treasure dragon in 8 directions. With their combined strength, they actually fought head-on with the Zhuanyang treasure dragon, which was comparable to the strength of the Golden Core Perfection. Although after a few moves, Ling Pengyun's 8 huge monsters fell into a disadvantage. But this scene still surprised the Zhuanyang Taoist priest who was at the Golden Core Perfection, and he took a breath of cold air. It's been a few years since I last fought with this person. I didn't expect that his strength would increase by several times again. If this boy can reach the realm of Golden Core Perfection, I'm afraid no one in the entire Yan state will be his opponent. With his distracting thoughts gone, he raised his hand and took out several magic weapons from his storage bag. With the help of the Zhuanyang Baolong, who had reached the Golden Core Perfection, he severely suppressed Ling Pengyun's fire dragons, water dragons and other attack methods, and the size of those attack methods was also beaten more and more. Did you ask your grandfather if you dared to touch my Ling family? A strong roar came from a distance. Ling Yanhong, the head of the Ling family, fled from afar with an angry face, and a huge pressure from the peak of the second level of the golden core spread from him. Perhaps if he is given a little time, this person who led the rise of the Ling family in the early years will break through to the third level of the golden core. He raised his hand and waved it. A heavy yuan treasure bead that was not much different from Ling Pengyun's heavy yuan treasure bead suddenly appeared, turning into a stream of light, and directly blasted the third-grade upper-grade magic weapon of Zhuanyang Taoist several feet away. A long cone that was drowning in countless Zhengjin's sharp energy slid across the sky. With a whoosh, it slammed into the magic shield-like curtain around Zhuanyang Taoist, stirring up countless waves. Even on the light curtain supported by the third-grade upper-grade top-level middle-level life magic weapon Zhuanyang's shield, a small crack gradually appeared, which was enough to show the long cone's ability to break the gang. Although after this attack, the long cone was exhausted and was withdrawn swayingly. But the merit it achieved still made Zhuanyang Taoist's face change greatly. A third-grade middle-grade red gold sword suddenly appeared and slammed into the crack of the light curtain again, expanding it several times. Yan Sidai, who arrived late, seized the opportunity and summoned her own life magic weapon Yuanyang Fire Cloud Pot, which transformed into a huge red mandarin ducks transformed from the raging fire, and also sacrificed a third-level inferior red gold sword, a third-level inferior blazing fire sword, and the five elements returned to origin formation, which also bombarded the light curtain supported by the Zhuanyang shield. Although the Zhuanyang shield was powerful, Ling Yanhong and Yan Sidai's methods were extraordinary. Because the skills they practiced were extraordinary, not only did their own strength far exceed that of the cultivators of the same level, but the quality of the magic weapons they mastered was also extremely high. With cooperation, both of them had the strength comparable to that of a mid-stage giant and strong man. The light curtain supported by the Zhuanyang shield also dimmed in an instant. When the five giants of Bailing sect, Bailing's Henren, Lingfu Laozu, Wu Yan, Baoyin's Henren, and Baoyin's Henren of the fake Dan realm, arrived, the old Taoist Zhuanyang was immediately overwhelmed. Even though he used the desperate method, he had already injured his origin and his cultivation would fall back to the 9th level of the golden core. Even if he used the desperate method, he was only slightly stronger than the perfect golden core cultivator. Under the combined efforts of 8 golden cores and 3 golden core demon corpses, the old Taoist Zhuanyang had no chance to fight back and his defense was broken by countless attacks. However, just when everyone was about to kill the old Taoist Zhuanyang in one fell swoop, the old Taoist Zhuanyang threw out a third-level superior defense talisman to temporarily resist the countless attacks, and then roared with resentment. Everyone from the Blood Evil sect, don't hide anymore. If I die, the Ling family and Bailing sect's property, as well as the cultivators and mortals in these two realms, you demons want to plunder, but it will be difficult to do so openly. Once the matter is known by my righteous Yuanying sect, your mere giant and demon cultivation forces will not be able to withstand the wrath of my righteous Yuanying sect. By then, you will get nothing. And if I don't die, I will definitely provide convenience for you. If you don't save me now, when will you? Come with me to destroy the Ling family and Bailing sect's giant and rob the property of these two families. As soon as these words fell, a strange laugh suddenly appeared. Brilliant. The next moment, 5 giant and demon cultivators with different appearances, but all of them had a strong demonic aura and carried the pressure of giant, appeared in the area thousands of miles away from the battle. The strongest demon cultivator among them had a cultivation level as high as the giant in perfection realm. This man was extremely skinny, and his face was like skin and bones, like a dying person. Chapter 623, Linkland's 13 Golden Core Warriors appear. Fellow Taoist Zhuanyang, remember what you said now. If you do not fulfill your promise after destroying the Ling family and the Bailing sect, and our sect is known by the Yuanying sect of the righteous path, we will destroy your Zhuanyang sect even if we have to fight to the death. The man looked at the precarious old Taoist Zhuanyang in the distance fiercely, threatened, and then pinched his hands to make a special spell. Possession by blood evil. Demonization. His body suddenly flashed a red blood light, and the flesh on his skinny body swelled up. 2 blood bags appeared on both sides of his body. With a puff, the blood bags on both sides of his body suddenly broke, and 4 strange hands like the claws of monsters suddenly appeared. His original hands also became like this. When the abnormal change stopped, this person had changed greatly and turned into a hideous monster with 1 head and 6 arms. Not only did his height surge to nearly 3 meters, he also had 6 strange hands, with veins on his body exposed, and a layer of armor formed by blood appeared on his body. The other 4 giant and demon cultivators behind him also became like this, but their sizes were different. Even the 5 blood-colored monsters all emitted sounds similar to the roars of monsters. Ling Pengyun, who had already noticed the 5 giant, frowned when he saw this. The 5 bloody ghosts of the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect can be said to be one of the real demon forces in the northern wilderness cultivation world, which is completely different from the original foundation-building demon cultivation forces in Yan State. This sect has been famous in the northern wilderness cultivation world for thousands of years and is an old-fashioned giant and demon sect. The various magic skills that were the source of the strength of the original foundation-building demon cultivators in Yan State were deliberately leaked out by old-fashioned giant and demon sects, such as the Blood Demon sect, in order to cause some trouble to the righteous cultivators. In addition, it is said that the Blood Evil sect's lineage originated from other immortal cultivation circles. 10,000 years ago, when other immortal cultivation circles were developing the northern wilderness immortal cultivation world, the first generation leader of the Blood Evil sect, Blood Evil True Man, also participated in it. When the major forces occupied a piece of land in the northern wilderness immortal cultivation world, Blood Evil True Man, who had perfected the cultivation of the golden core, also established a Blood Evil sect in this land. Because the method of cultivation of the Blood Evil sect was too strange, when practicing, it was necessary to use the flesh and blood of countless mortals and cultivators as the source, which also made this sect destined to be a demonic force. The strength of the cultivators in this sect is also extremely strong. The demon cultivators in this sect all master a blood demon that can transform into a body comparable to the strength of the same level monster beast. In addition, as long as there is enough blood, the blood demon can continuously restore its strength. The Blood Evil sect has also escaped countless encirclements and suppressions by righteous cultivators. And attached to the Xianhuaki sect, one of the 3 major Yuanying magic forces in the northern wilderness Xiuxin world, and since then has established a firm foothold in the vast territory in the east of this northern wilderness Xiuxin world. The foundation of this sect has gradually accumulated, and its strength has continued to grow. In the present, this sect has 5 giant of the same generation. Because they all mastered the method of transforming ghosts of the Blood Evil sect, they were extremely evil and were also called the Blood Evil 5 ghosts by the world. At this time, how could he not see that there was already a connection between the old Taoist Zhuanyang and the 5 Blood Evil sect giant and magic cultivators? Zhuanyang Old Ghost, you dare to collude with the magic cultivators of the Blood Evil sect. The old Taoist Zhuanyang, who relied on a 3rd-level spirit talisman to save his life, said contemptuously, "You are only allowed to plot against me, but I am not allowed to plot against you. You are all going to kill me. I don't collude with the magic cultivators to save my life, and I still keep my life for you to kill." Ling Pengyun heard and sneered. "It only took a moment for us to kill you, but now you have colluded with the demon cultivators and violated the rules set by the major righteous Yuanying forces in my northern wilderness cultivation world. If this matter is spread in the future, you will probably have a hard time dying. The righteous forces and the demon forces are mortal enemies because of the conflict in their cultivation methods, so the collusion between righteous cultivators and demon cultivators is extremely serious. As early as the beginning of the establishment of the northern wilderness cultivation world, when the demon forces poured into the northern wilderness cultivation world, the righteous Yuanying forces issued a statement to the public that those who colluded with the demon cultivators would be slaughtered, their souls would be tortured until their lifespans were exhausted, and their descendants would be slaves forever, making it difficult for them to ascend to the path of Taoism. Humph! When the old Taoist Zhuanyang heard this, a lingering fear appeared on his face, but in an instant, the lingering fear was covered by the murderous intent. "As long as I kill you, no one will know about this anymore." Ling Pengyun heard this and didn't care, but instead showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. At this time, the 5 blood ghosts transformed by the Blood Evil sect's giant and demon cultivators in the distance also stepped into the void, exerted their strength, and turned into 5 escape lights that directly blocked the body of the Zhuanyang Taoist who was about to be killed. With their bodies wearing a set of strange blood armor, they temporarily blocked all the attacks of Ling Pengyun and other 11 giant warriors. However, they had no spare strength for this. Behind them, the Zhuanyang Taoist who survived the disaster had a lucky look on his face. He looked at Ling Pengyun and other giant and cultivators with resentment, took the next healing medicine, temporarily suppressed the emptiness of performing desperate methods, and then forced the spiritual power to pass into the magic weapon and killed Ling Pengyun and others. This move also relieved a lot of pressure for the 5 blood ghosts. 5 fellows of the blood evil sect killed Ling Pengyun. This boy is really talented. If he is alive, he will be a greater threat than the 8th level giant and Master Ling. Master Zhuan Yang gestured to the 5 blood ghosts at this moment. The blood ghost, whose strength had already entered the pseudo-infant realm, stared at Ling Pengyun, who had manipulated nearly 10 attack methods by himself, and the killing intent suddenly rose in his heart. Immediately, it resisted the siege of several magic weapons at the same time and rushed towards Ling Pengyun. However, before it could kill Ling Pengyun within 1,000 feet, it was blocked by Ling Pengyun's 3 red gold bear dark fire corpses. However, the strength of the blood ghost in the pseudo-infant realm was really strong. It was not afraid of the dark fire spit out by the 3 red gold dark fire corpses, and directly resisted it with the blood red armor on its body. And it fought with the 3 red gold dark fire corpses. Within a dozen moves, the red gold hellfire corpse, whose cultivation was only at the 1st level of the golden core, but whose strength was comparable to that of a cultivator at the 2nd level of the golden core, was torn into pieces by the 6-armed blood ghost. The other red gold hellfire corpses at the 3rd and 6th levels of the golden core also suffered serious injuries. It is likely that in a few moves, these 2 hellfire corpses will also suffer the same fate as the previous one. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun's face was filled with distress. Madam, Grandpa Yunhong, these 5 blood evil ghosts are extremely strange. They are all going all out. There is no need to hide. Destroy these 5 ghosts together and rob the blood evil sect. As soon as the words fell, the dark murderous intent around Ling Pengyun became several times stronger. At this moment, he was like a living Shura. The surrounding temperature became icy cold. The golden core cultivators, such as Bai Ling's Hunren, who were closer to Ling Pengyun, felt inexplicably weak in their hearts. It took a long time for them to recover. At the same time, Ling Pengyun, who looked like Shuro, patted the storage bag on his waist and summoned out 6 strange coffins made of magic iron. Understood. After hearing Ling Pengyun's arrangement, Ling Yunhong and Yan Xie responded at the same time and took out a magic weapon coffin from their storage bags. With 8 piercing sounds, the lids of the 8 magic weapon coffins were suddenly blown away, and 8 extremely dense demonic auras immediately spread out from the 8 coffins. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with a dense demonic aura, turning into a demonic domain, and it was pitch black all around. Even the scorching sun sleeping in the sky could hardly penetrate into the demonic domain. As the roars of demon corpses came out from the 8 coffins, 6 giant whale black ice demon corpses with bodies dozens of feet long and 2 human-shaped nether fire corpses suddenly emerged from the 8 coffins. Although most of these 8 demon corpses were only at the early stage of the golden core, there was 1 giant whale black ice demon corpse at the middle stage of the golden core, and 2 giant whale black ice demon corpses at the late stage of the golden core. These demon corpses were refined by Ling Pengyun through the family's intermediate corpse refining methods. Their strength was not much different from that of cultivators of the same level. If the family did not have much 3rd level spiritual iron, the method of refining instruments could be used to refine these corpses, which could at least increase the combat power of these demon corpses by about 30%. The 6 black ice giant whales were killed by Ling Pengyun himself, 5 of which were killed a year ago, and the other one was killed in the early years. The raw materials of the 2 humanoid demon corpses were 2 demon cultivators at the early stage of the golden core, who were killed by Ling Pengyun in the territory of Mingshu sect in the Boundless Sea. When Ling Pengyun left the Boundless Sea, he looked for Ling Pengyun once. The magic spiritual objects needed to refine these demon corpses were also found by Ling Pengyun. Now, Ling Pengyun is still fighting in the Boundless Sea. As for Ling Pengyun's 100% success rate in refining demon corpses, the main reason was that all the middle-level corpse refining methods of the family were improved by him. As the creator of the method, if the refining failed, it would be a joke. Chapter 624 1 Yao Zhenren stops the enemy. At present, on the battlefield, whether it was the 5 giant and demon cultivators of the blood evil sect, or the old Taoist Zhuan, or the Bailing Zhenren of the Bailing sect, all showed astonishment when they saw this scene. Why does the Ling family have so many giant and realm demon corpses? Zhuanyang's Henren, who was full of confidence and planned to use the power of the blood evil sect to kill Ling Pengyun and others, was suddenly shocked. If the 8 giant demon corpses summoned by the Ling family were added, the Ling family would have as many as 10 giant demon corpses in the world, and 3 giant cultivators. This number of giant in combat power is much more than the giant in combat power of half of the Yan kingdom. Then, the old Taoist Zhuan looked at the 5 giant in cultivators of the Bailing sect, Bailing's Henren, Baoyin's Henren, Lingfu Lao Zhu, Wu Yan, and Baoyin's Henren in the distance, and his intention to retreat increased greatly. The enemy had 18 giant in combat power, while he only had 6 giant. Even though he and the blood demon 5 ghosts and others had higher cultivation bases, given the difference in the number of giant in combat power, if this battle continued, I'm afraid they would have little chance to kill Ling Pengyun and others. If they couldn't kill them, someone would be able to escape, and the fact that he was colluding with the blood demon sex demon cultivators would definitely be spread. Once the Yin-Yang forces took action, he would definitely have no chance of survival. For now, the only way is to run away first and leave the northern wilderness immortal cultivation realm directly, so that there is a glimmer of hope. Taoist Zhuan looked helpless and exhaled a turbid breath. This breath seemed to have spit out all his strength, and his straight back suddenly became a little bent. Even Taoist Zhuan eyes, which looked very energetic, became turbid. After a long while, Taoist Zhuan finally came to his senses. He patted the storage bag on his waist, took out a mother and child token from it, and crushed it. Then, he took back the 3rd grade superior magic weapon he had used, and turned to attack the 3rd grade intermediate trap that trapped him. At the same time, millions of miles away from the Zhuan sect's headquarters, deep in the Zhuan mountain gate, in a cave on the top of the 3rd grade intermediate spiritual mountain Zhuan Mountain, Master Qingshi looked at a broken mother-child token in his hand, and his face suddenly darkened. It seems that Master's plan has failed. I thought that after this incident, my Zhuan sect could sit back and relax, but I didn't expect it turned up like this. I don't know if Master, Junior Brother Jin and I can escape safely to other immortal cultivation realms. Master Qingshi muttered helplessly, then turned into blue shadow and left the place. He found Master Jin and Master Washu who were in the sect and told them that Master Zhuan had colluded with the demon cultivators to destroy the Ling family and Bailing sect's golden elixir, but had failed miserably. Why didn't Master Zhuan discuss this important matter with us? This is bad. The Jin Master, who is in the fake pale realm, said to Master Qingshi with anger and resentment. Master Washu, on the other hand, looked gloomy and lowered his head, wondering what he was thinking. Junior Brother Jin, when does my master need to discuss the decision with you? Don't forget, who killed the monster golden pill you refined? If it weren't for my master who killed the monster golden pill, could your master, Master Liho, have obtained this pill for you? If you don't want to follow me and my master to leave the northern wilderness cultivation world, and wait here to be liquidated by the righteous Yin-Yang sect, I don't mind. Master Qingshi looked at Jin Master, who is in the fake pale realm, and said coldly. When Master Jin heard this, he felt a chill on his back and didn't dare to say anything more. Seeing this, Master Qingshi snorted coldly, and took Master Jin and Master Washu to several important places such as the sect's spiritual plant garden and the Gongfa Pavilion, and collected all the things that could help them turn over again in other immortal cultivation worlds. After everything was packed up, Master Qingshi also withdrew the sect's 3rd grade top grade sect protecting formation. Even Zhuan sect, which has been ranked as the first sect in Yan state for thousands of years, only has 1 formation of this grade. This time they are about to leave Zhuan sect, so they naturally have to take this treasure formation with them. However, just as Master Qingshi, Master Washu, and Master Jin, who is in the false elixir realm, had just left the sect, a green figure suddenly appeared in front of them and stopped them. The green figure also appeared. This was a middle-aged cultivator wearing a green Taoist robe, carrying a good-smelling elixir fragrance, with a slightly strong color on his body and sharp eyes. At this time, the fierce middle-aged cultivator had a strange smile on his face and said meaningfully, 3 Taoists, where are you going? How come even your sect's protective formation has been withdrawn by the 3 Taoists? But your sect has encountered some trouble. If you need us, please speak up. When Chu Shui's Henren and the other 3 giants saw this person appear and heard his words, their expressions changed drastically. Dao Wang Taoist, there is nothing serious in our sect. We appreciate your kindness. Please get out of the way. If you block our way, I will send a message to my master and let him come out to administer justice." Chu Shui's Henren threatened the fierce middle-aged cultivator, neither servile nor overbearing. The fierce middle-aged cultivator was one Yao Zhenren, the master of one Yao Valley. Ha! Since the three Taoists have come out in full force and moved the Zhuanyang sect's protective formation away, I'm afraid that Taoist Qishu's master, old Zhuanyang, is now in danger. Maybe, at this moment, old Zhuanyang has died at the hands of the Ling family and the Bailing sect's golden elixir. You're threatening me with a dead man, Taoist Qishu, are you kidding? Wunaiao Zhenren, with sharp eyes and a sarcastic look on his face, looked at Qishu Zhenren as if he was looking at a fool, and laughed. Ling family and Bailing sect had already informed him that they were going to ambush old Zhuanyang. At the same time, he was also entrusted by Ling family and Bailing sect to watch over the remaining 3 golden elixirs of Zhuanyang sect. After the matter was accomplished, Wunaiao Valley could get 20% of the profits of Zhuanyang sect. The Ling family and Bailing men would transfer such a huge benefit to Wunaiao Valley, and rest assured that Wunaiao Zhenren could watch over Qishu Zhenren and the other 3 Jindans alone, all because his cultivation had broken through to the 7th level of Jindan. At this moment, a huge pressure from the 7th level of Jindan suddenly spread out from Wunaiao Zhenren's body and pressed towards Qishu Zhenren and the other 3 Jindans. Seeing this, Qishu Zhenren felt a chill on his back. The 7th level of the golden elixir, fellow Taoist Wunaiao, have you forgotten the benefits my sect has given to your sect over the years? Do you really want to collude with the Ling family and the Bailing sect? To block our way? Ha! It's really a joke that your sect has given my sect benefits. Over the years, all the benefits my sect has gained from your sect have been earned by my disciples relying on elixirs, and even so, has your sect ever looked at my disciples from the beginning to the end? Even me, Zhuanyang sect's golden elixirs, seem to just treat me as a corsman for alchemy. If I hadn't known this truth all these years, and was willing to give up the improvement of alchemy and put all my mind and body into cultivation, with the cultivation I have today, otherwise, your sect would have captured me alive and made me refine 3rd level elixirs for your damn Zhuanyang sect all day and night. I just took the initiative, 3 of you. If you go back to Zhuanyang sect obediently, I will let you live longer. If you insist on leaving the territory of Zhuanyang sect, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Wan Yao Zhenren summoned out his 3rd grade intermediate level life-saving magic weapon 10,000 Fires Fen Mie Furnace, as if he was ready to take action at any time. Chapter 625, The 100-Year Interval. Upon hearing this, Master Qishu's face immediately showed countless anger. If I had known this, I should have asked Master to destroy Wunaiao Valley directly. He already knew how big a crisis Zhuanyang sect was facing now. Although Master Wunaiao, who was at the 7th level of Jindan, was strong, he didn't dare to provoke him at ordinary times. But if he didn't escape at this time, what was waiting for him was the righteous Yuanying forces of the northern wilderness Zeuxin world. In this comparison, facing Master Wunaiao, who was at the 7th level of Jindan, was actually easier. Junior brother Jinang, junior brother Wushu, follow me to fight. Master Qishu shouted angrily, raised his hand and took out a set of life talisman array, and had Master Wunaiao in front of him. Master Jinang, who had been prepared, also played his 3rd level lower grade life magic weapon Jinyang sword at this moment. However, both of them underestimated Master Wunaiao. Since hundreds of years ago, Master Wunaiao has specialized in fighting and has a deep understanding of fighting. His reaction was also very fast. When he saw Qishu and Jinyang fighting, he directly transferred his spiritual power into the one hero burning furnace, and the large amount of burning fire summoned from it turned into a wall of fire, directly trapping the set of talismans and the Jinyang sword. Then, he spoke to Wushu Zhenren, who had not taken any action and just stood beside Qishu and Jinyang and watched. Wushu disciple. After 100 years of lurking, it's time for you to show up. Upon hearing this, Wushu Zhenren looked at Qishu Zhenren and Jinyang Zhenren beside him, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but this trace of reluctance soon disappeared. Instead, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. 100 years ago, he was originally a person from the Wunaiao Valley. Because of his dual spiritual roots and extremely high talent in alchemy, he was accepted as a disciple by Wunaiao Zhenren early on. Everything was going well, but who would have thought that his father, a veteran second-class middle-grade alchemist who was an elder of Medicine King Valley, was valued by a Zhuan-Yang sect cultivator who had completed his foundation building when he was refining pills for him. Soon after, his father was kidnapped by a Zhuan-Yang sect cultivator who had completed his foundation building and forced to refine pills day and night to earn spiritual stones for him. His father died of exhaustion while refining pills. The person who killed his father was Master Qishu. In addition, according to Master Wushu's investigation, Master Qishu had done this kind of thing a lot over the years. It was for this reason that Wushu entered Zhuan-Yang sect under the arrangement of Master Medicine King and acted as a spy. "My disciple obeys your order," Master Wushu roared, and took out a third-class upper-grade spiritual talisman from his storage bag and hid himself. The spiritual talisman immediately spread a special spiritual light, covering his figure. A black mark slowly flew out from the center of his eyebrows. This mark was the Yuanhan mark left by him when he entered the Jindan stage in his early years and signed a Yuanhan contract with the Jindan of Zhuan-Yang sect to pledge allegiance to Zhuan-Yang sect. Now that the Yuanhan mark has been removed, the Yuanhan contract he signed at the time is no longer valid. The talisman that Wushu's Henren took out is called the Qian Lingfu, which was specially created by cultivators to dissolve the Yuanhan contract. However, this talisman is extremely rare. There has never been one in the northern wilderness Zeuxin world in the past 1,000 years. This is because the difficulty of refining this talisman is extremely high. The difficulty of refining a superior third-level upper-grade Qian Lingfu is even more difficult than that of an ordinary fourth-level talisman. Only a fourth-level talisman maker can successfully refine it. The Qian Lingfu in Wushu's Henren's hand was purchased by his real master, the third-level middle-grade alchemist Wanaiao's Henren, from a good friend at a huge price. As for how that good friend came, Wanaiao's Henren didn't know. Of course, this seal removal talisman also has limitations. If Wushu's Henren signed a contract on the Yuanhan contract refined by Yuanying cultivators, the Yuanhan imprint left in the sea of consciousness would be difficult to dissolve with a superior third-grade and top-grade seal removal talisman. However, Zhuan-Yang sect has never produced a Yuanying cultivator, and the Yuanhan contract of this sect is only made by Jindan cultivators. The superior third-grade and top-grade seal removal talisman can naturally dissolve it easily. Even when this talisman dissolves the Yuanhan imprint in Wushu's Henren's sea of consciousness, it still has a lot of power left to transform into dispelling aura that looks around Wushu's Henren, dissolving the various oaths of loyalty to the heavenly Dao that he made to Zhuan-Yang sect. After everything with Zhuan-Yang sect was cut off, Wushu's Henren immediately took out a third-grade low-grade life magic weapon weak water gourd, which was refined by Qishu's Henren and Jinyang's Henren, and directly summoned the huge weight of weak water from it to hit Jinyang's Henren, who is at the lowest level of the fake Dan realm. Jinyang's Henren was too close to Wu Shui's Henren, and Wu Shui's Henren suddenly betrayed him. He had no time to react and was hit by the large amount of weak water. His body was instantly blasted into countless pieces by the countless weak water. At the moment, there were only countless doubts and confusions in his eyes. Wu Shui Jr. Brother, you have been hiding so well these years. Our sect has treated you well. Why did you betray our sect? Seeing this, Zhenren Chu Shui quickly retreated hundreds of feet. After he was far away from Wu Shui's Henren, he looked puzzled and said to Wu Shui's Henren, "That depends on how many magic cultivation methods Senior Brother Qishu has practiced over the years. Senior Brother, you may have forgotten how many alchemists you have kidnapped over the years to make pills for you and sick prophets. My father is one of them. Now, my father has become your stepping stone. Senior Brother, do you think I should rebel? How can a magic cultivator like you live in this world? Go down and be buried with my father." Wushu's Henren roared. In order to prevent Qishu's Henren, who had a cultivation level of the fourth level of the Golden Core, from escaping, he desperately performed several desperate methods in succession and forcibly raised his cultivation level to the peak of the third level of the Golden Core. Then, he transferred more spiritual power into the weak water gourd in his hand, and summoned more weak water from it to bombard Qishu's Henren in the distance. The speed of those weak waters was extremely fast, and Qishu's Henren's talisman formation was trapped by Wanaiao's Henren. He had no way to avoid it and could only take out the defensive magic weapon to resist. Wushu's Henren was also a smart man. He knew that it was difficult to kill Qishu's Henren with his own strength, so he relied on the weak water to form a cage to trap Qishu's Henren. After a few breaths, when Yao Wang's Henren arrived, Qishu's Henren, even though he was rich, took out several third-level defense magic weapons, many third-level defense talismans, and even used his own spiritual power to activate the third-level top-grade sect protection formation of Xuanyang sect, but he still couldn't die at the hands of Yao Wang's Henren. After the war, Yao Wang's Henren looked at Washu's Henren, who had consumed nearly 100 years of life due to the continuous use of several desperate methods, and his face had aged a little, and said helplessly, "Disciple, why are you doing this?" Washu's Henren smiled foolishly and said solemnly to Wanayao's Henren, "It's enough to avenge my father. Master, thank you for giving me the opportunity to avenge me. In the future, I will swear to serve the sect until my death." Yao Wang's Henren said with a smile, "I believe you." Washu's Henren was able to avenge his father, endure entering the enemy sect, wait for 100 years, and even spent 100 years of his life to stop the enemy from escaping. It is enough to show that this person is a man of loyalty and righteousness. Yao Wang's Henren naturally trusts such people. But he can only trust them at present. Follow me and wait for the arrival of the people from the Ling family and Bailingmen. Washu's Henren said puzzledly, "Master, you won't take the money and property from Qingshi and Jinyang." The figure of the blood gold and elixir monk from the Ling family and Bailingmen appeared in Yao Wang's Henren's mind, and his body trembled suddenly, and he was a little scared. "Although I also want to do this, as long as I touch the money and property of those two people, my Wanaiao Valley may not have a future." Washu's Henren immediately understood. He said no more, and followed Wanaiao's Henren to sit down beside him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.